Kendall Baxter was used to being passed over for a lot of things in life. Having always been the smallest boy in class and presenting few signs of masculinity in his facial features or physique, he was often mistaken for a girl, and a young girl at that. At 17, he had finished high school, graduating in the top 10 in his class, and a college scholarship had provided him with the path to degrees in music, performing arts, and literature. It was other parts of his life which had challenged and worried him. Looking back, it was easy to see how he had ended up where he was, but there were no regrets. He felt so grateful, and loved his life. Even if he could, there wasn't a thing he would change. Growing up, Kendall never had many girlfriends. In reality, only one, but she was the right one. In school, amongst his small circle of friends, he was somewhat of an outcast. While there were both guys and girls in his social circle, they had all paired up and he was left to flying solo. While he was often sought out as a study partner or to tutor a struggling friend, he was looked upon as being a bit behind in other aspects of life. He knew it had to do with his size and appearance. Standing 5 feet 1 inch and weighing in at 133 pounds, Kendall was hardly a physical specimen. His long brown hair with natural highlights and youthful facial features didn't help either. Even though his 20s, most people assumed that he was 15 or 16, and many still took him at first glance for a girl. In college, his best friend Robbie Moose Garrett towered over him at 6 feet 5 inches and 235 pounds, and whenever they were seen together, they would draw a laugh or at least a smile. One of the things that helped Kendall to get by in life was his attitude and sense of humor. He had inherited these from his mother, Gloria. She was a caring and nurturing person who helped Kendall maintain his perspective on life and took interest in all his activities. She saw the positive side of every situation and always had a smile on her face. Kendall excelled in science, but also enjoyed being in the choir and participating in theatrics. He earned parts in the fall and spring plays every year and loved being an actor, and his mother was there to support and encourage him with every step he took. Kendall's father Devin was a somber and driven man with a dry sense of humor who was much closer to older brother Garrison. He was an attorney who took everything in life seriously. While he supported Kendall in his academics, he generally viewed Kendall's other interests as frivolous and non-value added. By comparison, Garrison had been the high school football hero, finished his college football career and attended law school. He joined his dad's law firm upon graduation. Although he shared much of his father's drive and personality, he was very supportive of his little brother. He was there in the front row for every play or choral concert with their mother by his side, whereas Dad was often too busy with work to attend. One of the big things in Kendall's life that held him close to his friends was his ability as an actor, a singer, and his willingness to take on any part. This first came to the forefront in 8th grade and in many ways set the tone for his future, although it would take many years for the whole story to play out. It began simply enough with the junior high fall class play. It was titled A Castle Far and featured 7 princess parts, 2 of them as lead parts. On a dare from some friends, Kendall tried out for the part of a princess. While others teased him about it, he took it as a personal challenge, and his teacher, Mrs. Barron, having heard of the dare, was more than willing to give him a fair shot at the part. During the tryout, it was not only clear how good an actor he was, but also that he had a better voice than any of the girls who tried to sing the part. His voice had yet to change, and he had a lovely high-range alto singing voice and could easily slip into the lower soprano register if the song demanded. In the end, he was given the part of Patrice the Rose Princess, but warned by his teacher, "Now that you've got the part, you'll have to be willing to wear the costumes. I think I'll send them home with you today and see how your parents react. You'll have to let me know by Friday if I need to make a change." Walking home, Kendall had time to think about how to explain this to his parents. He figured his mother would accept it, but was sure his father would see it differently. He was ready to reconsider his decision except for 2 things. First, he found the opportunity exciting, not just challenging, but exciting in a way that was totally new to him. And second, while he was walking, Miranda McKinney came up to walk beside him. She was only the prettiest girl in school and Kendall had barely ever talked with her before. "Kendall, I think it's great what you're doing." Miranda's voice taking him a bit by surprise. I think you're a better actress than any of the other girls who tried out, and for sure a much better singer." All the girls agreed on that. "I think they're waiting to see if you have the courage to wear the costumes, but I know you can do it, and I got the part of the Alea, the Primrose Princess, so we'll be acting together. We'll be the prettiest princesses in the show." At first, he didn't know what to think. But then as she turned to walk down her street, she hesitated and kissed him on the cheek. "Bye, princess. I'll see you in the morning. We can walk to school together." Kendall walked the rest of the way home with his head in the clouds. When he walked in the door, he didn't hear his mother say hello until the third time she called, "Earth to Kendall, Earth to Kendall. You can come down from orbit now." Regaining his composure, he said hi to his mother and dashed off to his bedroom, not yet ready to let her see the costumes he had carried in with him. He quickly hung them in the closet and was changing from his school clothes into jeans and a t-shirt when he noticed his mother standing in the doorway. "Hey, don't I get even a little bit of privacy here? I'm trying to change." But his mother knew something was up and pressed onward. "Oh, I suppose I could give you a little privacy, but as soon as you're dressed you can come talk to me about what's going on. You floated in the door and would have drifted on up to your room if I hadn't called you back to Earth. From the twinkle in your eyes and the crooked little smile, I can only assume it's about a girl. So, when you get dressed, come on down and tell me all about her. I'll fix some hot chocolate and set out a few brownies I made today. We'll have a little mother-son talk." Kendall made his way into the kitchen just as his mother was pouring out 2 steaming cups of chocolate. On a plate in the middle of the table was a small pile of her world-famous butterscotch brownies. He sat in one chair as his mother pulled up a chair alongside of him. It feels better to sit side by side for this kind of talk rather than across from each other. I always dreamed of having a daughter to have this talk with, but I think it will be just as good with my son. Now get yourself a brownie and tell me all about this girl who's stolen your heart." Taking a bite of his brownie, Kendall blushed furiously as his mother teased him. "Oh, Mom, give me a break. She didn't steal my heart, she's just a friend." Gloria Baxter knew she was pushing a bit too hard, but this was exciting. Her little boy's first girlfriend. She was just giddy. "Okay, so she's just a friend, but why haven't I heard you talk about her before? You talk about your other friends all the time, and none of them have ever made you so zoned out. So, tell me all about her." Kendall started slowly, but sooner than he planned, it all came pouring out. "Her name is Miranda, and she's really cute. We've only ever talked a few times. She usually hangs with a different crowd, but today we walked home together, well, almost all the way home till she turned up Birch Drive where she lives. But we talked all the way, and she was really nice." Gloria watched her son's face come to life as he talked. She was sure there was more to tell, but she allowed him his own pace. "So, what was different about today? If she lives so close, why haven't you walked together before?" The excitement was building as Kendall continued. "It's not like she's stuck up or anything, but Miranda just has a different group of friends. She's only the prettiest, most popular girl in school. She's always got a ton of friends hanging around. But today, she went out of her way to walk with me. And we talked and walked, and when she turned to go home, she kissed me, right there on the cheek." He pointed, "The prettiest girl in school, and she kissed me." Wow. Okay, it was out. He'd said it. But he was so filled with the pure joy of it, he had to tell somebody, and his mother was there. Besides, if he told any of his friends, they wouldn't believe him, or think it was gross. But it wasn't. Not at all. It was wonderful. Gloria was amazed. Kendall had never before shown any interest in the girls at school. Yes, he had a few friends who were girls, but never anything like this. The prettiest girl in school not only walks home with him, but kisses him? Wow, indeed. Kendall sat there still blushing as Gloria questioned him further. "So, I have a little Prince Charming on my hands. What do you suppose brought this about?" When Kendall answered, it wasn't what she expected. "Not a prince, a princess. That's what we talked about the most. We both get to be princesses." That stopped his mother in her tracks. Had she heard him correctly? Princess? They both get to be princesses? What was this all about? Okay, let's stop right there. What's this about being a princess? She gets to be a princess, okay, I understand that, but you a princess? Don't you think you'd better explain that? He knew it was coming and he was worried about how to approach it, but now it was out there and all he had to do was explain it. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Kendall told the story. It all started with the play. This year's fall play has lots of parts for girls and not so many for boys. And they needed girls who could sing as well. When some of the guys dared me to try out for a girl's part, I took the dare, and I got the part. So now, I'm one of the leads in the play. Only 2 of the princesses get to sing and Miranda got the other part. So now we're going to be princesses together, and she walked home with me, and she likes me. And, she kissed me. Okay, I understand, she kissed you. The prettiest girl in school kissed you. But why do you suppose today was the day? She didn't push you to try out for the princess role, did she? Is she going to use this to embarrass you? I hate to say it, but some girls are like that. Gloria chose her words carefully, not wanting to hurt her son, but still trying to protect him. Girls can be very cruel, especially when they use one boy and embarrass him to impress others. I just want to make sure my baby doesn't get hurt. Kendall wrinkled at his mother's last statement. Mom, I'm not a baby anymore. And I know Miranda wouldn't do that to me. She didn't push me into this role, it was Doug and Mike and some of the other guys. They all know I've acted in class plays before, and when Ms. Barron couldn't get many girls to try out for the singing parts they dared me to do it. I wasn't going to let them get the best of me, so I did it, and I got the part. And that's when Miranda came and walked with me and talked with me, and she kissed me. She wouldn't do that unless she was really happy for me and really liked me. Besides, she said she can't wait to see me in the costumes. I want to try them on tonight to see how I look, 'cause Ms. Barron said if I was embarrassed when I put them on, she'd let me back out. Gloria stopped her son again. Costumes? You've brought costumes home with you? When did that happen and where are they? Is that what you were carrying when you dashed up to your room? Where are they? I hope you didn't just throw in your room somewhere. Now it was time for Kendall to be embarrassed. No, I didn't just throw them someplace. I hung them in the closet. There are 3 costumes for the play, and Mrs. Barron sent them with me to try. I didn't want you to see them until I tried them on myself, just to see if I could do it. Guess I missed my chance, huh? Now his mother smiled. Well, I guess you must be serious about this. You really brought the costumes home to try on? Okay, no time like the present. Let's do this before your father gets home, because I know he's not going to like this. Maybe we can get it sorted out one way or the other before he must know. That way if you decide not, he'll never find out, and if you decide yes, we'll have to figure out a plan. Standing up and taking her son by the hand, Gloria led him upstairs to his bedroom. Come on, princess, no time like the present. Let's get a look at those costumes and see if you're willing to put them on. Up in the bedroom, Kendall pulled the clothing bag out of his closet and handed it to his mother. She hung it on the back of the door and slowly unzipped it. The costumes came spilling out. As piles of pink, white, and silver silk, satin, and lace came spilling out, Gloria oohed and awed while Kendall stepped back and watched. This was the moment of truth, and in the pit of his stomach there was turmoil. What had he gotten himself into? As Gloria pulled each piece of clothing out of the bag, she hung them from the 2 doors. Just look at these dresses. Oh my God, they're beautiful, absolutely fit for a princess. Look at this, not only the dresses but all the underthings, slips, crinolines and petticoats, they're all here. There's even a lace-up waist nipper, sort of like a smaller version of a corset. This is going to be so much fun. Kendall stood there in stunned silence. Not knowing what he had expected, he was sure this wasn't it. When Mrs. Barron had mentioned costumes, he assumed something a little less involved, not like these dresses and all the underclothes as well. Now he had to decide, could he really do it? Or would he have to give up and not do the part? Suddenly he was breaking out in a cold sweat and he sat down on his bed, totally overwhelmed by the choice to be made. Sensing his plight, Kendall's mother took the lead with a slow, steady hand. "Okay, sweetie, I understand how overwhelming this might be, but remember, you're the one who accepted the dare and tried out for the part. Now you need to decide, either you try on the costumes, or you go to school on tomorrow and tell your teacher that you've changed your mind. I know you're nervous, but why don't you give it a try? You know lots of actors have played female roles on stage and in the movies. Now, these may look like very girly dresses to you, but just try to think of them as costumes, nothing more. And I promise I won't laugh, and I will support whatever decision you make." With his mother standing there, Kendall stripped down to his jockey shorts and allowed her to slip the first of the dresses over his head and pull it into place. This first dress was a pink princess gown in every sense. It had a satin bodice that fit snugly, hugging Kendall's upper body, and then flared into a billowing tulle skirt for a perfect ball gown which ended just sweeping the floor. The gown was supported by layer after layer of crinolines and rustled with every move he made. Kendall stood there afraid to move. He felt like he was encased by the voluminous dress, feeling the weight of the heavy gown but also feeling the softness of the materials. As his mother turned him to face the mirror, he closed his eyes, not ready to see himself, afraid of the boy in a girl's dress waiting to face him. Finally, however, his mother coaxed him to open his eyes and confront the image in front of him. Gloria carefully picked her words as she urged her son to open his eyes. "Okay, sweetie, keeping your eyes closed isn't going to change anything. You need to look and see for yourself, but if you ask me, I think you look very cute and very sweet." Finally, slowly Kendall opened his eyes. He blinked once and then twice, and then just stood there just looking and feeling. It took him another minute before he could speak. "Is that me? How can it be? All I did was put on a dress, but I look so different and I feel so different." Stepping forward, Gloria reached out to hug her son. She could see the confusion on his face and wanted to reassure him. "Kendall, you're lovely. Sometimes it just happens that you see yourself in a whole new light. You have a thin, lithe frame and your facial features are soft, so all we do is add the dress, and presto, instant princess." Kendall just stood there, both admiring the reflection in the mirror and terrified by it. Slowly he reached up with one hand to feel the lace around the collar of the dress as it tickled his neck. Then he touched the satin that adorned the bodice and sleeves. And as he did, he felt a shiver down his spine, a response that didn't go unnoticed by his mother. In another few minutes, Kendall had removed the pink gown and replaced it with a shimmery silver dress that was a much more fitted style. He could feel the cool sensation as the material passed over his skin, falling into place. He looked at himself in the mirror, this time viewing himself more critically. His appearance was just as feminine but a bit less princess-like and maybe a bit more grown-up. But he found it just as exciting as was the first dress. Looking at his reaction, his mother decided to push things a bit further, maybe more than a bit, but it would certainly help him make his decision. While Kendall stood there admiring the silvery dress, his mother picked up the third dress. It was decidedly different from the other two. It was snow-white eyelet material with a flared skirt that would fall above the knees and be supported by a very full petticoat. There was also the lace-up waist snipper to assure a proper feminine figure. It was then that she decided on her next step. "Kendall, wait right here while I get a few things. This last dress calls for something special. Wait right here and let me see what I can find." And with that she headed out of the room. When Gloria returned, Kendall was standing there holding up the white dress, looking it over carefully. She carried an arm full of other things with her and laid them on his bed. In order for this dress to look right, you need to have all the proper undergarments, not just the waist nipper. "I found a few of my things that you can borrow. I think if you're really going to understand what being a princess is all about, being a girl that is, you really need to experience the whole process of dressing. So, bear with me, and we'll give it a try. If it gets to be too much, just say so, and we'll quit. But if you can get through it, I think you'll find your answer about playing the part." As Kendall stood there watching, his mother showed him what she had laid out on his bed. First, there was a pair of panties and a matching bra. Next was a pair of pantyhose which she laid next to the waist nipper that had been with the dress. This is what a girl needs to wear under this dress. I know it seems like a lot, but if you're going to do it, I think you need to do it right. And I want you to trust me. It's certainly not going to hurt you, and who knows, you might actually enjoy it. Over the next several minutes, Kendall was in a state of shock as his mother instructed him and helped him to get dressed, starting with the panties. I'll turn my back while you put them on. Then it was the waist nipper which she laced snugly but not overly tight, and the bra filling the cups with a few tissues, which made him blush bright red. Once she checked that he was okay, she helped him with the pantyhose. These are a bit tricky if you haven't worn them before. And finally, the dress. When she was done arranging the ruffled hem so that it hung just right, she turned him again to face the mirror. At first, he just stood there looking before he uttered a word, and then finally, "Is this okay? I look like a girl. Is this okay? I mean, I really look like a girl and I feel okay. The clothes feel a bit funny, but they feel okay and I'm not upset by how I look, so this doesn't mean there's something wrong with me, does it?" Gloria looked at her son and hugged him. "Honey, there's nothing wrong with you. You are absolutely adorable and that's what you're reacting to. Of course, it's okay. Girls' clothes do feel different than boys' clothes. The materials are softer and silkier and feel different when you put them on. Girls know this because they get to wear boy clothes all the time and get to experience both sides of the equation. Most boys never get to experience the feel of silky panties." This seemed to help relieve Kendall's embarrassment, and he turned back to face the mirror. "I'm surprised. I thought that I'd look like a guy in a dress, but I look just like one of the girls at school. Are you really sure this is okay?" "Kendall, I've no reason to lie about this. It really is okay if you're enjoying this. And if you are, we can go one step further. Then you could see what it really feels like to be a cute teenage girl. Here, come with me and I'll show you." And taking him by the hand, she led him down the hall to her bedroom. "Here, sit by my dressing table and I'll show you." Facing Kendall away from the mirror, she selected makeup to use on his already feminine face. Just a little foundation to even out your skin tone and a little blush on your cheeks. We'll use a little fine liner on your upper lid, some light blue and pink shadow and mascara to bring out your eyes even more. Finally, pink lip liner and frosty pink lipstick. Gloria stepped back for a minute admiring her work and then said, "Now let's see if we can do something quick with your hair." She brushed it back off his face, twisting and pinning it in a classic bun. She then pulled out a few strands at the temples and curled them, allowing them to hang down, framing his face. For a final touch, she added clip-on earrings, a crystal necklace and bracelet, and then surprised him with a spritz of perfume. While he sat there taking it all in, she rummaged through her closet and came out with a pair of white strappy heels. She slid them on his feet, fastened the straps, and then helped him to his feet so that he could turn and face the mirror. "Wow." It was all that he could say. "Wow, is this really me? I know it's me, but I look so different, I feel so different. I thought I might feel ashamed or embarrassed, but I feel great and I look so pretty. Now I really have to do the part. Wait until all those guys who dared me see this. Then the joke will be on them. Honey, no one will dare to laugh at you. You're beautiful. If I wasn't your mother, I swear I wouldn't recognize you." And Gloria hugged her son. "Recognize who?" The voice came from the doorway behind Kendall and his mother. They both looked to see Devin Baxter standing in the doorway to the bedroom. They both froze, and it was up to Kendall's father to break the silence. "Sorry, Gloria, I didn't realize that you had company. I had the chance to get out of the office early today and thought we'd go to dinner. How long's your guest staying? Where's Kendall? Does he want to join us? I thought we'd try that new seafood place in Old Town." Finally, Gloria was able to compose herself and respond while holding on to Kendall's shoulder. "Devin, I didn't expect you home so early. What a surprise." Kendall stopped to pick up a pattern from Mrs. Barron at school. "He'll be home in just a bit. Miranda here is in class with Kendall and they're working on the class play together. I volunteered to help with the costumes, and we were just doing a fitting. Why don't you relax and have a drink while we finish up? Devin didn't need to be asked twice. Nice to meet you, Miranda. I'll fix a couple of martinis. Gloria, come down and join me when you're done here. And he turned to leave. When Kendall's dad was headed down the stairs, Gloria took control. Okay, not a lot of time here. Get out of these clothes and put them in your closet for now. Jump in the shower and scrub yourself clean. Use plenty of soap to get the makeup off. Get dressed in the clothes you wore to school. Then head down the back steps, out the back door quietly, and come around and through the front door. Yell to me that you're home and be surprised to see your father. I'll provide the rest of the distraction. The plan worked perfectly. Gloria was just closing the door when Devin walked into the living room with the drinks. Bye, Miranda. I'll see you next week when we do the final fitting. And she turned to her husband. Oh, perfect. I can't tell you how much I need this. Cheers. And she raised her glass to him. A few minutes later, Kendall came in the front door. Mom, I'm home. I saw Miranda leaving. She really looked cute. And he walked into the living room. Dad, hey, you're home. You're never home early. What's up? And Gloria smiled at her son. She gave him a hug and whispered, Good job, just don't overplay it. Dinner at the seafood restaurant was amazing. Lobster bisque with garlic puffs, a tiny salad with crab meat, then steamed scallops and snow crab, and followed by creme brulee with fresh raspberries. It went well, up until the point where Kendall's father asked about the play. So, tell me about the fall play? I know how much you like acting, so I'm sure you got a big part. Are you the lead actor? Kendall just sat there, with a lump in his throat and his stomach churning, not knowing how to respond. Normally his father wouldn't even show any interest. If it wasn't sports or law, he wasn't interested. So why was today different? Fortunately, his mother realized he was struggling for an answer and stepped in to help. It's kind of a fantasy story, king and castle, knights and princesses. Not the kind of thing you like. You live in such a straightforward, all here and now, somber and serious world. No fantasy or fairy tales for you. And she winked at him to make sure he knew she was teasing. And that's just one of the many things I love about you. Somebody has to be taking care of business so the rest of us and have our dreams and fantasies. This helped to bring Kendall out of his trance, and he could finally find his voice. Mrs. Barron picked it for the fall play because it's easy to learn and there are lots of girl parts. It's easier to get the girls interested because most of the boys are playing sports. That made it easier for me to get a part as well. Devin smiled at his son's enthusiasm while he let Kendall finish explaining. Then he looked at him more seriously. You know, it's funny, but I ran into Hal Jeffers this afternoon. I stopped to get gas in the car, and he was there as well. Turns out he was in a bit of a mood. He just picked up his daughter Stacy from school and she was upset about not getting a part in the play. Said some boy got the girl's lead part instead of her. Can you imagine that? Then he tells me it was my son that took the part away from his daughter. Can you imagine how shocked I was to hear that? With tears forming in his eyes, Kendall looked across the table at his father. Dad, I'm sorry. I know how much you want me to be a sports star like Garrison, but that's not me. And besides, I only tried out for that part because the other kids dared me to, and I got it fair and square. None of the other girls who tried out could act and sing, and Mrs. Barron said I did both well. And then the tears really started to fall. At this point, Kendall's mother tried to step in to support her son but found out it wasn't necessary. Devin leaned back in his chair and smiled at both his wife and son. So, what you're telling me is that you were better than all the girls, not the other girls, right? And maybe there were some girls who got lead parts as well? And maybe that really wasn't Miranda up in the bedroom with your mother when I got home? And that you're going to do your best playing this part in the play and make both your mother and me proud of you? Is that what you're trying to say? The relief showed on Kendall's face. He hadn't realized it, assuming his mother would come up with something, but he had been dreading the moment when his father found out about the play. Now it was out in the open, his dad already knew, and if he had heard correctly, he was okay with it. He actually said, to make him proud. Kendall looked at his dad as if to make sure, and his dad was smiling. Kendall then turned to check with his mother and could tell from the look on her face that she was just as surprised as was he. Finally, it was Kendall's dad who brought everybody back together. "So, what? You thought I'd be upset? Well, I guess I can understand that. But I know how much you like the whole singing and acting routine, so what if this is stretching it more than just a little bit? Look at it as a challenge and I'm sure you can do it. Besides, I can tell how excited both of you are. Just make sure you know what you're getting yourself into." The next day was Thursday, and Kendall was anxious to get to school and tell Mrs. Barron that he was definitely going to keep the part in the play, but his mother held him back. "You don't need to give her an answer today, and I want you to think about it for a full day at school. You don't know who might already start teasing you, and that might make you change your mind. Besides, I want you to try on the costumes again tonight. Last night you were pretty excited, let's see if that's how you feel tonight. If everything's okay, you can let Mrs. Barron know tomorrow." So, Kendall headed off to school, still wishing he could give Mrs. Barron his answer today, but a little nervous about what his mother had said about other kids teasing him. He knew he could take the teasing, but was concerned about what the other kids actually thought, especially Miranda. What would she think today? It didn't take long for Kendall to get the answer to the question most filling his mind. He had only walked 2 blocks when he saw Miranda standing at the corner. A smile came to his face and his heart fluttered. She was standing there waiting for him. He tried to compose himself as he crossed the street, and just barely found his voice as he stepped up on the curb. "Hi, Miranda. How are you?" And that was all he could get out before she spoke. "Hi, Princess. How are you this morning?" And the questions flowed. "Did you tell your parents? Did they freak out? Did you try on the costumes? Were they cute? Were you cute? Did your mother see you? Did she help you get dressed? What did she say? Are you going to do it? I mean, still play the part? Well, don't just stand there, say something. I've got to know." Kendall was overwhelmed by the onslaught of questions and didn't know where to start with his answers, so he started with his mother finding out. He left out the details about telling his mother about the kiss and jumped to her walking into his bedroom wondering what he was carrying. It was only a slight departure from the truth, but he figured it would be better this way. He gave her an abbreviated version and ended up where they were now. "I've got to see what happens today, how much grief I get, how much teasing, and see if I change my mind, but I still plan to do it. I think it will be fun and challenging at the same time." Miranda grasped his hand and held it firmly. "I knew you'd do it. All those guys thought they were so smart challenging you, but I knew you'd do it. I've seen you in other plays and heard you sing in choir, so I knew you'd do it. And I wanted you to do it too, 'cause I want the play to be the best and none of those other girls can act or sing like you can." And she pulled his hand up in front of her and kissed him gently on the back of the hand. "I just knew you'd do it. I'm just glad those guys dared you, because I didn't know how to ask you." The rest of the day was quite predictable. There were 3 or 4 guys that insisted on teasing Kendall, but he let it slide. One of his friends who had put forth the dare, Doug, decided to push it too far and called him a sissy, but didn't realize he said it loud enough for not only Kendall and the other kids in the room to hear it, but also the teacher. He had to stand up and apologize and would be serving detention after school. That put an end to any further teasing. Kendall saw Mrs. Barron after lunch for choir and told her he was still interested in the part, but his mother wanted to discuss it again tonight. "That's fine, I understand her concern. You take tonight to decide and let me know tomorrow morning. If I have to replace you, I'll have the girls try out again during choir class." After school, Kendall walked home again with Miranda. Mostly they were quiet until Miranda asked, "Did the teasing bother you today?" "I think those guys were being jerks." Kendall thought for a minute before answering, "The teasing wasn't a big deal. I've just been trying to figure out how to tell my mom what I've decided. She said I couldn't decide until tonight. She wants to try the costumes on me again to make sure I won't freak out, but I won't, I just need to convince her. They parted ways when Miranda made the turn down her street. There was no kiss this time, just good luck wishes as she handed him a piece of paper. "It's my phone number. Call me later and let me know what happens." Kendall wasn't sure exactly what his mother had planned for this evening, but he guessed he would have to try on one or more of the costumes and that she might put makeup on him again. But once he walked in the front door, he didn't have long to wait. His mom was there in the living room waiting for him. "Kendall, are you ready for a big evening? I've planned something a little special to help you decide if you really want the part in the play and everything that goes with it. Now get upstairs and take a shower, then meet me in my bedroom. I've got everything ready in there." Kendall made quick work of his shower, feeling both excitement and some trepidation about what waited him. He remembered the soft feeling of the clothing from yesterday and the surprise when he saw his face made up. But deep in his brain, there was something that told him he was getting in over his head, doing something so totally wrong, yet something he so wanted to do. He fought this mixture of feeling and emotions as he made his way down the hall to his mother's bedroom. Walking into the bedroom, Kendall wore only his underwear and had a towel draped around his shoulders. His mother was there, arranging some things on the bed, and looked up to see him. "Okay, I hope you're ready for this. I decided that if you're really serious about playing a girl's part in the play, that you need to learn a bit more about what it means to be a girl. This afternoon and evening you will get to experience being a girl and see what it's like." When he looked down at the bed where his mother had been arranging things, what he saw was a big part of the surprise. There was laid out was a complete girl's outfit. There was a skirt and blouse and a full set of underthings, including panties and bra and tights and even shoes. Kendall looked up at her, the surprise clearly on his face. She looked back smiling. "I did a little shopping today. If you need to learn about being a girl, you can't wear the costumes all the time. Today, you can wear this outfit and see if you change your mind, or if you're still set on doing it. Either way, I'll support your decision." Over the next several minutes, Kendall's mother helped him into the clothes. First, the pink panties and matching bra with just enough padding to provide small breasts. Dark blue tights were pulled up his legs. Then came a jean skirt that flared slightly with a ruffled hem falling a few inches above his knees. This was followed by a pullover blouse, light blue with a pattern of small hearts on it. Once he was dressed, Gloria sat her son down at her dressing table and went to work on his hair and makeup. She applied light foundation and a hint of blush. On his eyes, she used a thin line on his upper lid and followed with blue and silver shadows. She finished his eyes with mascara on both his upper and lower lashes, causing his eye to appear even bigger than they were. She completed his look with soft pink lip coloring, adding a dab of gloss to make them shine. His nails were polished with matching pink, and Gloria warned him not to touch anything while they dried. Working on his hair, Gloria brushed it into a center part and brushing it straight down where it reached just past his jawline. She then brushed back a small section on each side and fastened these pieces at the back with a small clip. It was a very youthful style that was popular with teenaged girls, and it worked perfectly with Kendall's hair. Before she let him look in the mirror, Gloria placed a gold chain around his neck and added clip-on earrings with small gold hoops. On his wrists, she placed several bracelets and finally 3 rings on his fingers. As he stood and turned towards the mirror, Gloria misted him with a spray of a sweet floral fragrance. Filled with anticipation, Kendall closed his eyes as he turned to the mirror. He opened them slowly, taking in the vision of a young girl facing him. His breath escaped as he came to grips with this vision. It was him, only it wasn't him. He was cute, he was pretty, he was every bit a teen-aged girl. He was surprised, but then again, he wasn't. He had seen himself yesterday, but that was in the costume. Tonight was different. He looked like every other girl in school, and it was okay. He didn't know what to expect, but he didn't think his first reaction would be that it was okay. But that's how he felt. He looked like a girl and it was okay. Before he knew what was happening, Gloria had her new daughter downstairs in the living room practicing being a girl. "Kendall, you have so much to learn. How to stand, sit, walk, and move like a girl. How girls talk and relate to each other. It's much different than you might think. And if you're going to play a girl's part, you will need to be a natural at it. With that, she handed him a purse and showed him how to loop the strap over his shoulder and keep the bag by his side. Come on, we're going to be late. She opened the front door and walked him down the sidewalk to the car. A quick trip to the mall for a stress test, and then we're meeting you father and brother for dinner. They're looking forward to meeting their new daughter/sister. Gloria watched as Kendall sat in the front seat of the car next to her. He even remembered to tuck his skirt as he sat down and then to swing his legs in. She wasn't sure what to expect, but tonight was trial by fire. So far so good, sweetie. Just remember everything we talked about. If you make it through the night and still want to play the girl's part, I'm sure you'll be ready. Now let's see how much you enjoy your first night out. Kendall held his composure during the short drive to the mall and only got nervous when he stepped out of the car and they headed to the first store. It only took a short while for him to realize that no one was paying any special attention to him. He walked alongside his mother and listened to her talk. Tonight, we'll just look at things, but if you decide to play the part, we'll have to get you a few more outfits so you can get enough practice. From one end of the mall to the other, Kendall and his mother worked their way through several stores that cater to girls and the teens. They started with BB, then Rue 21, then No Style, Casual Girl, Sassy and Forever 21. They skipped the shoe stores, but Kendall felt his heart jump when his mother steered him into Victoria's Secret. In the end, he survived, but just barely, when his mother said, "If the rest of the evening goes as well as this did, we'll be back here this weekend to try things on and buy a few outfits." From the mall, Kendall and his mother were off to the restaurant to meet his father and brother, and again his heart skipped a few beats. What would they think? What would they say? While he felt good inside about what he was doing, was this pushing it a bit too far? Did he really want the part so bad that he was willing to go through all of this? Was it all necessary? His mother thought so, but he really needed to think it through. And this was what was filling his brain as they walked into Brimley's Steakhouse. As they walked across the restaurant to the table where his father and brother waited, Kendall's heart rate soared. His mother took him by the hand to make sure he was by her side and felt the cold sweat there. "Don't worry, Kendall, they're going to love you. They'll be surprised, probably shocked, but they'll get through it. All you need to do is be yourself and remember the lessons from this afternoon. You'll do fine." When they approached the table, Kendall slowed his pace, and then saw both his father and brother stand to welcome them. His father's face showed no reaction as he said good evening and held the chair for his wife. On the other hand, Garrison's face lit up and he came to hold the chair for Kendall. But before Kendall could sit, Garrison gave him a big hug saying, "I always wanted a sister. You're beautiful." As Kendall sat, he looked up at his father waiting for some kind of reaction. It took a long minute, but finally a smile broke across his father's face. Kendall decided to break the silence, returning the smile. "Hi Daddy, thank you for inviting me to dinner this evening. I hope that you're not disappointed by me in any way." That's all it took to get Devin to open up. "Kendall, I'm shocked. I didn't expect this at all. Your mother told me how good you looked, how cute you would be, but I didn't expect this at all. If I didn't know it was you, I wouldn't have any idea you aren't a teenaged girl. I have to admit it feels a little weird to see you sitting there like this, but I am so impressed, both by how you look and that you're willing to go this far just to prove you really want this part." The rest of the evening went well, with Kendall making sure to put his quick course in being a girl to use. Where he would have normally ordered a large steak and French fries, he now ordered a smaller steak with a salad and vegetables. He ate more slowly, taking smaller bites and taking time to chew and taste the food. By the time dinner was over, Kendall was over his nervousness and quite comfortable. So much so that as they prepared to leave the table, he moved to his father's side before he could stand. When Devin turned to look at the son, Kendall leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, Daddy, dinner was great and I'm so happy you approve of me." As Garrison watched what happened, he broke out in laughter. Gloria audibly gasped, waiting for her husband to respond. For his part, Devin was totally shocked. First, he pulled back as if he had been hit, but then the reality took hold and he blushed furiously. He was embarrassed by his own reaction and it took him another minute to recover, but when he did, he reached out and hugged Kendall tightly. Having survived the evening, Kendall rode home with his mother while his dad drove his own car, and Garrison drove off to his own apartment. Gloria was thrilled with how the evening had gone and shared this with Kendall. It's going to be so much fun to have a girl around the house. And for Kendall, he couldn't wait to get home and call Miranda. Calling Miranda was a big event for Kendall. It was the first time a girl had given him her number to call, and he was bursting at the seams to tell her all about his afternoon and evening. When he got her on the phone, she was as excited as was he, and they both started talking at once. Eventually, they managed to have a conversation filled with question after question from Miranda and Kendall trying to share everything that had happened. And before they knew it, both their mothers were calling them to get ready for bed. And the challenge for Kendall was above and beyond the usual, as not only did he have to change clothes, but he had to clean away the makeup. Kendall was just leaving the bathroom after scrubbing his face and almost bumped into his father. He stopped in his tracks, not expecting his father to be there. "Kendall, can we talk for a few minutes?" It was more of a statement than a question as Devin followed his son into the bedroom. Kendall sat on the end of his bed, while his father stood nearby looking down at him. "Kendall, I want to be sure you know what you're getting yourself into. I saw the way you acted tonight, and how you were dressed, and if I didn't know better, I wouldn't have thought you to be anything but a teenaged girl. But I expect your mother pushed you more than a bit to do this. If you're serious about playing this part in the play, you can probably expect more from her. I know she's just trying to help, but I think she's getting a thrill out of this as well. I just want to make sure you're doing this for the right reasons." Kendall took his time to make sure his answer came out as he wanted. "Dad, I know Mom had fun today helping me dress and taking me to the mall and especially dinner. But she did it for all the right reasons as well. She made me see there's a lot more to playing the part than putting on the costume, saying the lines and singing the songs. Those things are all important, but I have to act like a girl as well. I don't want people seeing a boy in a girl's costume. I want them to see the princess and not have it matter who's playing the part. That's what Mom was showing me today, and I understand. I want to play the part, and I want to do the best job I can. So, I'm okay with all of this, and I want you to be okay with it too." When Kendall finished, he looked up at his dad and saw him smiling. "I'm okay with it, and don't you worry, I'm sure you'll do a great job. And I'm sure I can adjust to having a daughter around the house for a while." Early on Friday morning, Kendall met Miranda as planned to walk to school. He needed to let Mrs. Barron know he was keeping the part and he would promise her to do his best. Also, he wanted Miranda to be there, so she could tell Mrs. Barron she supported Kendall and looked forward to doing the play with him. And so it went when they arrived. While Mrs. Barron expressed some surprise, she accepted his answer without trying to persuade him otherwise. "I knew you were serious about this, but I was a bit concerned about your parents allowing you to do this. I even thought about giving them a call but decided to see how it went today and what your decision was going to be. I do want you to understand, I expect your best effort and not make you or your classmates the laughingstock of the town. If you can assure me of that, we're ready to move forward." It was during fourth period choir practice when Mrs. Barron made the announcement to the class. There were a few snickers from a couple boys, but that was the limit of the response. She had feared some of the girls might react negatively, but it didn't happen. "Okay then, we're ready to start practice. We'll work on the songs as part of choir each day and we'll schedule play practice after school 3 days a week. It's 8 weeks until the play and that might seem like a long time, but it will go by quickly." On the way home from school, Kendall finally got to tell Miranda about his mother's idea about girl training. "I'm sure it will help, but I just hope she doesn't overdo it. I think she likes the idea of having a daughter for a while, and I'm not quite sure I'm up to that." Miranda laughed about Kendall's worries. "I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure she has your best interest at heart. You just need to play along. And look how much practice you'll get being her little princess." And you can always ask me along on the shopping trips just to help you survive the experience. I'd love to pick out a few things for you to wear. Now, when do I get to meet Kendall the girl? If we're to be princesses together, I think I should get to meet my co-star. Kendall took it all in stride, having already decided he would go along with his mother's girl training, and if he could include Miranda it would be wonderful. Mom said something about shopping tomorrow already, so I'm going to ask her if you can join us. If she says no, I'll throw a fit until she agrees. She might as well get used to a daughter with an attitude. They stopped at the corner where Miranda turned to head to her house. This time, Kendall took the initiative, hugged her saying, "Thanks for all the support." But again, it was Miranda who got in the last word. "No problem, I'll be there for you." And she leaned forward and kissed him, this time not on the cheek, but right on the lips. Then she turned and headed home. Once again, Kendall floated into the house, but this time his mother was certain she knew why. "Walked home with Miranda, didn't you?" To which he nodded in agreement. "She kissed you again, didn't she?" And when he blushed a furious red, she knew for sure. But this time, Kendall fought through his elation and embarrassment. He dropped his books on the dining room table and turned to face his mother. "She really likes me, and I like her. It's not like we're dating or anything, we're just good friends. She was there this morning standing by me when I talked to Mrs. Barron." She even added words of approval that weren't lost on Mrs. Barron. She thought it was great that I had Miranda's support, especially since she is a leader in the school and a lot of guys and girls follow her. Gloria listened carefully but offered words of warning. "Just remember, she's the first girl who has kissed you, but you can't give your heart away over a few kisses. I don't want you broken-hearted later." Kendall was okay with his mother's comments. He had already had the same thoughts but was sure that Miranda would not break his heart. She was a great friend, and at that moment it was all he wanted. If things changed later, he was okay with that as well. He was still deep in thought, rattling this around in his head, and almost missed what his mother was saying, but he did catch it. "So, are you ready for some serious shopping tomorrow?" "I meant what I said about girl training. There are many lessons for you to learn." Kendall was smiling from ear to ear when he answered, and before he spoke, Gloria knew he was up to something. "I guess I'm ready for it. It should be easier this time since we walked through the mall already. But I also kind of promised Miranda she could go with us. I hope you don't mind. I think she'll be a big help. She wears the cutest things to school. She can help me pick some things out. If I'm going to do this, I want to look like the other girls my age. I mean, you picked out a nice outfit for last night, but I think her input will be good." And he waited for her response. Gloria chuckled to herself, wondering where this was heading and whether she had got herself too deep into this little project. She was looking forward to having a daughter around the house, even though it would only be part-time for the girl training, but she had expected at least a bit of resistance. Kendall seemed to be diving in head first, and she might have trouble keeping up with him. She was sure it was the combination of his real desire to master the role of a princess, but was also sure that 2 kisses from Miranda played a big role in his enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Gloria addressed the question about Miranda. "I think it would be fun having Miranda go shopping with us. I think you're going to be more nervous than you expect. Walking through the mall is one thing, but picking out outfits and trying them on is a whole different story. But I think I had better speak with her mother about this. She may have different thoughts about her daughter shopping for girls' clothing with a boy and his mother. Even if she does know about the play, this is way above what she might expect." So later that evening, Gloria spoke with Miranda's mother, Sue McKinney, about the shopping. She was surprised that Sue knew all about it. Apparently, Miranda had been keeping her informed ever since the original audition. "I think my daughter is a bit taken with your son. She's had a lot of boys paying attention to her, but Kendall is the first one who has caught her attention. She can't stop talking about how cute he is, and what a talented actor and singer. I guess I don't have a problem with her going on this shopping adventure, but would you mind if I tagged along as well? She has a tendency to get a little carried away, but if I'm there I'm sure she'll show restraint." On Saturday morning, two mothers and their daughters were off to the mall. Kendall was wearing the only outfit he had and couldn't wait to see how Miranda reacted. He rode with his mother to the mall and met Miranda and her mother near the food court. The surprise was obvious. Miranda stepped back to look, then ran forward to hug her friend. Her mother stood by, fighting to find her voice. She introduced herself to Gloria and then turned to where Kendall stood next to her daughter. "I never would have guessed. It's amazing. And here I was worrying he might look like a boy in a dress. Just amazing." After a few more minutes of discussion, the group was off for the day's shopping. As they walked the length of the mall, they would periodically stop to window shop. Gloria listened carefully to what Kendall and Miranda had to say and filed that information away for later. But for now, she had a plan about how and where to start. As they approached the end of the mall, the group slowed as they passed Victoria's Secret and Kendall's heart rate jumped. But fortunately, his mother led them past that store and into Macy's. "You're way too young to be thinking about lingerie like that. We're going to start with underclothes, but they are going to be more practical and age-appropriate." As they entered Macy's, Gloria led them to the girls' department and over to tables filled with bras and panties. She started by showing Kendall several different styles of panties and bras and talking about colors and materials. She suggested cotton panties in boy-cut style, for obvious reasons, but picked all pastel colors in pink, yellow, and lavender. Then they moved on to selecting matching bras. Gloria selected 3 training bras, explaining to Kendall that these were for girls like her that had not yet developed, but then also chose 3 bras with a little padding like the one he was now wearing. "These will give you an A cup, just right for a girl your age." Kendall stood by and watched as his mother made the selections, with Miranda and her mother adding their approval. Miranda kept suggesting silkier materials, but her mother disagreed. These are her first panties and bras and she needs the basics. Maybe if she ends up wearing them longer, she'll get something fancier. This really made Kendall blush. What did she mean? Wear them longer? This was just for his girl training, and he didn't understand why his mother had bought 6 sets. Then, just when he thought it was over, his mother picked up a silky light blue set with matching lace trim. Even a young girl needs one fancy set. And then set off to pay for the purchases. Miranda tried to calm her friend down a bit. "Don't worry, the worst is over. At least you didn't have to get measured for a bra. My mother made me do that last time we went shopping and I thought I would die from embarrassment. I had to take my blouse off so the sales lady could wrap the tape measure around me. She told me it was better to have that first experience while I was young." The words of encouragement from Miranda didn't last long as the group moved further into the girls' department. It didn't take long for Gloria to start picking up skirts, blouses and dresses, asking Kendall what he liked and what he didn't. Miranda and her mother quickly got into the swing of things, making comments and even suggesting a few outfits. Suddenly, Gloria decided they had enough to choose from and, taking Kendall by the hand, led him to the dressing rooms. For the next 30 minutes, Kendall tried on 6 different outfits. Each time he changed, he had to come out into the common area and let the group comment and decide. Several times, there were other women and girls there as well, but although they might look, no one paid any special attention or commented. In the end, only one outfit was selected. It was a simple cotton dress in dark blue trimmed with lighter blue eyelet material. It had cap sleeves and a straight neckline. The skirt ended just above his knees. Everyone agreed the dress looked great on him and he could not disagree. While he stood there looking at his reflection in the mirror, he saw his mother wipe a tear from her eye. When he turned to ask her what was wrong, she wiped away yet another tear. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I just never thought I'd have the experience of buying the first dress for my daughter." Over the next few hours, the group worked through the mall. At Rue 21, they found a skirt and blouse. A casual girl, they added another skirt and a sweater, and then made their way to Sassy, where Kendall acquired 2 more skirts and tops and was surprised with a pair of jeans. Miranda wasn't surprised though. Girls wear jeans more than skirts. You need to learn about that as well. The next few stops yielded 3 pairs of shoes, including a pair with small heels that Gloria insisted were needed with the dress. Besides, no princess would ever be without heels. They also acquired several pieces of jewelry including necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and rings. Miranda suggested getting Kendall's ears pierced but was just teasing. The final stop before leaving the mall was at Lush Cosmetics. As a surprise, Gloria paid for both Kendall and Miranda to have a makeover. Girls your age don't need to wear a lot of makeup, but you need to learn what works for you and what doesn't. Besides, having your makeup done for you is always fun and relaxing. I think you two could use a bit of pampering. An hour later, they left Lush, with each girl carrying a personalized selection of makeup. As they prepared to leave the mall at 6:30, Gloria decided it was time for dinner, and Sue agreed. So instead of heading home, they made their way to the Cheesecake Factory. By now, Kendall was very comfortable being in public, especially with the makeover, so he didn't sweat entering the restaurant. This lasted until the group had been seated and Miranda decided she needed to use the restroom. She grabbed Kendall's hand to go with her. "Come on, this is how girls do it. Believe me, you're not going to see anything, and no one will pay any attention to you." Gloria and Sue looked at each other, neither of them having anticipated this problem, but nodding their approval. They watched as the two girls made their way across the restaurant and disappeared down the hall to the restrooms. Both of them more than a bit nervous, and neither wanting to speak. Finally, Sue broke the silence. "Don't worry, she's in good hands. Miranda will look out for her, and no one will see anything other than two young girls." Both mothers were relieved when Kendall and Miranda returned to the table, the two of them giggling. Sue was first to react, asking Miranda what was so funny. "She's too funny." She was all nervous the whole way there, but by the time we were done she was standing there checking her makeup in the mirror. "She's such a girly girl." Everyone relaxed and enjoyed dinner with no further incidents. And they were soon on their way home. As they parted heading to their own cars, Kendall and Miranda hugged and Kendall thanked her for being there to help. Miranda smiled and responded, "No problem. I've got to help out my new best girlfriend." When they arrived home, Kendall and his mother were met by Devin. "I wasn't sure when to expect you, so Garrison and I had dinner downtown." Then he noticed Kendall and lost his voice, stumbling to find words. "Oh my, look at you. Do I know you? Are you okay? I mean the makeup and all? This is really going to take some getting used to for me. I guess it's going to take some effort to get used to my new daughter." It took another few minutes for Devin to adjust, and then Gloria had him carry all of the bags in from the car. On the third trip, carrying the last few bags, he stacked them in the living room. "Ouch, I feel a sharp pain in my credit card." "Just how much did you buy?" Kendall started to feel bad, but his mother stepped in. "A teen-aged girl needs to have enough clothes to keep her in style. And remember, we were starting out with nothing. I'm not going to have my daughter disappointed. She's got a lot to learn and she needs to look presentable. Would you rather I took her to the thrift store and bought 2-year-old second-hand clothes? I thought you had more respect for her than that." Devin took 2 steps back and his mouth fell open. He had not been prepared for that outburst. While he still didn't buy into the whole girl training idea, he knew when to shut up. It took another few minutes before he could try to speak again. "I really am sorry, but I guess I was just not prepared for this. Give me a little credit though. I've had a son for the past 12 years and now at least for a while I have a daughter." Finally, things settled and Gloria took control, getting a dig in along the way. "Come on, Kendall. I'll help you get your new things put away. It doesn't look like your father is interested in seeing them right now. He'll just have to wait to see your new dress when he takes us to church tomorrow." This time, neither Kendall or his dad was ready for this. They exchanged a look with each other and then with Gloria. She didn't let it bother her for a minute. "I'm not about to let my daughter hide away in the house. If this whole project is going to work, she needs as many different experiences as she can have. All week long she'll have to be in school, so that leaves evenings and weekends. And tomorrow will be just another situation for her to experience. It will help to build her confidence and your acceptance. Kendall and his mother spent the next hour putting away his new clothes. Making room in the closet took a while, and they had to clean out a drawer in his dresser for bras and panties. Once they had it all put away, Gloria took one more package and handed it to Kendall. He didn't remember this one but took it and opened it to see what was inside. What he pulled out was a frilly baby doll nightgown and matching panties. He held them up, totally surprised and not able to say anything. "I bought them at Macy's. You were taking your time in the dressing room and I saw them on a mannequin. I snuck over and found your size. I hope you like them. I wanted to have something special to give you, from mother to daughter. I know I'm overreacting to all of this, but I never thought I'd have a daughter to spoil. And I want you to have all the experiences you can. I hope you're okay with it all. If not, just let me know and I'll back off." Kendall looked at the nightgown and then at his mother. "I guess I'll wear it, just for you, but I don't think I'm ready for Dad to see me. Help me clean off the makeup and let me go tell him good night. Then I'll change into the nightgown for you." Gloria went and retrieved some makeup remover from her room while Kendall changed into pajamas. When she returned, she brushed Kendall's hair back and fastened it in a ponytail. "It will make this job easier. I want to make sure I get all the makeup off so it doesn't smear on your face later." Once she'd removed everything with the cleansing pads, Kendall washed his face with soap and water. Gloria then produced some moisturizer. "It keeps your skin from drying out." Kendall went downstairs to tell his dad good night while Gloria put her things away. Returning to his room, Kendall changed from the pajamas into the nightgown. The panties fit snugly around his waist but with the legs extending halfway down his thighs. Then when he slipped the baby doll over his head, it rested on his shoulders and chest with the hem falling precisely in line with the hem of the panties. He was standing in front of the mirror, looking at his reflection and trying to sort out his emotions when his mother returned. When Gloria returned to Kendall's room, she saw him standing there. "Are you okay? If you don't like it, you can change into your pajamas. I won't be upset." Kendall turned and smiled and then moved to give her a hug. "It's okay. I like it, but I'm afraid I like it too much. I know I got myself into this whole situation when I tried out for the girls' part in the play, but I'm still a boy and I shouldn't be enjoying this, especially as much as I am. I was nervous today, but I had a really great time. And wearing the clothes and the makeup doesn't bother me. I look in the mirror and only see a girl. Even now with the nightgown on and my hair in a ponytail, with no makeup, I look like a girl. But even worse, or maybe better, I feel like a girl. At least I feel like what I think a girl would." Gloria sat down on the bed and pulled Kendall to sit next to her. "Kendall, I can't say that I understand all of your feelings, but it's all okay. Playing a princess in the play or going shopping with me as a girl doesn't make you any less a boy. I'll admit I'm surprised to hear you say it, but I could see it in your eyes all day today. I knew you were nervous, but you never panicked, and I could tell you were having fun. I watched the way you interacted with Miranda and how you picked up and mimicked her movements. And never once did you appear to be self-conscious. I'm very proud of you." Kendall sat there with his mother for another 30 minutes talking about the day, his feelings and his emotions. By the time the discussion was winding down, he asked his mother one last question. "Do you really want me to wear my new dress to church tomorrow? What do you think everyone will say?" Gloria didn't hesitate with her response. "Sweetie, the decision is up to you. I brought it up earlier to help put your father in his place. If you want to, I'll make sure you're just as cute as you were today, but if not, I understand. I've put you through a lot in the last few days. If you're not ready for this step, that's okay. As for what everyone will say, I think they'll just say, 'What a lovely young girl.' Or they won't say anything at all." Sunday morning found the Baxter family all suffering from a bad case of the nerves. Devin wore a blue suit and paced back and forth in the living room waiting. Gloria had selected a stylish red and white dress complemented with red heels and purse. And now, she was busy helping Kendall with makeup. She had just finished zipping up Kendall's dress after having helped with pantyhose and buckling the ankle strap on the kitten-heeled shoes. When Gloria entered the living room, she moved to her husband's side. "Are you ready for this?" she quizzed him, and when he nodded his head, she called Kendall downstairs. Kendall walked down the stairs. His steps were slow and carefully placed due to his uncertainty with the heels. The effect was to give him a refined and elegant motion that emphasized the femininity of a youthful girl descending the stairs. Both of his parents stood there totally amazed. Although Gloria had just seen him upstairs, she was speechless as she watched him move so delicately. And next to her stood Devin, equally amazed. Could this lovely young lady before him actually be his son? The ride to church was quiet, and they arrived just in time for the service, finding seats in the middle of the congregation gathered there. With the timing of their arrival, there was no chance for anyone to take notice or say anything, and the service passed without issue. It was only after the service when anyone approached them. The first person that stopped to talk was Mrs. Fisher, a neighbor from down the block. She greeted Gloria and Devin and then turned to face Kendall. "You look lovely, dear. I always thought you were too pretty to be running around in jeans and t-shirts." Before they could move further to exit the church, they were confronted by Stacy Jeffers and her parents. "Hi, Kendall," she said, her voice dripping sarcasm. "I really like your dress. Will you be wearing it to school anytime soon?" Then she turned to her parents. "Do you see him, Mom and Dad? This isn't a girl, it's Kendall Baxter, and he got the princess part in the play that I wanted. And now he's even wearing a dress to church." Stacy's parents stood there in total shock. Finally, her mother found her voice, and she spoke to Gloria and Devin. "Well, I must say, he sure is pretty. I can see he's an amazing actor as well, but is it right for him to be parading around in public dressed like a girl? And at church to top it off?" Then she grabbed her husband by the hand and dragged him away before he could say anything. They walked out of the church with Stacy close behind, still complaining about losing the part in the play. Several other people stopped by to say a quick hello, with no one saying anything or taking any special notice. Finally, on the front steps, they were greeted by Pastor Williams. "So, this is the amazing young actress I've heard about. Kendall, you look very cute today. Your teacher, Mrs. Barron, is my aunt, and she told me about you being selected for a lead role in the play. And I can see you've already started practicing for the part." After meeting with Pastor Williams, Kendall and his parents made their way from the church. While Kendall had settled down and handled everything quite well, both his mother and father were rather frazzled, especially his father. "I'm not sure I can handle this. I feel like I should be doing something to help protect you from what people will say and do, yet I have no idea what it is. My brain is muddled, and if it wasn't Sunday morning, I'd be finding myself a scotch to settle my nerves." Gloria stepped in to help settle things a bit, but she was much more rattled than she'd expected. "I'm worried about what Stacy Jeffers might say and do at school tomorrow. She can probably make your life difficult if you're not ready for it. And her parents aren't much better, but I don't think there's much they can do. I think we just need to keep our wits about us and get on with our day and not let them bother us." When Kendall looked at his parents, he smiled a bit at their situation. They were much more upset and worried than was he. "I'm not gonna let it bother me. I think Stacy's jealous because she couldn't sing. She's a good actress, but she just can't sing. Okay, let's get on with our day. Do we still get to go for brunch? I'm hungry." Monday morning at school went about like Kendall expected. He had walked with Miranda and told her all about the confrontation with Stacy, making it sound like no big deal. "She'll be telling tales to everybody who listens, some true and some lies. I'm not going to let them bother me." And sure enough, when they walked into school, there was Stacy surrounded by a group of other students. "Look, there he is, the boy who thinks he's a girl. He was awful pretty at church yesterday wearing his dress, not very pretty and mostly awful." Everyone laughed and many pointed, and a few called out names. Kendall and Miranda walked past the group without saying a word and headed to their lockers. There, taped to the front of his locker, was a picture of him standing on the steps at the church. It must have been taken by Stacy. In bold letters, written across the picture, it said, "Our boy Princess." As Kendall took the picture down, he heard a voice behind him, "Let me have that. I think I know who it belongs to." and he turned to see Mr. Hodges, the assistant principal, standing there. "I'll put an end to this quickly. I knew something like this might happen when Mrs. Barron told me about the play, but it will not be tolerated." With that said, the rest of the day went well. During choir, Kendall and Miranda got to sing their songs for the play for the first time. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. They would need to memorize the words so they felt more at ease singing. Then after school, there was the first play practice and everybody got to read their lines from the script. It was obvious there was a lot of work needed. The next few weeks at school followed the same pattern of choir and play practice, and it was surprising how quickly things improved. And on the days when there was no play practice, there was more girl training. On weekdays, if Kendall didn't have homework, he would dress in one of his outfits and his mother would have something new and different for him to learn and practice. The first several days, Kendall's mother worked with him on basic movements, sitting, standing and walking. Taking smaller steps and less arm swing, smoothing his skirt when sitting and keeping his knees together and learning to cross his legs without exposing his panties. There was a lot for him to absorb, and it took a lot of practice for the movement to become natural. Slowly but surely Kendall mastered these lessons, and when he did, his mother would make them more difficult. Just adding the pair of high heels made everything more difficult even though the heel was less than 2 inches. On the weekends, Gloria planned various outings for them. There were more visits to the mall and a few more purchases, including a pair of shoes with 3-inch heels. Gloria justified these, saying they would really help to learn feminine grace as he walked. Then, it only made sense to find a dress to go with the shoes. This time Gloria decided it would be a more formal dress that could be worn to a semi-formal dance or maybe a fancy party or reception. It took an entire afternoon and 6 stores before they found a dress she was satisfied with and that Kendall would accept. In the end, they chose a red satin dress with a bodice featuring a princess neckline which she thought was appropriate. The skirt flared from the waist and was supported by a single layer of netting. There were other outings that involved doing everyday things that a mother and daughter might do. They did errands going to the bank, post office or grocery store where she allowed Kendall to wear his jeans and a blouse. Kendall joined his mother at a flower show and even to a movie where they watched a current tearjerker of a movie during which he found himself tearing up, but enjoying the movie. They ate lunches and dinners at various restaurants where Kendall practiced his manners, even learning to order a salad rather than the burger he might otherwise get. During this time, Devin seemed to be keeping his distance whenever Kendall and his mother were in the training mode. It was not unusual for him to be late in the evenings, but now it seemed to follow a pattern. Gloria didn't say much, and Kendall just seemed to accept it. But it really hit home on a Saturday afternoon. Gloria had purchased tickets for her and Kendall to attend a fashion show. It was going to be a very formal affair. It had taken her a bit of work to convince Kendall to wear the red dress, but she had managed. But it was Devin's response to seeing them dressed that almost spoiled the day. Devin was sitting in his home office when Gloria and Kendall stopped in before leaving. While he knew they were attending a formal event, he was not ready for what he saw. Gloria came in first wearing a blue lace knee-length dress with matching shoes and her pearl jewelry. That didn't create an issue, but when Kendall walked in wearing the red dress and heels with another set of pearls, he almost lost it. Devin looked at his wife and son and shook his head. "You're both gorgeous, but I can't help but feel that I've lost my son. Will I ever see Kendall the boy again?" Kendall instantly burst out in tears and ran from the room. Gloria took a minute to scold her husband before going to find Kendall. She found him sitting in the living room wiping tears away with a tissue. She sat next to him, pulling him close. "Don't worry about him, it's his bullish male ego getting the best of him. He can be a real ass when he gets like that. Let me dry your tears and fix your makeup so our afternoon won't be ruined. We'll show him, we'll have a wonderful time, while he sits here wondering if either of us will ever speak to him again." As it turned out, Kendall and his mother did have a wonderful afternoon. Kendall had developed a refined interest in fashion through his mother's tutelage and enjoyed seeing the latest fashions and discussing them with his mother. They even struck up a conversation with another mother and daughter who sat next to them. When the formal runway part of the show ended, the the four of them moved together to the reception area where both the designers and models waited. For the next hour, they sampled fancy canapes and punch while meeting the designers and models. Kendall even received several compliments on his dress, which made him feel even better. By the time they left for home, he had pretty much forgotten the earlier issue with his father. When they arrived home, Devin was there waiting for them. It was obvious that he had been practicing his apology all afternoon. Gloria and Kendall listened and accepted them gracefully, which made him feel even worse. He was feeling like an ass, and they were not going to let him off the hook easy. Kendall made his way to his bedroom to change, but Gloria stayed back to speak her mind again. Gloria stood looking at her husband with fire in her eyes. "Do you have any idea what kind of damage you might have done? Kendall is making such an effort to prepare for this role and is giving me something I thought I would never have, a daughter, even if it's only for a little while. She is so worried about embarrassing you that she makes extra effort to be perfect every time you see her, and then you do something so stupid. How could you?" Devin mulled over several arguments in his mind but knew better than to express them. In the end, the best he could offer was, "I'm sorry, I'll find a way to make it up to him." This riled up Gloria even more. "You will definitely make it up to her," emphasizing the pronoun. "I'm not sure how just yet, but believe me, you'll have to work for it. Right now, I'm going to check on our daughter and you can have some time to think about it." It didn't take long for Kendall and his mother to come up with a plan. There were a few things that Kendall had been thinking about, and this would be a good time to push them. On Sunday morning after breakfast, which had been prepared by his father, Kendall confronted his father. "Daddy, I want to go to the mall today and Mother is too busy with another project at church. After the service today, could you take me shopping?" Devin knew that he was being taken advantage of, but he knew he had no way around it. But under the circumstances, things could be a lot worse, so he readily agreed. To anyone looking, it would be a father and daughter together at the mall. He was sure he would survive. After the church service wrapped up, Gloria bid Devin and Kendall goodbye and good luck with their shopping. "Pick me up around 3, my meeting should be done by then and I can't wait to see what you buy." An hour later, Devin was following Kendall through the mall. They stopped in several stores, but other than trying on a few outfits, which caused Devin minor heart palpitations, things were going well. But the next stop really shook him. Halfway down the mall, Kendall turned in Star Jewelers. Looking back at her father, she urged him to follow. "We need to stop here. Mother said I could get my ears pierced. I've been thinking about it for a while, and she said if you said okay I could get them done today. Please?" Again, Devin knew when he'd been had, so he agreed. After all, a lot of boys had their ears pierced nowadays, so it wasn't so bad. 30 minutes later they left the store with Kendall now having small gold studs in his ears. Additionally, Devin ending up paying for another pair of heart-shaped earrings. These he could wear in a few weeks when the new holes healed up. Devin thought that the day was winding down, but Kendall had one more surprise for him. This time Kendall steered him into Macy's and back to the girls' section. While Devin expected to be looking at more dresses, Kendall headed directly to the panties and bras. "I want to buy something pretty for the next time I wear my red dress." This really knocked Devin for a loop and he almost spoke up, but held back. This was Kendall's way to get even with him, and he knew Gloria was behind it as well. So, he stood there watching as Kendall looked through the offerings. Kendall was enjoying searching through the lace and satin and twice held up choices that he was sure would make his father turn pale, and it worked. Finally, he found a matching set of panties and bra in red to match the dress. They were silky with lace trim but not overdone. He held them up for inspection. "I think these are perfect, Daddy. What do you think?" They were finally back in the car heading to the church when Devin got up the nerve to speak. He had been trying all afternoon to sort things out in his mind, and now he needed a few answers. "Kendall, I need to ask you a few questions and I hope you'll give me honest answers. Are you really this wrapped up in being a girl just for the play, because it seems like things are a bit out of control? How much of this are you doing to appease your mother? I know she's having fun with you playing a daughter, but how much is she pushing you? Finally, Is there more to it than just playing the part in the play? You seem to be enjoying more than I could ever believe. Kendall listened carefully and thought about how to answer. He had to be honest yet didn't want to hurt his father. It all started with the play, and then Miranda and I became friends. Then Mom got involved and she was having so much fun, I couldn't disappoint her. But all along the way, I've been having fun and enjoying the experience. I think I found a part of me I didn't know was there. I mean, I'm still your son, but I'm your daughter as well. I don't completely understand it, but it makes me feel like a whole new person. Even the other kids at school treat me differently. At first, they teased me, but now when we rehearse for the play, they're all really nice about it. I know you're having a hard time understanding, but you've always been closer to Garrison because he's just like you. I guess I'm more like Mom and that's why I feel this way. I hope you don't mind. By the time they got back to the church, Gloria could see that something had changed. It looks like the two of you had fun this afternoon. I like the gold studs. You'll have to take good care so the holes heal up well. I can't wait to get home and see what else you bought. Did you let your father help you pick it out? And to her surprise, Kendall nodded and Devin smiled. When they arrived at home, Kendall gave his dad a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. Gloria was shocked when Devin not only returned the hug, but kissed Kendall on the cheek as well. Thank you, Daddy, I had a great time this afternoon. And he grabbed his mother by the hand, pulling her upstairs. Come on, you've got to see what I bought. Daddy already saw them once, so he doesn't need to see them again. By the time Gloria entered the bedroom, Kendall was holding up the bra and panties for her to see, and her shock continued. Your father approved you buying these? He actually looked at them in the store before you bought them? Did he blush as red as those panties? Once her questions were out of the way, she oohed and ahed at the set. They're so cute. I love the lace, and not impractical. They'll be perfect with your red dress. Kendall giggled at her questions and comments. I think by the time I picked these out, Daddy was numb. He almost freaked out when I got my ears pierced, and when I pulled him over to the panties and bras, I think he was looking for a place to hide. But I held them up and made him say he approved before I took them to the checkout. He gave me the money and let me pay. I don't think he could have managed that. Gloria hugged Kendall tight. I couldn't ask for a more special daughter. It seems like this adventure today changed things between you and your father. Do you want to tell me about it? Over the next hour, Gloria listened as Kendall explained everything that had occurred with father and daughter, then answered the same questions for her. I really enjoy being your daughter. It's like I found a part of me I never knew was there. At least for now, I don't want to give it up. As the weeks went by, things continued to improve for the whole family. Garrison came to dinner a few times and even took Kendall out to a local fair. They spent the afternoon there and enjoyed themselves immensely. While they were driving home, Garrison shared his feelings with Kendall. I've always thought it would be great to have a little sister, and I was right. Anytime you want to head out with your big brother, just let me know. Maybe next weekend we'll catch a movie or something. For Kendall, things now fell into a routine. 2 or 3 days a week, he would spend his evening with his mother learning girl skills. His first attempts at doing makeup was disastrous, but slowly he was getting the hang of it. As he got more proficient, his mother started looking for more skills to teach him. She even allowed Miranda to come over and help. This made a big improvement in refining Kendall's style. It took Gloria a while to think about it, but she finally decided what was needed and presented her idea to Kendall. You need to spend some time with more girls your age. Being around Miranda is a big help, but why don't we plan a party and invite the other girls who will be playing princesses? It will give you an opportunity to interact with them and make them more comfortable with you as well. Gloria's idea worked out perfectly. The next Saturday, 7 princesses got together for an afternoon party. She supplied snacks including a cake and ice cream, and the girls supplied the fun. They played a game of truth or dare, took turns doing hairstyles and applying makeup. In the end, they weren't ready when their parents started showing up and the party came to an end. But to a girl, they completely accepted Kendall without question. They all took turns hugging as they left and said they wanted to do it again soon. Things around the Baxter house settled into an easy pattern for the next few weeks. Kendall continued his girl training with the help of his mother and was quickly mastering the various skills. While his father wasn't there many of the evenings, he no longer expressed any open issues with Kendall's training under Gloria's tutelage. Occasionally, he would mentally question what was happening, but he knew better than to vocalize his concerns. He'd tell himself, only 2 more weeks and it'll all be over. So, with just 2 weeks remaining, it was time for costume fittings. Gloria knew there would have to be a few adjustments made for the dresses to fit Kendall perfectly, but also knew they were close since they had tried them on several weeks ago. She, along with the mothers of all the other princesses, met at the school to help with the fittings, offering to work as seamstress to make the final adjustments. She was a bit concerned about what the other mothers might have to say about Kendall playing the part, but by then it was old news, and they thought it was great. During these final weeks before the show, Kendall and Miranda seemed to be joined at the hip. Whenever you saw one, the other was not far away. It seemed inevitable when Kendall approached his mother. "Do you suppose Miranda could stay overnight this weekend? We want to practice our parts, but would like some time to just be together and goof around. We thought we could make popcorn and watch a movie, then stay up late telling stories." Gloria thought about it for a while, but finally gave in. "Let me talk to her mother and see if she agrees." She was off to the phone calling Sue McKinney, hoping she would agree. She thought it would be good for the two of them to spend some time together just being girls. Kendall had been working awful hard and could use some goof-off time. As it turned out, it didn't take too much convincing with Sue McKinney. "I think that's a great idea. As long as you've got an extra bed for her. I think the girls could use a little fun time together. But let me ask you something, would it be possible for Miranda to stay with you for a few days? Gary and I were thinking about a weekend trip to visit some old friends, and Miranda wasn't looking forward to tagging along. I mean, if it isn't too much trouble." So, it was decided, and Friday after school Kendall walked home with Miranda, stopping at her house to pick up a small suitcase and backpack. Then, after Miranda kissed her parents goodbye, she and Kendall walked to his house. Along the way, they plotted and planned for the weekend ahead. At some point, they wanted to hit the mall together. When they entered the house, Gloria was there waiting for them. She had Kendall show Miranda to the guest room, and then had the two of them meet her in the living room. "Okay girls, I could see the glint in your eyes when you walked in the house, so before you get carried away it's time to lay down some house rules. First, and I shouldn't have to say this, but no hanky-panky. Second, when we're done talking, Kendall can get changed into something more appropriate for a girls' weekend. Third, while I plan to leave most of the weekend activities up to the two of you, if you have any schoolwork, you will get it done before any other activities. Fourth, while you girls might decide to change clothes more than usual, you will do it in your own rooms. Fifth, and last, I want the two of you to have fun. As I said, I'll leave most activities up to you, so choose appropriately. Now Kendall, go change into something nice, while I talk a little more with Miranda. Come down when you're ready, and we'll go out for pizza tonight." While Kendall ran to his room to change, Gloria and Miranda chatted further. "Miranda, I want you to let me know if anything bothers you or if you're uncomfortable being around Kendall. He sometimes gets a little carried away when he's practicing being a girl. I know the two of you are very close, but I don't want you being in a situation that makes you feel bad in any way. Are you okay with that?" Miranda smiled. "Of course I'm okay with Kendall's girl practice. Sometimes, especially during play practice at school, he is much more a girl than boy. But I like him both ways, no matter what. I'm just looking forward to spending time with Kendall the girl, so thank you for letting me stay here this weekend. Don't worry, we'll behave, and still have a great time." It was only a few minutes later when Kendall returned wearing a jean skirt and a light blue blouse. He had chosen these socks and brown and white saddle shoes. His hair was pulled into a ponytail high on his head and tied with a blue ribbon. He had added just a bit of makeup to highlight his face and looked as much a teenaged girl as Miranda, who wore a brown skirt and beige blouse. Gloria gave him a quick once-over, adjusting his ponytail and wiping a makeup smudge from his cheek, and pronounced her ready to go. "Come on girls, pizza awaits up, and then maybe some quick shopping afterwards." Gloria watched in amazement as the two girls devoured the pepperoni pizza they ordered, amazed that it could disappear so quickly. As they drained the soda from their glasses, they were ready to get up and going while she was left to pay the bill. She found the two of them out on the sidewalk looking at the window displays in the jewelry store next to the pizza parlor. Gloria allowed them to look a minute order before urging them on. "Come on girls, that store is a bit too expensive for the jewelry you two wear. There are several more shops down the street, let's see what we can find." When they were done shopping, they had explored several more stores, tried on clothes, shoes, and even looked at bras and panties, but the only purchase was a video game for Kendall's system called Warrior Princess. They were both anxious to play the game, so they all headed back to the car and home. For the next 2 days, everything went according to plan: Kendall's plan, Miranda's plan, and Gloria's plan. There was plenty of time for Kendall and Miranda to just be best friends and do the things any two teenaged girls would be doing. They put together outfits, swapped and shared clothes, practiced with hairstyles and makeup, and generally goofed off. Gloria lost track of how many hours they spent playing the video game. But the best thing she saw was Kendall taking on all the subtle movements and grace of Miranda. When Sunday evening rolled around, every nuance of his movement and personality was girl. With the 2 weeks of school remaining before the play, and Mrs. Barron stepped up the schedule for rehearsals. The entire group practiced the songs during choir class, with Kendall and Miranda taking the lead. This part of the show was coming together well. It was the acting that seemed to be lagging behind. Mrs. Barron decided to step things up a bit and maybe inspire the cast. When the entire group met on Tuesday after school for practice, she made her announcement. "Starting this Thursday, we will be doing mini performances of the play during the lunch hours. Each day, I'll choose a scene needing work, and we'll do the performance on a little stage set up in the cafeteria. That way, you'll get to practice in front of an audience, and the rest of the students will get a preview of the play. Hopefully, it will inspire you to perform at your best, and inspire your fellow students to attend the play next weekend." At the end of the practice, Mrs. Barron asked all 7 of the princesses to stay for a few more minutes. "Girls, I know that most of you rarely wear skirts or dresses to school these days, but I think for these practices it might be a good idea. What better way to get in the princess mode than to wear something pretty? I think it will help all of you to get into the role, and I really want to see you excel at that. And who wants to see a princess wear jeans?" Before they all left the practice hall, Mrs. Barron approached Kendall. "Are you okay wearing a skirt for the practices in front of all the other students? I want to make this as easy on you as possible, but what I said should apply to you as well as the other girls. If you would like, you can bring a skirt and blouse to school with you and change in one of the dressing rooms backstage. I think it will help you feel more comfortable when the play starts and walking on stage in the costume for the first time." All the way home, Kendall was deep in thought about what to do. Could he do it? Was he ready to let everyone at school see him as a girl? Of course Miranda had seen him many times, and all of the girls playing a princess part had seen him, but was he ready for everyone else? He was sure he could do it for the play when everyone expected to see him in the costumes, but could he dress as a girl in front of all the other students? Because that's the only way he could see to do it. If he just slipped on a skirt and blouse at school, he'd look like a boy in a dress, and that would be worse than looking like a girl. For her part, Miranda walked quietly by Kendall's side. She knew what he was thinking, but didn't want to pressure him. If he asked, she would give her opinion, but not unless he asked. When they stopped at the corner where Miranda turned down her street, she lingered a minute, seeing the look in Kendall's eyes. "Are you okay? You're so lost in thought you haven't said a word since we left school." Kendall turned towards her, but hesitated a minute before he could ask, "Do you think I can do it?" "I think I can, I guess I know I can, but what would the kids say? Having them see me in the costumes for the play is easy, but going to school dressed as a girl is different. Miranda didn't hesitate. She nodded her head and hugged Kendall tightly. Yes, 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 you can do it. I think it's a wonderful idea. But what do you think your parents will say? Your mother will probably be okay, after she has a chance to think about it, but what about your dad? What do you think? Kendall actually laughed about thinking about his dad's reaction, after everything I've put him through already. I think he'll just shake his head and walk away. I don't think he has it in him to say anything else. He gave Miranda a hug, and this time, he kissed her. Thanks for all your support. I'll call you later and let you know. To say the least, Gloria was over the top when Kendall told her he wanted to go to school dressed as a girl. Are you sure? Is that what Mrs. Barron asked you to do? Oh my gosh, we've got to pick out an outfit. I didn't anticipate this. Do we need to go shopping? Kendall finally had to interrupt her non-stop questions. No, she didn't ask me to do this, she only wanted me to put on a skirt and blouse during the play practice. But I think it'll be better if I'm really dressed properly. I won't look like a boy in a dress, I'll look like a girl playing the part. And if the kids tease me, I won't let it bother me, they're going to do it anyhow, so better I get it out of the way. Kendall could see that his mother was excited, but he saw something else as well. If you're worried, you can always give Mrs. Barron a call. She's told me all along that if there were any problems, she had it covered with Mr. Hodges. He took care of the teasing the first time, so I think he'll be able to help again if I need it. Gloria finally gave her approval. I'll call Mrs. Barron in the morning to make sure she knows what to expect. I'd rather have her prepared rather than surprised. Once Kendall had his mother's approval, he was off to the phone to call Miranda. It's all set. I think my mother's more excited than I am. I think she's already in my room picking out an outfit. I'm going to let her choose unless she picks something way over the top. I hope she picks my jean skirt and a blouse. Once Kendall finished talking to Miranda, he was off to catch up with his mother. Hoping that she was being sensible in her decision, he walked into his room to see half his girl clothes scattered across his bed, and he knew he was in for a long night as she picked up one outfit only to discard it and move on to the next one. It took another hour before they could compromise on an outfit. Wednesday morning, Gloria was on the phone with Mrs. Barron discussing Kendall's plan to attend school on Thursday dressed as a girl. While she feigned surprise, Kendall's teacher could hardly contain her excitement. I guess I should have expected this. I've heard some of the other girls talk about how cute Kendall is when she's dressed. I just hope I haven't pushed Kendall too far. Do you think so? Gloria assured her that nothing she had done or said pushed Kendall to make this decision. The only thing you've pushed her to is being the best actress she can possibly be. She is so excited about the play, and this is just another step forward for her. Mrs. Barron offered her assurance that she would communicate with Mr. Hodges to make sure that any issues that arose were promptly dealt with. He won't stand for any harassment or bullying, and I think all of the students are already aware of that, so I don't think anything will come up. And with that, everything was settled and Gloria started her next round of planning. She thought it out step by step. Tonight I'll give her a manicure and polish her nails. Then I'll wash her hair and set it with medium-size curlers. She won't like sleeping with them, but in the morning she'll have beautiful curls. Then she can have a nice bubble bath to relax her for a good night's sleep. That evening after dinner, Devin realized that some grand plan was afoot. He cautiously approached Gloria to ask, but she deflected his questions. It's a mother-daughter thing. I'll tell Kendall you're curious and see if she wants to share it with you. An hour later, Kendall approached her father as he sat watching a sports update on TV. She wore silky pajamas, a robe and slippers. Her hair was wrapped in curlers and her toenails and fingernails were freshly polished. Mom said you were wondering what's going on tonight, so I agreed to explain it. You see, tomorrow is my first day of school and Mom decided to pamper me tonight. Devin tried his best to hold back, but it didn't work. Both Gloria and Kendall waited for the explosion, but it didn't come. Instead, he stood and walked over to Kendall, giving her a big hug. When he pulled back, there were tears in his eyes. "I guess my little girl is growing up. I suspected this was going to happen, but I thought it would take until the play. I'm sure tomorrow will be a big day for you, and, based upon everything I've seen over the past weeks, I'm sure you're ready for it." With the excitement and anticipation combined with the hair curlers, Kendall didn't sleep all that well. It didn't help when the alarm was set a half hour earlier to allow extra time to get ready. It would take that to deal with hair and makeup in addition to getting dressed. The outfit had already been selected, which saved time in the morning. It included a knee-length dark brown flared skirt and was paired with a beige blouse with tiny flower print. Kendall chose brown tights and brown ballet flats. Leaving the small gold studs in her ears and adding simple gold chains for necklace and bracelet finished the look. Finally, she sat down to allow her mother to work on her hair and makeup. When Gloria finished helping, she stood back and just looked at her daughter. She had never thought she would have this experience and was allowing it to soak in. Kendall was beautiful, every bit a teen-aged girl. She didn't know how long this would last, at least until the play was over, but she hoped that maybe occasionally her daughter would visit. After a quick breakfast, Kendall was out the door to meet Miranda. There was no hesitation, no signs of concern, only an eagerness for the day. When Kendall made it to the corner where Miranda waited, she was almost skipping. What would Miranda think? What would she say? As Miranda saw Kendall approach, her heart skipped a beat. She had seen Kendall dressed several times, but this was different. He would be seen by the entire school, and she wanted everything to be perfect. Deep inside, she was sure it would be okay, but on the surface, she was still nervous. After all, Kendall was her best friend and stepping out there in a way that very few other kids would do. When Kendall arrived, Miranda did a once-over, then leaned forward with a big hug. "You look perfect." Then she took his hand in hers and held it as they made their way to school. Walking through the front doors of the school, it took only a minute before the buzz started. Several girls came over to check out the new girl, with only compliments being made. A few boys made snide comments, but none of them came anywhere close. The buzz continued to spread right up to the bell for classes to begin. Walking into their first period science class together, Kendall and Miranda took their usual seats and waited for the teacher. A few other students went out of their way to say hi or just to walk past Kendall and take a closer look. When Mr. Tate walked in, he took his place at the front of the class and looked in Kendall's direction. "It looks like we have a new student joining us today. We're happy to have you here." For the rest of the morning, the day fell into a normal pattern. Everybody either had settled their curiosity or accepted Kendall without any hesitation. So, by the time choir class rolled around and lunch period was coming up, the only question was what would happen when Kendall took the stage. As could be expected, when the cast took the stage, there were a few catcalls and whistles, but it quickly settled down. The scene being practiced called for all 7 princesses to be on stage along with the male lead playing the part of the prince. The girls exchanged dialogue while the prince tried to charm them all. When he fell to his knee in front of one of the princesses taking her hand, there was a bit of an eruption from the audience, but it quickly settled. For the rest of the performance, there were a few chuckles and a stray comment or two, but there was applause when the scene finished. Mrs. Barron went out of her way to compliment the cast on this practice session. "That's one of the scenes we've been having the most trouble with, and you all played it beautifully. I couldn't be more proud. Just keep it this way when we do the other scenes." She then took time to speak to Kendall. "My dear, you played your part perfectly today, and you look amazing. I've expected a lot out of you, and you have surpassed my expectations. Now tomorrow we're going to practice the songs, so I want you to be ready for that as well." After the lunchtime practice, the rest of the day was a non-event. It was as if everyone was now over their issues and totally ready to accept Kendall in this role. Several students, guys as well as girls, stopped by to say a few words, shake his hand or give him a word of encouragement. When Kendall arrived home, Gloria was waiting in the living room suffering from a minor anxiety attack. She was so worried about how Kendall's day went that her nerves were stretched thin. If anything had gone wrong, she was sure she would have received a call, but at the same time she would never forgive herself. She was having second thoughts about how far she had pushed Kendall with the girl training. Whatever concerns Gloria had were cast aside when Kendall burst through the front door, almost dragging Miranda behind him. "Mom, you won't believe it. Today was great. I had so much fun at practice. Oh, and I invited Miranda for dinner. Can we get pizza? She's going to help me pick an outfit for tomorrow, and we need to practice our songs." Over the next week, life followed the same pattern. Each morning, once Kendall was dressed, Gloria helped with hair and makeup. Kendall had actually been practicing on her own, but had a tendency to overdo makeup and brush his hair until it was flat and pull it into a ponytail. But with each passing day things improved as Gloria showed him how to use minimal makeup and would explain how to backcomb and tease his hair to add a little lift and volume, or use the curling iron to create the big curls his hair held so well. When Friday rolled around, and it was opening night for the play, Kendall had been living full-time as a girl for 10 days. While Gloria was just fine with having her daughter, Devin was less so. While Gloria was not looking forward to Sunday when this all came to an end, Devin was biding his time without saying anything, hoping that everything would return to normal. Just not quite sure what normal was anymore. Friday evening, for the first presentation of the play, Gloria sat in the front row alongside Miranda's parents. Devin and Garrison were both stuck in the office and would attend on Saturday. It was hard to tell who was more nervous, Gloria or Sue McKinney. They both talked non-stop until the play started and were both holding their breath when Kendall and Miranda came on stage for the opening act. The play started with Kendall and Miranda center stage. After a brief exchange between the two of them, they were joined by the male lead, Prince Mikal. As they spoke, the other princesses came on stage escorted by other princes. But soon the dialogue stopped as Miranda's first song began, and after the first verse she was joined by Kendall. As the play progressed, it became obvious that Patrice, the Rose Princess, Kendall, and Alea, the Primrose Princess, Miranda, were vying for the heart of Prince Mikal. In the final scene, the prince had chosen Princess Alea. As they were married in the great hall of the castle, the other princes and princesses were attendants, and Princess Patrice sang the final song as they exchanged vows. As the song concluded, another prince stepped forward to escort Princess Patrice away from the hall with the remainder of the wedding party, followed by the newly married couple. It was both a happy and sad moment that concluded the play. As the curtain fell, the audience was on their feet applauding loudly. There were howls and whistles and clapping that went on for several minutes. When the curtain went up, and the cast came out to take their bows, the applause grew even louder. The final cast members to take their bows were Miranda, Kendall, and Tom Garrett, who played Prince Mikal. When they came to center stage, held hands and bowed, the audience cheered even louder and kept on as the curtain fell. It was another half hour before the cast members emerged from backstage sans costumes and makeup. Gloria and the McKinneys were there to meet the girls and congratulate them. There were hugs all around and even a few tears. Finally, Miranda's dad took the lead and suggested a trip to the ice cream parlor to celebrate. Saturday afternoon was the matinee performance of the play. The McKinneys were in attendance again, already in the front row when Gloria arrived, leading Devin and Garrison to join them. After brief introductions, it was time for the play to start. The performance went wonderfully, and Gloria thought the singing was even better. And when it ended, Devin and Garrison cheered louder than anyone. This time when the girls came out, Devin suggested an early dinner before they had to return for the evening performance. The conversation over dinner covered every aspect of the play and never once touched on the issue of Kendall playing the part of the princess. Everyone was really impressed with the quality of the presentation of the play, and Kendall and Miranda basked in the compliments. The McKinneys were really impressed with Kendall's singing and kept saying so. By the time dinner was finished, it was time to head back to the school for the evening performance. While the rest of the group made their way, Garrison excused himself to run an errand, but promising to be there before the opening act. Miranda and Kendall tried to convince their parents that it wasn't necessary for them to be there for every performance, but there was no convincing them. When the play started, they were again in the front row, and true to his word, Garrison was there with them. The evening performance went well and was probably the best of all. Everyone seemed more relaxed, and they played the parts more naturally. When the final curtain fell, the audience again erupted in applause. Backstage, everyone was hugging and praising each other. Mrs. Barron had to break them up to out and take their bows. When Miranda and Kendall stood center stage with Tom Garrett, another student crossed the stage carrying 2 large bouquets of roses. He stopped and presented a dozen roses to both Kendall and Miranda, and the applause grew louder. They stood there looking out at the audience with tears rolling down their cheeks. Both Kendall's and Miranda's mothers stood there looking at each other, and then turned to Garrison. "Mr. McKinney, Dad and I talked about it before dinner. I just had to take a slight detour on the way back this evening. We thought the girls deserved a little treat." Sunday morning, Kendall was sitting at the dining room table wearing her pink nightgown and robe when her parents walked in. While Gloria moved on to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Devin sat down across the table. "I see you're still in girl mode this morning. I figured once the play was over you wouldn't be able to wait to be a boy full-time. Something you want to tell me?" Kendall looked up and smiled. "I'm ready to be a boy again, but being a girl isn't so bad. I've had a good time, and I've learned a lot. But for today, it's girl mode yet. We have a cast party this afternoon, so for another day you'll have to put up with your daughter." Gloria walked in just as the discussion was ending. She carried a tray with coffee, juice, and pastries. "I'm not up to cooking this morning. I hope you don't mind." Then she looked over to Kendall. "So, have you decided what you're going to wear today? I thought maybe you should go dressy and wear your peach color lace dress. What do you think?" Kendall considered it for a minute before responding. "I think it's going to be more casual. Maybe my brown linen skirt and the beige blouse? How's that sound?" Devin listened a few more minutes before he'd had his fill of fashion discussion. He picked up his coffee and another sweet roll and headed into his office. "I'll let you girls make the decision. You don't need my input, I'm sure." Then he smiled at them as he walked away. Monday morning, Kendall met Miranda at the corner to walk to school. She feigned being disappointed, but then smiled and kissed him on the cheek. They held hands for the rest of the walk. "I'm happy to have my boyfriend back, but I'm gonna miss my best girlfriend. You think she might come around again sometime?" Kendall couldn't help but smile. This was the first time Miranda called him her boyfriend. "I think maybe with the proper incentive it could happen. Besides, I think my mom has gotten used to having a daughter around the house. I think she'll be trying to convince me as well." So, a pattern had been set. For the remainder of the school year, Kendall would appear in girl mode every few weeks. Sometimes, it was a Saturday out with his mother, and other times it was an evening or sleepover with Miranda. Everyone seemed fine with the situation, except for Devin. While he accepted what was going on, he still wished he could have his son back full-time. When summer arrived, things stepped up yet another notch. Kendall and Miranda spent a lot of time together, and more Kendall was in girl mode. They went to movies, picnics in the park, and even a few parties. While some of their friends were surprised to see Kendall in girl mode, no one ever said a word, and everyone treated him well. He was just another one of the gang. Several times over the summer months, Kendall's and Miranda's mothers would plan an outing with the girls. They did trips to the museum, a flower show, a fashion show, and shopping. Lots and lots of shopping. As the summer wore down, Kendall and Miranda started looking forward to the start of school. Not that they were anxious about school, but this was high school and a brand new adventure. Kendall looked forward to the advanced science classes, mostly physics, but dreaded math. While he always excelled, he didn't see a reason why he would ever need algebra, geometry, or calculus. On the plus side, there were 2 choir programs and drama classes. Miranda held much the same belief as Kendall, but was much more interested in chemistry and biology for science classes, as she wanted to pursue a career in medical research. For Kendall, the next 3 years were wrapped up in scholastics balanced with choir and drama. While he finished all his required classes a full year early and earned a 3.85 GPA, it was in the plays, vocal concerts, and musicals where he shined. His voice had settled in mid-alto range, but he could cover almost 5 octaves when he sang. In most of the plays, he earned lesser parts due to his lack of male masculine presence, but his performances were always near perfect. It was in the musicals where he put it all together, and in each case, he performed a female role. Over his 3 years in high school he played Golda in Fiddler on the Roof, Annie Oakley in Annie Get Your Guns, and Sandy in Grease. Each performance received rave reviews and the attention of several colleges. Even when he graduated after only 3 years, he had several scholarships offered to consider. In the end, he chose to attend Northwestern University, not only a top-rated school, but close to home. While he was ready for college and the independence it offered, he was thrilled to be close to his family. It also allowed him to be close to Miranda, who would be finishing her senior year. Kendall settled into the college routine without any trouble. What he most enjoyed was that his classes were all built around his majors. While there were requirements for general studies classes including history, government and politics, economics, and ethics, almost everything else was directly related to his music, voice and performing arts major, or his second major in literature. During his freshman year, Kendall worked on his vocal training and music history and theory. He performed a few solo performances and as part of a vocal quartet. He earned minor roles in both the fall and spring musicals and allowed his vocal talent to develop. For each of the shows, his mother and Miranda were there in the audience. His father and brother attended occasionally but were often caught up in business. After finishing his freshman year, Kendall was thrilled to be home for the summer. He arrived in time to attend Miranda's graduation and help her to celebrate. They spent as much time as possible together, sometimes as boyfriend and girlfriend, and sometimes as best girlfriends. During this time, they grew very close, so much so that their parents warned them that when the summer ended, they would be separating once again, and that was destined to be the only sad time they shared. While Kendall would be heading back to Northwestern, Miranda would be moving west to attend Stanford. That meant it would be an entire school year before they were together again. As it turned out, it would be much longer before Kendall and Miranda got together again. After his sophomore year, Kendall signed up to do summer stock theater, and Miranda stayed in California for a summer program. It was during his junior year at school that Kendall blossomed. He landed roles in several plays including Meg in Little Women, and then for the fall musical he played Bianca in Kiss Me Kate. In the spring musical, he took on the part of Sarah in Guys and Dolls. During this time, he was playing only female parts and had become so comfortable doing so, he started attending classes as a girl. Occasionally, he would jump into guy mode just to keep people guessing. One student in particular found Kendall very interesting, so he met Robbie Moose Garrett. They were in the same class for early American literature, and after the first week of class, Robbie approached Kendall after class. "Didn't I see you in Kiss Me Kate? I really enjoy older musicals and it was great." And that was all it took, they became best friends. It didn't bother Robbie a bit to be seen with Kendall either as a boy or a girl. He was always just Kendall. A big piece Robbie brought to the friendship was a vastly improved social life. While Kendall had several friends within his area of study, he knew few outside of that area. Although Robbie was majoring in education, he also played on the football team and it seemed like everyone on campus knew him. So almost every weekend, Robbie was dragging Kendall to parties, movies or clubs with a large group of his friends. Senior year proved to be even better for Kendall. In the fall musical, he landed the part of Maria in West Side Story, and in the spring, he played another Maria, this time in The Sound of Music. Kendall's performance caught the attention of an agent who was in the audience at the request of Ms. Perkins, Kendall's voice coach. When the final bows had been taken and the cast was backstage, the agent, Jay Hart, came back to talk with Kendall. While Kendall stood there and listened, the agent congratulated him on his performance. "Ms. Perkins has told me about you and for the past 2 years hasn't been able to stop talking about your amazing talent. I've got to tell you, everything she told me was true. You have a beautiful voice and wonderful acting ability. I couldn't leave tonight without meeting you. I'm not going to try and talk you into anything, but I'll leave my business card with you. When you're ready to start considering your career path, I'd love the opportunity to speak with you. Once he had changed out of his costume, Kendall met his parents and brother for a celebration dinner. With this being Kendall's last big performance before graduation, they decided to celebrate in style. Devin had rented a limousine for the evening and the family was chauffeured to an upscale restaurant on the lakefront. While they dined on lobster torts and steak a la cha, finishing with brandied fruit over frozen custard, Kendall's parents poured on the accolades but also wondered about his future. Devin, having heard Kendall discuss teaching in the past, questioned this choice. Is there really a big call for drama or music teachers? Do those careers pay even a reasonable salary? In response, Kendall pulled out the card he received from the agent after the performance. This is the third agent who has talked with me and given me his card. Apparently, they think there are great opportunities for me to get parts in Broadway and off-Broadway shows. They all seem to think I've got enough talent to be successful and within a few years earn a six-figure income. I don't know if I'm good enough, but it sounds like fun to try. While the money sounds good, if it happens, just being able to perform will be amazing. There were 3 weeks remaining in the school year, and Kendall had little to do. He was only required to take one final exam, and had 2 performances to complete for faculty review. But beyond that, he planned to take things easy. His friend Robbie was in much the same position, 3 exams but nothing more than that. So, the two of them attended several parties and year-end celebrations. Robbie had always attracted girls, and a few of them came to be close to Kendall as well. For the first time since dating Miranda in high school, he had a girlfriend, sort of. While he dated 2 of the girls and enjoyed the relationships with them, they were more casual friendships with benefits. Before he knew it, the end of his senior year was at hand. The first Saturday in June was graduation and Kendall faced it with bittersweet feelings. While he was ready to move on with life, he had yet to make definite plans. He was moving home to spend time with his family while he sorted things out. The graduation ceremony went as you might expect. Long speeches and presentations followed by the parade of graduates as they received their diplomas. But after almost 3 hours, it was over and the new graduates left their seats in the auditorium to find their families. Kendall walked down the center aisle heading towards the rear of the hall where he thought he saw Garrison standing. He stopped briefly when he saw Robbie and his parents, then turned up the aisle again, not finding Garrison and his parents but the open arms of Miranda, who moved forward to hug him and plant a big kiss on him. Caught somewhere between shock and elation, Kendall stood there and smiled. How? When? Was all he could mutter. But Miranda was not at a loss for words. Relax, enjoy. Spring semester ended 3 weeks ago. When your mother emailed me about the musical, and I couldn't be here, there was no way I was going to miss graduation. While they stood there hugging, Kendall's parents joined them and they all shared hugs. Kendall was congratulated by them all and almost crushed by Garrison's hug. I'm so proud of you, brother. What you've accomplished is incredible and this just caps it off. And to think, this is only the beginning. Over the course of the summer, Kendall and Miranda were inseparable. They were anxious to catch up on the years apart and fell right into their friendship. They took long walks, went to movies and plays, had picnics in the park and a few romantic dinners. It was during these dinners that the basis for their growing together was formed. While sharing wine, dinners and wonderful desserts, they developed deeper bonds than either believed possible. But as it happens, it was all over too soon. Early September found Miranda heading back to Stanford and Kendall working for the local paper while waiting for another opportunity. He had signed with Jay Hart as his agent, and while he had been offered a few very small parts in local plays, Jay had advised against taking them. I know it's tough waiting, but these roles can hold you back. Your best opportunities will be in musical productions where your overall talents best fit and you can shine. Don't worry about it, we've sent out a few video portfolios to select production companies. I want the best for you, and trust me, it's going to happen. Soon. And then it happened. Marcina in Kismet. A San Francisco-based road company was reviving the musical and Kendall had been chosen for a lead role, the female lead. When they first approached her, she thought it would never happen. They had viewed the portfolio and offered an invitation to an audition. While it had gone well, the best hope for was a minor role, and Kendall was blown away when offered the lead. So, now Kendall was preparing to leave home again, but this time it wasn't just an hour away for college, it was across country for his first professional job. The company was preparing to start rehearsals that would last 6 weeks before opening night. They were scheduled for 2 weeks in San Francisco before moving to San Diego, and then on to Salt Lake City, Phoenix, and Denver, all packed into 18 weeks. Additional bookings were being planned after a 2-month break. The best part of the offer to Kendall was being in San Francisco. He would be less than 50 miles from Stanford, and that gave him the opportunity to see Miranda on a regular basis, at least for the first few months. When he told Miranda about the opportunity, she was as excited as was he. It was as if life had started anew for Kendall. He had found a short-term rental and was moving in and getting settled. The first few days at the theater went well, meeting the cast and staff. There were a few members of the crew surprised by Kendall being selected for the role of Marcina. While there was some initial skepticism, Brian Sands, the play's director, played a few video clips from Kendall's portfolio and of his audition. A few of the members were left speechless, but all were accepting and offered congratulations. But the best part of life was spending the weekends with Miranda. Being on their own and away from home allowed for the relationship between Kendall and Miranda to evolve and grow. Over the past few years they had both matured and were now prepared to embrace the feelings they had for each other. It was like discovering themselves all over again. While they shared their memories, they also built a life together. It didn't take them long to know they would spend their lives together. While Miranda worked to finish her degree, Kendall was there to support her and encourage her. At the same time, Kendall put his heart and soul into his performances. He won rave reviews and quickly gained notoriety in the performance community, with Miranda his biggest fan. She was even able to travel to San Diego and Denver to see his performances. In Denver, Miranda's parents, Kendall's parents and brother surprised them by flying out for a Saturday performance. By the time the first tour of the play finished, spring was settling in and Miranda's classes were wrapping up. She needed to return in the fall to work on her master's degree, but with Kendall on break from the show, they were heading home for a much-needed vacation and an extended reunion with their families. The summer proved to be an uneasy time for Kendall and Miranda, and a turning point in their lives. For the most part, Kendall was living full-time as a woman, dressing as a guy only when circumstance demanded. Both he and Miranda were comfortable with this, but coming home brought it out to their families and friends. The families, while aware of Kendall's dressing for his professional life, weren't quite ready for Kendall to present as a girl full-time. This required some adjustment for the families, especially when Kendall and Miranda announced their intentions to get married. There was a lot of discussion about the ceremony and the reception, but in the end Miranda and Kendall revealed that all along they had been planning a conventional affair, but would have a second reception for family and close friends where there would be 2 beautiful brides. Once this decision was accepted, the mothers took over. For them, the wedding planning was a reward in and of itself. The date for the wedding was agreed upon after much discussion. While Miranda and Kendall were anxious, their mothers collectively pressured them to wait almost a full year. Kendall's mother put it in perspective for them. "The 2 of you are only home for 2 months. Kendall, you're still committed for another 26 weeks with the show, and Miranda, you've got another full year of graduate school. Besides, just planning the wedding will take time. The when is the easy part, but where, both for the ceremony and the reception, will take some work. And it takes months to get wedding gowns, and that's after you find them." With the mothers in full wedding planning mode, the summer passed quickly. They shopped for wedding gowns, sometimes, the 4 of them together, but most of the time each of the 2 with their mother. The mothers were quite insistent that Kendall and Miranda would not see the others' dress until the wedding days. In addition to the dresses, they shopped for shoes, jewelry, and even lingerie. Their mothers spared them no embarrassment when looking at the sexiest bra and panty sets with lacy garter belts, satin corsets which tightly cinched them, and even nightgowns and peignoir sets. Although they didn't purchase anything while together, Kendall and Miranda had a wonderful time trying things on. At the end of these days, they couldn't wait for the evening when they could get together behind closed doors. Especially the days spent at the lingerie stores. As the mothers dove into the wedding planning process, it was the fathers who had to take the back seat, but they took great pains to get some quality time with the newly engaged couple. In most cases, it ended up costing them dinner parties, concert and show tickets, and even more shopping. But the shopping had nothing to do with the wedding. What the fathers helped shop for was a house. Kendall and Miranda had already decided that they would move back to the Chicago area. They knew Kendall would have to travel as he accepted roles with touring companies but accepted that this went with his career. And Miranda had already been accepted for an internship with a large pharmaceutical company when she graduated. Aside from that, they couldn't picture themselves not living close to their families. It had been a complex problem for Kendall getting close to her father. While Devin had been supportive of his son, he had never understood or completely accepted Kendall living in a female role. To him, it just didn't make sense. Why would anybody, let alone his son, give up traditional male privilege? He had been working on it for the past 10 years, and still had not arrived at a satisfactory answer. It was left to Kendall to help. I don't expect you to understand. Hell, there are days when I don't have a clue myself, but it's part of who I am. You've been so supportive over the years, I couldn't ask for more. You're all I could ever imagine in a father. While it would take time for the relationship to reestablish itself, Kendall and Devin were off to a good start. It took a giant leap forward one morning when Devin hugged Kendall before leaving for work. And then that same evening when he offered his hand as they walked together into a restaurant to meet Gloria for dinner. They were joined by Miranda and her parents to celebrate the summer, and their visit coming to an end. Over the last weekend at home, Kendall finally got to spend some time with Garrison. Garrison had been around all summer but was careful to not infringe upon the time Kendall needed with their parents. He was there for dinners and even joined the group with Miranda and her parents. But he was careful to not say too much. He realized that it was much more important for Kendall and Miranda to work it out with all the parents. He gave them space and watched it come together, but he still wanted some time for him and Kendall to sit down together and just talk. You know, little brother, I'm really proud of you. Not only are you incredibly talented, but you've grown to be completely comfortable being who you are. And now hearing that you and Miranda are getting married, I am thrilled. I only hope I can find a girl one day with whom I can have that kind of relationship. I guess it makes me a bit jealous, but totally happy for the two of you. The weekend came to an end with Kendall and Miranda sharing a quiet dinner out and curling up in each other's arms for a final night together. In the morning, Miranda would be flying back to California and have a few days to get situated before classes started. Kendall would take an afternoon flight to Seattle. The troupe was scheduled for 6 days of practice to get the play back in form, then 3 weeks in Seattle before moving to Portland for 3 more weeks. It took a few days for the actors, actresses, and support staff to come together. The performance schedule called for several matinees, followed by evening shows. This provided for a couple of changes in minor roles where understudies were given the opportunity to step up into performance roles for the afternoon shows. By the time of the opening performance on Saturday afternoon, everything was back to perfection. For Kendall, life on the stage was wonderful, but off the stage was something else altogether. After spending the summer with Miranda, he missed her more than ever. While his performance schedule kept him busy, he found time on almost a daily basis to call Miranda. And when they couldn't talk, there was a stream of text messages and emails going back and forth. And at least once a week, they would plan a time to talk about wedding plans. For her part, Miranda was in a similar situation. She was busy every day with classes and teaching in the evenings. Weekends were dedicated to research to support her thesis. For her, every phone call, every text or email, came as a welcome relief. She particularly enjoyed the time spent discussing the wedding. It gave them a common goal, and allowed them to set aside the pressures of jobs and school. Both Kendall and Miranda talked frequently with their mothers concerning the wedding plans. While their mothers were busy taking care of the logistic details for the service and reception, there were still many decisions they left up to the kids. Everything from colors, flowers, music, and vows needed to be decided on. And then there were the dresses. While Kendall and Miranda regularly discussed choices for bridesmaid dresses, there were no discussions about bridal gowns. These discussions happened between Miranda and her mother, and Kendall and his mother. Even with all the struggles to get wedding plans in place, Kendall was able to focus on the theater and his performances. And, as the second season for the play continued, he garnered rave reviews, not only in the local media, but also recognition on the national level. Theater Weekly declared, "She's the up-and-coming star with amazing talent and charisma who is taking the stage by storm." Playbill magazine said, "Kendall Baxter is the star we have all been waiting for. She has captured the style of the glory years of musical theater and brings a modern flair to her performances." Variety stepped it up another notch, "A once-in-a-generation star in the making. We can't wait to see her on Broadway." While Kendall's star rose, Miranda threw herself into her classes and research. But she took time away for another special project. She was Kendall's biggest fan and collected every playbill from every city and every newspaper clipping and magazine article she could find. She solicited help from Kendall's agent, Jay Hart, in her endeavors and was quickly building quite a collection. Miranda took a weekend trip to Portland when the show moved there, and Kendall stopped by the college for 3 days when the show was moving on to Dallas. But those were the only 2 chances they had to get together before Christmas. Miranda had a 3-week break over the holidays and headed home. Her focus was getting together with her mom to find her wedding gown. While she expected it to take a lot of effort, she surprised herself by finding the perfect dress at the second store. Ever since she had been 10, she had a vision of being married in a princess gown, and she found the perfect gown. The gown had a satin bodice that was strapless with a princess neckline edged with crystals. It hugged her body to her waist where it flared dramatically. The satin skirt was embellished with intricate patterns of the same crystals. It ended in a sweep hemline, featuring 3 pickups showing the layers of petticoats supporting the skirt. There was a small bow at the top of each pickup adding just a bit more detail. She also chose a chapel-length veil made from a double layer of glass silk and trimmed in delicate lace. Kendall was in St. Louis for the holidays, where they had a matinee performance on Christmas Eve. When the show was over, Kendall headed straight to the airport for the 90-minute flight to Chicago. He made it in time to enjoy dinner at Miranda's parents' house, and was pleasantly surprised when his parents were invited as well. Christmas morning was time for the gift exchange with the families and then dinner at Kendall's parents' house. Both sets of parents had planned it in advance to allow the kids to have as much time together as possible, but to make sure they weren't shorted on their time either. Kendall had 4 days between Christmas and New Year to enjoy being at home and having time to spend with Miranda. They saw a movie, dined out, and even shopped a bit. But mostly they spent time together. Miranda did give up one afternoon for Kendall to spend shopping with his mother for a wedding dress. Kendall and Gloria had both been searching dresses online and had agreed on 2 or 3 styles, but weren't ready to commit without seeing the dresses in person and trying them on. Their day started early and lasted late into the afternoon covering for wedding stores. But in the end, they found the perfect dress. It was very similar to a dress Kendall had seen online, and it fit perfectly. It would need only minor alterations to set the hemline. The dress was fashioned from taffeta, featured a corset back bodice with a princess neckline. The bodice was embellished with a pattern or roses embroidered in pale pink silk threads. The dress fit snug down to mid-hip and then flared gracefully. The bottom of the skirt featured another row of embroidered roses. Kendall paid for the dress and scheduled a fitting in 2 months when she would pass through Chicago again, this time on her way to Buffalo. New Year's Eve proved to be another challenge for the families. Devin had purchased 8 tickets to a celebratory party which would also be a fundraiser for the Art Institute. There would be the expected open bar and buffet dinner along with a champagne toast at midnight. There was a silent auction featuring several great offerings, and there would also be 2 bands playing in separate halls for dancing. One band would be playing big band music from the 30s and 40s, while the other band would feature the music of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. While both Kendall's and Miranda's parents accepted Kendall in the feminine form, they were still more than a bit nervous in public. And this evening posed another challenge since Garrison was bringing his new girlfriend to the party. Garrison had been dating Madeline Gifford for only a few months, but this relationship had all signs of lasting. It was the first time that Garrison had shown sign of anything more than a casual friendship with any of the girls he dated. While he had told Maddie all about Kendall, this would be her introduction in person. As it turned out, there was nothing to worry about. Maddie greeted both Kendall and Miranda with hugs, and the three of them were instant friends. Over cocktails and dinner, they all got to know each other better, and Maddie was every bit as charming as Garrison had promised. "You know, Kendall, I've been trying to convince your big brother to take a long weekend away from the office. I think next month, when Kismet is in Indianapolis, we ought to have front row seats on opening night." And the look she gave Garrison pretty much guaranteed it would happen. The rest of the night couldn't have gone any better. The three girls danced almost every song while they were in the 50s, 60s, 70s room and attracted the attention of several gentlemen to dance as well. This caused Garrison more than a little embarrassment, because for all the athletic ability he had, he could barely dance a step or two without tripping over his own feet, or worse yet, his dance partners. Later, when they all moved to the big band room, it was the parents who took to the dance floor. But it didn't take long for the girls to join them. It was finally Kendall who grabbed Garrison by the hand and dragged him out on the floor. "There's no way I'm going to let you sit on the sidelines while your girl is out here on the dance floor." Midnight brought the countdown to the new year, the champagne toast and kisses all around. The four couples held each other in a group hug and swayed to the music, and the band played Auld Lang Syne. The last detail which had to be decided before Kendall headed back to St. Louis was attendance for the wedding ceremony. The actual deciding had already been attended to, but Kendall and Miranda needed to confirm it with their mothers. For Kendall, there really wasn't anything to decide. Garrison would be his best man, and Moose Garrett would be his other groomsman. For Miranda, it had taken a bit more thought. She finally asked Christy Tate to be her maid of honor. They had been friends since first grade and had remained close over the years. She'd known all about Kendall since junior high school and thought he was great. Her other bridesmaid was going to be Bella Stantz. Miranda had met her in college, and they were roommates for 2 years. She was raised in San Francisco and exposed to what she called the alternate society from a young age. The biggest chore was explaining to their mothers why they wanted a small wedding party. For some reason, Gloria and Sue had thought about a dozen bridesmaids and groomsmen would be better. All too soon, the holidays were over. Kendall returned to St. Louis to finish 2 more weeks with the show before they moved on to Indianapolis. He was looking forward to opening night there and seeing Garrison and Maddie in the front row, and as promised, there they were, center section, row 1. After the show, they were there waiting for Kendall, and they all celebrated with dinner and drinks. Garrison and Maddie spent the entire weekend in town, and Maddie quickly became a great friend to Kendall. While Kendall was back with the show, Miranda headed back to California to finish her master's degree program. While she only had 1 classroom session a week, she was spending 60 hours each week wrapping up her research and writing her thesis. By early April, she was able to present her thesis for approval and ready for the graduation ceremony in May. She took advantage of the 6 weeks to pack up her belongings, load it all into a rental van, and head east. While she was ready to move on with life, especially the wedding, it was depressing leaving the little apartment behind that had been her home for the past 5 years, and even more depressing to think her entire life could be packed up in that one small van. Back home, Miranda quickly became totally immersed in the final stages of wedding plans. It seemed like there was an endless list of details to be looked after. Having both mothers there to help made things easier, but her level of anxiety stayed high. Every time things felt like they were spiraling out of control, they were there to step in and help. Sometimes it was decision-making or problem-solving, but often it was simply a matter of stress relief, usually involving a glass of wine or 2. It was mid-May when Kendall returned home. The play had finished its run with shows in Philadelphia to rave reviews. After a final cast party, Kendall took a week to travel to New York for an interview and audition for a show being cast for the fall season. It was a new show called Celeste, the story of a modern woman who's breaking the rules for success. Living as a single mom raising a young daughter while building a career and looking for love. As it turned out, Kendall couldn't have hoped for more. The part of Celeste was being played by a polished Broadway actress, Marion Holmes. Kendall was cast as Beth and Celeste's younger sister and co-conspirator in all issues of life, love and breaking the rules. It was a great part, with vocals in many of the songs, including a solo performance of the featured song, Break the Rules, where she was tempting Celeste to step outside the social conventions attached to being a young single mother. And above all, it was her first role on Broadway. Back home, Kendall jumped right into the wedding planning, but there was little left to be done. With Miranda and the two mothers running full force, there were just a few details to be covered. The biggest one for Kendall was the final fitting of the wedding dress. On Saturday afternoon, Kendall and Miranda each took charge of their own mother and headed to opposite ends of town to the bridal salons for their final fittings. Based on the reactions of the mothers, all must have gone exceedingly well, for when they all met for dinner, both Gloria and Sue were still teary-eyed. The following day, Kendall went still another direction and endured another emotional day as he joined his father, brother and Moose for final fittings of the tuxedos. Never in his life had Kendall seen his father cry, but as the four of them stood there together in the tuxedos, he saw his father get misty-eyed. As he moved to his father's side, they were both lost for words, but hugged tightly, with more than a few tears shed by each of them. The other major issue to be resolved was housing. While their mothers had been busy, their fathers had been doing their best to track down living quarters. While the initial search had focused on houses, it seemed to make sense to both Devin and Gary that a condominium made more sense. With Kendall traveling, and Miranda just starting her career, having a condo with an association to take care of the maintenance and lawn care, there were far fewer potential problems with which to deal. After spending several weekends searching through properties and touring several potential condos, Devin and Gary had narrowed it down to 3 communities, each having several options in the units available. Their criteria had been straightforward: master bedroom, guest bedroom, a home office, living and dining rooms, kitchen and a garage. And this last requirement brought up another problem. Neither Miranda nor Kendall owned a car. In the end, all the units met these criteria, and Kendall and Miranda chose the one which met 2 other important criteria. It was less than 10 miles from both parents' houses, and only a 20-minute drive to Miranda's new job. It was just perfect. And to top it off, Kendall's parents provided the down payment as a wedding gift, and Miranda's parents paid for a bright red SUV. Kendall chose the model and Miranda the color. Over the next few weeks, as the wedding plans were completed and the anxiety levels rose, Kendall and Miranda engaged in relaxation via therapeutic shopping. They had an entire condo to furnish and dove into it head first. They didn't go overboard but wanted to have enough furniture to take care of their immediate needs. Not surprising, their first room they shopped for was the bedroom. After selecting an early American bedroom suite, they found a small dining room set, a sofa and side chair and end tables. While Kendall had put most of his earnings into savings for the past year, they were quickly putting a dent at the account, but figured out when enough was enough. With 2 weeks to go before the wedding, the furniture had arrived, and then Kendall and Miranda started moving in their personal belongings. It was both fun and extremely strenuous, not only for them, but just as much so for the mothers. Their babies were leaving home and it was traumatic. Even though both Kendall and Miranda had been out of the house for the past several years since starting college, this time it was permanent. They wouldn't be coming home for summer break or holidays. They would only be 10 miles away, but it still seemed a world apart. By Friday, Kendall and Miranda were pretty much moved in. While their mothers insisted they live at home until after the wedding, they were spending most of their time at the condo. They spent most of the day meeting with Pastor Williams, who would be marrying them. The main service would be in the church Saturday at 1 p.m. with a brief receiving line in the church hall for congratulations to be offered before the wedding party and guests moved on to dinner, and the formal reception being held in the ballroom of a nearby hotel. On Sunday, Pastor Williams would also officiate another ceremony to be held in the Rose Gardens at a nearby arboretum. At this service, there would be 2 beautiful brides, and a much smaller list of guests. And another, but much smaller, reception. With these plans finalized, they headed back to where they now considered home. They were exhausted but needed some quiet time together before calling it a day. But that was not to be. Kendall hauled a few bags from the car, while Miranda opened the door on the condo. Before they could get inside, the lights came on to a chorus of surprise. "Welcome home!" The living and dining room were decorated with balloons and streamers. Their parents were joined by Garrison and Maddie cheering their arrival and handing out glasses of wine. They were then led to the living room to find a new 60-inch LED TV and a theater surround sound system. Garrison smiled and hugged Kendall while Maddie did the same to Miranda. "It's from us, a combination wedding and housewarming gift. We snuck the installers in earlier today, so it's all set to go, even hooked up to cable." Garrison couldn't keep the pride out of his voice. The next 2 weeks were filled with endless details getting ready for the weddings and the receptions. While Miranda took control with their mothers, Kendall was busy on another front. Jay Hart arranged with a vocal coach to work with Kendall on the score for the new show. While there was no doubt about Kendall's ability to perform the songs, this was Broadway and Kendall's opportunity to make a first impression on the biggest stage there is. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Kendall did 2 sessions a day with the vocal coach. It was every bit as intense as the college training, but even more rewarding in the end. There was a purpose, a mission, and Kendall embraced it. Thursday before the wedding, the nature of things changed. People started arriving from out of town. Moose arrived with his latest girlfriend, and the party started. Christy Tate still lived locally, and she joined the party with her husband Frank. Bella Stance arrived from California and joined right in like she was a member of the group. After winding down the party at 3 a.m., Friday morning greeted the group with hangovers and tired eyes. They met for brunch before heading to the church for the wedding rehearsal. The rehearsal went well, but it was like a comedy of errors in the beginning. Everyone struggling to be where they were supposed to be and saying what they were supposed to, still tired and maybe still a bit hungover. It took one good joke from Moose to shake things loose. Halfway through the rehearsal, he stood at the lectern, preparing to do a reading from the Bible. Instead, he recited the parable of Pun from Here Come the Clowns. As he fought his way through the alliterative poem struggling to repeat the puns, he soon had everyone rolling in laughter. It was just what it took to break the tension and get everybody to relax. From that point on, all went well, and after a final run-through, the rehearsal was wrapping up, but not before Pastor Williams got the last laugh. As he finished blessing the couple, he looked at them and smiled. "Kendall and Miranda, you may both kiss your bride." Everyone broke up laughing, but Kendall and Miranda weren't going to miss the opportunity. They kissed deeply to the applause of the group, who soon were urging them to come up for air. Compared to the previous evening, the rehearsal dinner was quite subdued. There were toasts offered by everyone, and stories told and shared, most of them at least somewhat embarrassing and all of them entertaining. As the dinner wound down, the banquet room seemed to erupt with other friends joining in the party, everyone wanting to offer early congratulations to the couple. Saturday morning, both Kendall and Miranda were relaxed and both ready for things to get going. In contrast to their calmness, their mothers were wound up tight. There were 1,000 little details they seemed to find needing to be checked and double-checked. There was a nervous excitement, and the minutes seemed to drag by. At 9 a.m., at Miranda's parents' the preparation began. The hairdresser and makeup artist showed up. They would be doing makeovers not only for Miranda, but for the bridesmaids and her mother as well. There was mimosa to calm the nerves and fruit and cheese as a light snack. All went well until noon, when it was time to get dressed. Sue, Christy, and Bella were quickly in their dresses, and then came the process of getting Miranda in her gown, and that's when the tears started. Everyone took turns shedding tears with the others wiping them away. Fortunately, the makeup artist had stayed on. I've done a lot of weddings, and it never fails. And she touched up everyone's makeup, finishing just as the limo arrived to transport them to the church. For Kendall, things were much simpler. The guys all slept in, gathering for a leisurely breakfast at 9. They had plenty of time to get into their tuxes before heading to the church at noon. At precisely 1 p.m., Kendall, Garrison, and Moose walked in through the side door of the sanctuary and took their places in front of the altar. Pastor Williams joined them, shaking hands with Kendall, and stepped up on the raised dais forming the forward-most part of the altar. As they turned to face the rear of the church, the organist began with the first chords of the traditional bridal march. As if by magic, Miranda appeared under the archway holding on to her father's arm. Together, they took the first tentative steps into the church as everyone there rose to their feet. As they proceeded at a slow but deliberate pace, Miranda's heart pounded in her chest. Halfway down the aisle, she first saw Kendall standing looking handsome in his tux, and her heart skipped a beat or two. When they reached the front of the aisle, Gary turned to face his daughter and gave her a brief kiss. "Remember, your mother and I will always love you, but you now have another love in your life. What you and Kendall share is very special, always cherish it." He turned her to face the altar, placing her hand in Kendall's. As their hands met, Miranda and Kendall could feel each other's pulse. It was both exciting and soothing. They exchanged a quick glance and a smile, then moved forward as Pastor Williams beckoned them to the altar. The ceremony went without a hitch, and before they knew it, Kendall and Miranda had promised their love and devotion to each other and were being introduced to the gathering as Pastor Williams prompted, "You may share a kiss." And they did, not overly dramatic, just a deep romantic kiss filled with the love they shared. The receiving line in the church hall passed in a blur of hugs, kisses, and handshakes. There were over 250 people who attended the service, and they all wanted their minute to congratulate the couple. Even with Pastor Williams and their parents urging the group to move quickly, Kendall and Miranda waited patiently, accepting the greetings and wishes for almost an hour. Then it was back to the altar with the wedding party and family for pictures. Finally finished, they made their way through the crowd and to the limo, and they had a minute to relax. They fell into each other's arms and just hugged. The limo ride proved to be very relaxing. While neither Miranda nor Kendall had felt overly stressed, this was the first time of the day that they were by themselves, away from family, friends, and crowd at the church. Although they were all there to wish Miranda and Kendall well, it had felt a bit crushing. Now, they could take a deep breath, kiss, and hold each other. But, all too soon, it was over, and the limo was pulling up in front of the hotel. Kendall and Miranda made their way through the lobby, followed by their parents and the wedding party. The decorations from the lobby down the hall and into the ballroom were amazing. The theme decided on by Miranda and approved by Kendall was hearts and flowers. They had approved some sketches supplied by the hotel's artistic designer, and what they saw now was above and beyond their expectations. There were bouquets with daisies, mums, lilies, and more. Spectacular color and fragrance. And at the door to the ballroom, roses, red, yellow, pink, white, and burgundy. The tables in the ballroom each had a bouquet, and the roses that adorned the tables for the bridal party were incredible. To the side of the ballroom, there was a small lounge where Kendall and Miranda could sit and relax before the reception began. While their adrenaline levels were still running high, they knew it was going to be a long evening yet to come. The time to relax quickly came to an end, and Kendall and Miranda made their way into the ballroom as their guests began showing up. The bar was open, and everyone was getting a beverage and finding their way to the dinner tables. Many of them found their way to the front tables to offer congratulations to the bride and groom once again. The dinner and reception went off without a hitch. Kendall and Miranda kissed at least 100 times as someone in the crowd was always ready to clink their glass and urge the couple on. And it was a very moving moment when Garrison, as best man, rose to give the first toast of the evening. "Kendall, Miranda, I've watched the two of you over the years and had the opportunity to see love grow. And I've got to tell you, it was amazing to see. We've all seen couples who seem to be meant to be together, but I got to see you grow together, and in seeing that, I got to see what love was all about. And I will keep that with me always, thank you, and may your life together be blessed and may the love you share continue to be an inspiration to others as it is to me. And then it was the maid of honor's turn. Christy stood up and quietly looked at the couple for a full minute before she spoke. I always knew this day was coming. Ever since junior high I've watched these two find their way through life and I knew this day would come. I remember freshman year, the first time I heard Miranda say this was the boy she would someday marry. I asked her how she knew, and she didn't hesitate for a second. He makes me happy and makes me smile and makes me feel special. And there was a time when I heard some of the guys kidding Kendall about spending so much time with Miranda. And he didn't hesitate either. She's my best friend. And she likes me just as I am. I knew this day would come, love was always there, it was only a matter of time. The first dance was an event in and of itself. The band play a medley starting with Love Will Find a Way, then Lost in a Love Song and finally Longer Than. Kendall and Miranda kissed and tenderly embraced as the dance started. Halfway through the first song, they were joined by the wedding party and then by their parents. As the second song began, Kendall's parents stepped in to dance with them and then changed partners, allowing Miranda's parents their chance. The entire time, the guests formed a circle around the dance floor just to watch and feel the emotions. Kendall and Miranda danced with each member of the wedding party and then began inviting the guests to join them. By the time the final song was ending, the entire group was dancing but stopped to applaud as Miranda and Kendall joined back together and finished their dance with a deep kiss. When the time came for Miranda to toss her bouquet, Maddie was there in the front row and caught it in midair. But when Kendall removed Miranda's garter and tossed it, Garrison was too busy teasing Kendall and missed a chance to catch it. Maddie gave him grief, saying that if that was all the effort he was going to put into it, maybe she needed to rethink her decision to marry him. But Garrison put an end to that by sweeping her off her feet and kissing her. Slowly, the crowd began to thin and by midnight it was just the wedding party and the parents. They were all staying at the hotel, so no one had far to go. They were all worn out from the day, and a bit tipsy from the champagne and wine. They needed their sleep and had to be ready for the second ceremony and reception tomorrow. Miranda and Kendall got very little sleep that night. Once in their room, they stripped out of their clothes quickly. Of course, it took Miranda much longer and required Kendall to help with the tiny buttons on her dress. But once she was down to her lingerie, she attacked Kendall with reckless abandon. Somehow, keeping her lingerie on made her feel sexier and aggressive. And Kendall didn't mind a bit. It was after 3 a.m. when sleep finally overtook them. They curled up in each other's arms and fell into a deep sleep, but 8 a.m. came far too soon. While tempted to hit the snooze alarm, they knew they had a busy schedule again today. By 10, Kendall needed to be at his parents' to meet the same makeup artist and hairdresser who had done their magic for Miranda yesterday. Today they would be challenged to do the same for Kendall. Miranda would have a somewhat easier day, doing her own makeup and hair with the help of her mother, but still planned to wear her wedding dress again. Kendall wore a simple cotton nightgown and robe as her hair was washed and set in rollers. It was sprayed with setting lotion and left to dry as the makeup artist did her work. After primer was applied, a liquid foundation was used to even the skin tones and set with a translucent powder. Her eyes were thinly lined in soft gray and matched with the same color mascara. There were 6 different shades of eyeshadow in blues and grays used to bring out her eyes, making them shine brightly. Her cheeks were highlighted with dusty rose blush, achieving a very doll-like look. The final touch was deep rose lip gloss, making her lips look perfectly kissable. By the time the makeup artist was spraying on a sealer to protect the look, the hairstylist was starting to unwind the curlers. Kendall's hair fell to her shoulders in large soft curls. Half of the curls were quickly pulled up to the crown of her head and secured with 2 silver combs. The remaining hair was brushed to straighten as slightly, then pulled up and braided across her head and pulled into a twist and secured with another silver comb. As a final touch, a few strands were pulled free, recurled and left to fall loosely from her temples. After hair and makeup, it was time to get dressed. Having decided it was better to keep some things private, Kendall retreated to a bedroom to dress in her lingerie. She returned wearing a lightweight strapless basque, panties and sheer white stockings attached to the garters of the basque, and covering up with a satin robe. Gloria and Maddie were there in the living room ready to help with the dress, holding it so Kendall could step in. As Kendall removed the robe and made ready for that step, there were audible gasps from both women. Gloria shook and fought to compose herself. It took Maggie to pull it back together. It looks like Miranda's in for a real treat tonight. Once Kendall finally stepped into the dress, it was pulled up into place, and Gloria began lacing the ribbons of the corset bodice, securing it in place. Once the dress was secure, Maddie helped as Kendall stepped into the strappy white and silver sandals with 4-inch heels. Both women were surprised at how easily she managed the high slender heels. Kendall was surprised when her mother produced her best pearls for Kendall to wear. There were pearl drop earrings, a single-strand necklace and matching bracelet. For Gloria, it was a very emotional moment. I never thought I would be able to do this. Having a daughter wear my pearls on her special day. And while she fastened them in place, all three of the women were fighting off tears. At noon, the limo showed up to transport the small group to the arboretum where the wedding would be held. After a short ride, they showed up to find the other limo depositing Miranda, her mother and Christy at the entrance to the gardens. Kendall sat patiently as Miranda and Christy made their way to the front of the aisle that had been arranged through the garden to the small altar where Pastor Williams already stood. Today, it would be Kendall's turn to walk down the aisle. Kendall's mother was escorted to her seat by Garrison while Kendall stood patiently under the small arch of roses leading to the garden. Maddie was there to act as her bridesmaid, and as she took her first small steps, Devin stepped up to take Kendall's arm. He waited several seconds looking at Kendall, then whispered to her, "You're beautiful, and I am so proud of you." Then he leaned down and kissed her cheek, then took a first small step helping her forward down the aisle as the first notes of the bridal march played. Only this time not on a church organ, but on a portable keyboard. Never having been nervous performing in public, Kendall didn't expect the reaction with her first steps. She felt the butterflies in her belly, and a shudder ran through her. But as she looked up and saw Miranda waiting for her, she let go of the nervous conditions and was filled with the love and desire she felt. The crowd attending this service was much smaller than the previous day, but still filled the garden with family and friends. Many of Miranda's and Kendall's friends from school, college and Kendall's job were here to help them celebrate. Mrs. Barron and Mr. Hodges were there along with several other teachers from their school days. Jay Hart was there along with several members of his staff. While the Saturday service had been great, this service had a more festive feel to it. Everyone seemed a bit more relaxed and ready to party. During the service, Pastor Williams oversaw the vows they spoke to love, honor, support, and protect each other. Love between two people is the most sacred of feelings and emotions and cannot be taken for granted. Throughout your lives, you will face challenges and experience both success and failures. But remember that none of these last forever, and it is your love for each other which will see you through. He then turned them to face the gathered crowd. With the love you have expressed for each other, I pronounce you partners for life. Then he looked up, focusing on the crowd. I have the honor of presenting to you our beautiful brides Kendall and Miranda. Then back to the couple. The brides may kiss as a display of the love they share for each other. And to the cheers of the assembly, they did. The ride to the reception was much quicker than the previous day. Rather than driving at a leisurely pace, the driver made quick work of cover the distance. The reception was being held at the same hotel, but had been moved to a smaller room to maintain an intimate setting for the smaller group today. The same band was ready to play, but the music would be a bit less traditional and more upbeat in consideration of the younger crowd for this reception. Even the food service was different. While the wedding party would arrive early and have a sit-down dinner, there would be a buffet set up for the guests. As the guests began to arrive, you could feel a different energy than the previous day. While they were hitting the buffet, Miranda and Kendall made the rounds to visit at each table. By the time they had finished their rounds, the band was beginning to play, and Garrison stepped up to the microphone and introduced the couple for their first dance. While it might have appeared strange to see two brides holding each other for the slow dance, there was no denying the love in their eyes. Soon, Miranda and Kendall were joined by their parents and the bridal party, and then the floor filled quickly with guests. By the time the third or fourth song was being played, everyone was lining up to dance with the brides. Garrison brought out the fish bowl they had used yesterday, and soon it was filled as each guest deposited $1 or $2 or sometimes more for the privilege of their dance with either Kendall or Miranda. Later in the evening, it came time for Kendall to toss her bouquet, and the girls were lined up and jockeying for position. Maddie, who had caught Miranda's bouquet, stayed on the sidelines and watched as the other girls squealed and leaped for the flowers. This time, it was Christy who won the prize. Then it was time for the garter ceremony. While Kendall sat in the center of the dance floor in a chair provided, Miranda took the opportunity of playing it up big for the gathered audience. She carefully lifted the skirt of Kendall's gown and slid her hands up Kendall's leg, making him shudder. Slowly, she inched the skirt and her hands upwards, causing Kendall to take a sharp intake of breath and almost moan in reaction to Miranda's touch. Then ever so slowly, she inched the garter down Kendall's leg. Kendall had to fight to maintain composure, taking several short breaths, almost panting by the time the garter was completely removed. The gathered group of guys cheered wildly as her hands emerged from under the skirt and she displayed the satin and lace trophy. Miranda made a great show of displaying the garter as she prepared to toss it. She stretched it and shot in the air like a large rubber band, only to catch it again. She twirled it around her finger and again flipped it in the air. Then she threatened to slide it up her own leg and keep it for herself. The crowd cheered her on every step of the way but wasn't going to allow her to keep this trophy. When they taunted her, she laughed and spun facing them and with a mighty toss sent the garter arching across the room. As it happened, her high toss gave a definite advantage to Moose, who stood in the middle of the gathered group. With his height and expansive reach, he plucked the garter from its path at the highest point. He made a full spin and gave out a cheer as he displayed what was now and forevermore his trophy. Being Sunday, and most of the guests either needing to go to work the next morning or catch early flights, the festivities wrapped up by 11 p.m. Miranda and Kendall made their way to their condo to spend their first night there as a married couple. For the next 4 days, the couple settled into the new phase their life was entering. They teased each other about it being just the two of them against the world, but they knew it wasn't true. They saw their parents every day and had dinner at both houses during the week. On Thursday, they spent the day packing for their honeymoon trip. The attorneys in Devon's office had given them a 10-day trip to Tahiti as a wedding gift, and Friday morning they would be flying out. This would allow them a few days after they returned, before Kendall was off to New York and Miranda started her job. As they packed, Kendall pulled out a large suitcase, but Miranda pushed it aside, replacing it with a small overnight bag. "This ought to be big enough, all we need are nightgowns and bikinis." Then she pulled Kendall down and they rolled across the bed. It was another hour before they got back to packing. And in the end, they each had one large suitcase and a carry-on because they would be sure to do more than swim and... After 2 flights and 17 hours, Kendall and Miranda arrived in Tahiti, and they wanted nothing more than to put on their bikinis and unwind on the beach. Once they checked in and found their bungalow, they wasted no time changing and heading to the beach, and what made it better was a luau on the beach that evening. The afternoon was spent working on their tans and trying not to burn, a brief swim through the crystal water, consuming a few tropical drinks, and more than a few PDAs. There were 30 or more other couples on the beach, but none of them paid attention to anyone else. When Kendall and Miranda started feeling self-conscious about their own behavior, they only needed to take a quick glance around to relieve any anxiety. Somewhere in the late afternoon, they wandered back to their bungalow with the idea of taking a shower and changing into something more than bikinis for the luau. They made their way into the large shower and began to slowly wash each other using soft natural sponges and fragrant floral soap. Although well-intentioned, the sponges were soon dropped and they embraced, exploring each other's body and offering up their own. 30 minutes later, they finished drying off, but only made it as far as the bed. They cuddled up next to each other and just held on, afraid if they let go, they'd find it wasn't real. After several more minutes, they decided they had better get up and get moving or risk missing the luau. Since the luau was being held on the beach, Kendall and Miranda dressed appropriately. They each select floral print halter tops and bright-colored wrap skirts, Kendall's green, and Miranda red. They did their makeup in light shade and wore simple jewelry. They both stepped into sandals and headed to the beach. The evening turned out wonderfully. The food was spectacular, featuring a whole hog wrapped in banana leaves and roasted over a charcoal fire seasoned with coconut shells. There was local seafood and fish fresh off the boats prepared several different ways. Complementing the seafood were amazing assortments of vegetables and fruits. And incredible cocktails, created by a staff of wandering mixologists, individually crafted for each diner. During dinner, there were performances by musical groups and dancers, and when the diner was over, the guests were invited to join the dancers and learn the basic steps of the hula and other local dances. It didn't take any encouragement for Kendall to step up, but she had to take Miranda by the hand and pull her along. It was after midnight when the festivities broke up, and rather than heading back to the bungalow, Kendall and Miranda decided to stroll along the beach and enjoy the warm air mixing with the cool ocean breeze. The moon was just a sliver, but the sky was filled with a million brilliant stars. After walking a long way, the couple found an outcropping of rocks forming an almost perfect seat. They took advantage of the spot, sitting and watching the waves lap at the sand, giving off an iridescent glow of reflected starlight. It was a magical moment to share before they wound their way across the sand back to the bungalow. The 10 days in Tahiti were an amazing experience. There were snorkeling adventures in the crystal blue waters, watching eels, sharks, rays, and an incredible array of fish. They took a 4x4 Jeep excursion up into the mountains and had lunch among the clouds. They hiked to exquisite waterfalls and rode zip lines through the canopy. But it was done too soon. Kendall and Miranda promised each other to come back soon. Maybe it was the peacefulness of the environment, or perhaps just spending so much time together, being a couple and being themselves. Whatever it was, they wanted the feeling to last. On the last evening, they decided to attend a formal dinner hosted by the resort, honoring Kalania Ray, the Virgin Queen of the Islands in the 1600s. Miranda persuaded Kendall to go shopping for evening gowns for the event. They found a small shop in town, and after trying on several dresses, they settled on gowns that were crafted to reflect an island theme. Miranda's was in shimmering teal, strapless and fitted to her torso. The skirt was created from 4 cascading lengths of chiffon material, allowing the dress to flow around her as she moved. Kendall's dress was in soft coral with a gathered bodice. The skirt flared from the waist and was embroidered with silk thread and floral patterns. They both felt comfortable and elegant. The banquet hall was decorated in flowers and palms, providing a warm, fragrant air. Each couple in the restaurant was seated at a private table overlooking the ocean, close enough to hear the waves breaking on the beach. The tables were set elegantly with white linen tablecloths and napkin folded to resemble salma blooms. There were candles on the tables, adding a layer of romance to the setting. And there was a quintet featuring a violin, cello, flute, oboe, and steel drums playing a variety of soft island music. The dinner served on this last evening was not to be outdone by the settings. Each couple was presented with a champagne cocktail blended with pineapple, papaya, and guava, served in carved ice glasses. Soon afterwards, there was an appetizer plate filled with bite-sized treats. Each featured a lobster puff, a coconut shrimp, candied scallop, and a tiny bowl of lobster bisque. After a short break, a tropical greens and fruit salad was served, followed by the main course. There was a glazed duck and goose kebab with peppers and onions, joined by grilled mahi-mahi and plantains served on wild rice. For dessert, there were 3 small balls of frozen gelato covered with a fragrant floral syrup. After dinner, the couples were invited to stay as a dance band performed and more cocktails were served. Most of the couples stayed late, not wanting the evening to end, and Kendall and Miranda were among this group. Finally, sometime after 3, as the band played Moonlight Serenade, they pulled each other close and wandered off to their bungalow to the soft strains of music. The flight home seemed endless. Leaving in the early afternoon, the 9 hours to LA, a 3-hour layover, and another 5 hours to Chicago had them arriving in the early evening. During the flights, Kendall and Miranda took turns napping. While they were awake, they opened Miranda's computer and organized the hundreds of pictures they had taken. And again, captured by the beauty, they agreed they would be back as soon as possible. Back in Chicago, Kendall and Miranda made everyone jealous with their deep tans and sun-bleached hair. It didn't hurt that they also wore matching floral print dresses and flowers in their hair. There to surprise them when they arrived at the airport were both sets of parents, Garrison and Maddie. They had hired a limo bus to escort the newlyweds to their condo where they had planned a catered meal as a welcome home gift. The welcome home celebration was greatly appreciated, but as the evening wore on it became obvious that both Kendall and Miranda were wearing out. As the group was watching a slideshow of pictures on the 60-inch screen through the magic of Bluetooth, the two took turns nodding off. Shortly after 10, the party broke up with all the guests giving one last hug to the newlyweds. It only took Kendall and Miranda another 20 minutes before they were in bed, wrapped in each other's arm, and sound asleep. Kendall and Miranda only had 2 more days to relax at home before Kendall would be heading to New York to begin rehearsal sessions for the musical. They both had mixed feeling about spending much of the next 6 months separated by 1,000 miles after only 2 weeks of married life. But they both had a lot to look forward to. Miranda would be starting her job, and Kendall would be getting ready for opening night, only 8 weeks away. While both Kendall and Miranda expected life to fall into a relaxed pattern, it was not to be. Saturday morning, Jay Hart called. He needed to meet with them both before Kendall boarded the plane on Sunday. So that afternoon, he was at the condo to meet with them. The 3 of them sat around the dining room table as Jay pulled several trade papers from his briefcase. You needed to see these and be prepared to deal with them before you get to New York. I've already contacted all the editors, but no one will disclose their sources. I've also talked to the producers of the show, and while they don't see any problems, they'll want to meet with you as soon as you get to New York. Jay acted a bit worrisome as he spoke. Then he laid out the papers. First, there was Variety. The headlines read, "Here come the brides. Upcoming Broadway star weds." And below the headline was a picture of the couple embracing in the garden after the Sunday ceremony. Next came Broadway Times. Bride and Bride. Kendall Baxter wears white as she weds her bride. There was a picture of Kendall walking down the aisle and another with Kendall standing next to Miranda in front of Pastor Williams. While neither of these two were particularly bad, the next 2 presented a more brutal attack. Midnight Shadow proclaimed, Broadway lesbian takes advantage of same-sex marriage laws. Next role will be in Butch and Bimbo. The picture here was as Miranda was taking the garter from Kendall's leg. The skirt was pushed up displaying a lot of leg. Reality Attack went even further. A career destined to be over before it starts. Budding actress comes out as Broadway Butch. Does anyone wear the pants in this household? The picture here actually was not too bad. It was taken as Kendall and Miranda shared a slow dance. And finally, there was New York Underground. Is she a she? Is she a he? Which bride is trans? Attached to this article were several pictures. Kendall exiting the limo, Kendall walking down the aisle, Kendall throwing her bouquet, and Miranda tossing the garter. Needless to say, Kendall and Miranda were in shock. Who did this? Who would do this? Asked Kendall, and why? Miranda was reduced to tears. It was obvious that one of the wedding guests had taken the pictures, but who? And as for why, that was obvious, money. It was always for money. But it didn't make sense. Neither Kendall nor Miranda had any enemies, at least none they were aware of, yet someone had decided to take advantage of their friendship. While they continued to talk, Kendall made calls to his parents, Miranda's parents, Garrison and Maddie. It took them all less than 30 minutes to arrive. When the whole group was there, Jay Hart laid out the whole story again, showing them all the trade papers. I'm not sure how much damage was done, but mostly I think it's a matter of embarrassment and how you all choose to deal with it. Certainly, Kendall and Miranda will face the brunt of it, but I'm sure there will be some trickle down to all of you. You just need to be prepared for what to say and how you respond. The group stayed together talking long after Jay Hart took his leave. They needed to talk, and they needed a plan, but they weren't sure what to expect. They knew that Kendall would have the worst of it, but he seemed to be the one most confident with his ability to deal with it. I've been dealing with teasing and harassment most of my life. This isn't any different, just at a more public level. It's the rest of you I'm worried about, especially you, Miranda. He pulled her close and held her. Sunday morning, Miranda gave Kendall a ride to the airport. They stood in the lobby holding each other and kissing until Kendall had to hurry to get through security and make the flight. Kendall spent most of the 2 hours on the flight collecting thoughts about how to approach the producers. Jay Hart had not been able to get anything more from them, except there would be a meeting at 11 on Monday morning. So that's what Kendall was preparing for. No point in going in on the offense, but no reason to be contrite. Monday morning, Kendall was surprised to receive a call from Jay Hart. "I'm in the lobby, get dressed and come on down for breakfast. It'll give us some time to talk before meeting the producers." Kendall chose a modest outfit for the meeting. A mid-calf length blue cotton skirt and a multicolored blouse with a geometric pattern. For makeup she went minimal and simple jewelry. Her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, secured with ribbon. When she met Jay in the lobby he appeared taken back for a minute, but then smiled. "Perfect. This is the you we want them to see. All you, nothing pretentious, nothing fake. Just the Midwest girl next door." Kendall looked at Jay, taking in the look on his face. There was something there that had been left unsaid, and he needed to know what it was. "So, I sense more than a little apprehension in your voice. What's the issue? I don't want you holding anything back, so if there's something I need to know before going into this meeting, let's hear it." Jay took a deep breath and let out a little laugh. "It's nothing to worry about, I just wasn't sure which Kendall I'd be meeting with this morning. I've known you for a while now, and you're one of my best clients, but I still get a little confused about the whole transgender issue. I guess I'm learning more every day." Kendall considered what Jay said and relaxed. "I'm okay with that. I've been living with this all my life and sometimes I still don't understand it. I have asked myself 1,000 times, who am I, what am I? And the answer I come up with is I'm me. I know that sounds too simple, but it's the answer that works for me. I've been very lucky to have a family there to support me, even though my dad struggled with it. And I have been blessed to have Miranda. She's been there the whole way. There are some people who think she's somehow influenced me, but that's not so. She's been there to support me and hold my hand and always watched over me." There were a few minutes of quiet as the breakfast was served, and Kendall continued. "When I auditioned for this play, it was without a doubt for the female roles. No one, at any point, questioned me. If you look at my performance history, I haven't played a male part since early in college. I have to do what's right for me, and hopefully be good enough at it to be successful. So, going to meet the producers today, they'll see the real me, the same person they met at the auditions." Jennifer Wilson was the executive producer and Martin Hastings the producer of the show. Their office was on Central Park West in what was best described as the high-rent district. When Kendall and Jay arrived, the receptionist escorted them into a large conference room overlooking the park. "They've been waiting for you to arrive. I'm sure they'll be in a minute or two." And she wasn't wrong, for barely had she taken her leave when the door opened and the pair walked in. Martin Hastings offered a quick hello and handshake before taking his seat. But Jennifer Wilson's greeting was almost surprisingly different. She came across the room and embraced Kendall with a warm hug. She shook Jay's hand and then moved to take a seat, as did Kendall and Jay. It was Jennifer who took the lead. Jennifer looked at Kendall and then to Jay, keeping a big smile on her face. Then she looked at Martin and scowled to match the look on his face. "Martin, don't look so sour, you'll scare our guests." She took a minute, allowing him to settle before she continued. "Well, young lady, you've accomplished a first in this city for the theater crowd. Your feet have yet to walk down Broadway, you've yet to set even a toe on stage, and you managed to hit the headlines in all the trade papers." She took a minute to allow that thought to sink in, then continued. "Now, depending on your perspective, that might be good, or it might be bad. While Martin's mired down in doom and gloom, I'm an optimist. I believe this gives us a great opportunity to show the theater world that you're every bit as talented as I believe. It's about time the world wakes up to the diversity that exists in society, and we're better to begin than here on Broadway. So, let's turn Martin's sour grapes into some vintage wine. There was another 30 minutes of discussion, mostly with Martin expressing his concerns. I'm not sure the theater crowd, as open and accepting as they are, will accept you, even give you a chance. But we've come this far, and there's no turning back. If we were a month into a successful run, it would be a different story, but now you're starting at a disadvantage. I've talked to the investors for the show, and they're okay moving forward, but we've got to have your understudy ready to go if the crowds turn against you. We're responsible for their investment, and we need to protect it. When they left the offices, Jay steered Kendall to a local watering hole. I know it barely past noon, but I think we both need this. While Jay ordered a Long Island iced tea, Kendall settled for white wine. When the drinks arrived, Jay offered a toast to success and a long run on Broadway. Kendall sipped the wine, quietly thinking through the meeting, spending most of the meeting listening, not having much to say. In the end, she offered up her vow to prove all the doubters wrong. They don't know me as an actress, only as a figment of their imaginations, born out of hatred and fear of what they don't know or understand. I've seen it all my life, and I'm not going to let it affect my performances. Kendall took time to repeat these feelings to Jay, not needing to win him over, just needing to reassure him. Rehearsals started on Tuesday morning with introductions of the cast, show director, musical director, costume designer, and stage manager, along with all the assistants and crew. With everyone having seen the trade papers, Kendall was subjected to a lot of razzying. The show director, Walter Daly, allowed it to play out for a while before calling the entire cast together. Okay folks, we've all had our fun at Kendall's expense, now it's time to put it away. We've got a lot to do, and I want you all to remember you get judged on one thing and one thing only, the quality and authenticity of your performance. There will be no prima donnas, and the same expectations apply to every member of the cast. So, I suggest you all get serious and get down to business. For the next 4 weeks, the directors pushed the cast in the rehearsals and in individual practice sessions. Much to Kendall's surprise, other than a few missed lines and Kay's, the acting fell into place. Where the most work was needed was the songs. The musical director was a taskmaster and would settle for nothing short of perfection. A vocal coach was provided, and Kendall worked long hours on technique and presentation, and day by day saw improvement. The vocal coach stressed the 2 things were the most important: you've got all the talent and your vocal range and style are amazing. You just need to use them in this setting. In other plays, you had the knowledge of the storyline and other performances to set a standard for you, but this is a whole new show. You need to take the songs and make them your own. Dig deep and find your emotional center and let it lead you through the songs. Then, focus on transitions. When you move from dialogue to song and back again, it must seem natural. You don't want to stop talking and then start singing, it all needs to flow together. It was more work than Kendall had ever put into a performance, but this was the opportunity to own a role in a musical. Performing the play for the first time, singing the featured song for the first time, it was the chance to make a mark, and to have this chance your first time on the Broadway stage was incredible. While Kendall was dealing with the rehearsals, Miranda was working through the first few weeks of her job. For the most part, it felt like a continuation of her last semester at school. She was working with a senior biologist doing basic research on viruses and the effects of newly developed drugs. She was totally immersed in the work but missed Kendall terribly. While they talked almost every day and only helped a bit, she missed having someone to cuddle up with in bed, and she missed his overall presence. When they were apart in the past, she was either living at home with her parents or with her college roommate. Now being alone in the condo, it felt so big and so empty. As the weeks passed, Miranda immersed herself in her work, hoping the time would pass quickly. She had already cleared things with her boss for an extended weekend that would allow her to travel to New York for the opening of the show. Kendall had secured tickets for the entire families, and they were all excited to be going. To her, seeing Kendall after so many weeks, it would be like starting their marriage over again. She knew that Kendall would be wrapped up in the schedule of the show, but just being there was important. While the opening of the show was scheduled for Friday evening, there was a media preview on Thursday afternoon. Miranda was able to take an early flight and arrive in time to attend the media event as Kendall's guest. After flying to Kennedy Airport, Miranda took a taxi to the theater. She was so looking forward to seeing Kendall, she was almost shaking. And when the taxi pulled up to the theater entrance, she was ill-prepared for what she confronted. In New York, the opening of a new Broadway show was a highly anticipated and publicized event, and even the media event drew a crowd. And on this day, the crowd not only included the normal group of enthusiasts, but also two other groups. As she exited the cab, there were several police officers there keeping the groups separated. On the right side of the entry walk were 20 or so people carrying signs touting equal rights for all, transgender people are people too, and many more. On the other side of the walk was another group whose signs espoused other thoughts, transgender, another name for queer, God didn't make transgender people, and other things that were more crude and caused Miranda to look away. As she was escorted to the door by an officer, she heard someone shout, "Lesbian queen queer lover," and she turned her head and moved through the doors as quickly as she could. Once inside the theater, there was a small contingency or receptionists to welcome and escort guests. Once Miranda showed her invitation, she was greeted by Dharma Keys, a college-age girl who was assigned to act as her chaperone. "I hope you didn't have trouble out on the walk." The groups were getting confrontational earlier, so the manager called in the police. "I think they've settled down since then. None of them are too anxious to go to jail." Dharma gave Miranda a brief tour of the front of the house and then led her into the main theater where the media event was being held. The room was about half filled with reporters, photographers, and a few film crews. Moving down the aisle, they found seats about halfway back from the stage. Dharma seemed excited to explain what was happening and how it would be done. Each of the trade papers, magazines, and newspapers are allowed one reporter, an assistant, an audio tech, and a photographer. The radio stations are allowed a reporter with their assistant and an audio tech. The TV and internet crews are a bit more extensive with their personnel, including camera crews with lighting and sound techs. They are all cleared by security and have to be registered with the Theater Guild. Miranda sat quietly and watched the activity. Small groups of actors would come on stage and short scenes from the play were acted out for them. Then there were questions and answers. After several of these segments, the stage was cleared, and the producers and director came on stage. There were extended question and answer periods with the various groups of reporters, and then the stage was cleared again. Finally, after a few minutes, Marion Holmes and Kendall walked out on the stage, and the entire media group stood and applauded. Miranda was so proud. There was even a tear running down her cheek. The look on Miranda's face was not lost on Dharma. "Oh my God! You're Miranda, that Miranda, Kendall's Miranda. I didn't realize. I mean, everybody knows you. I mean, we really don't know you, but we've heard about you. After all the publicity from the wedding. Holy crap! We even had a meeting about what might happen. That's what it's all about out front, but you probably realized that. Oh my God, I need to shut up. I'm so sorry." Miranda reached over and gave Dharma a hug. "It's okay. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. We were married for 3 weeks when Kendall had to come to New York for rehearsals. So, we haven't been together in 6 weeks. And now Kendall is on stage side by side with Marion Holmes. I am so proud." For the next 20 minutes, they listened as Marion and Kendall responded to questions. The first few were about the show, and how they felt about headlining a new show. Marion answered quickly, "I'm ready for this, it's a first for me. Over the years, I played many parts in many shows, and invariably, I've been compared to other actresses who have played the part. After this, I look forward to them being compared to me." Kendall took a minute to think while Marion spoke, and then answered, "I'm ready for this, it's a first for me." "Oops, I've heard that before. but I really am thrilled to be here and to have the chance to work with Marion. She's been like a big sister to me, and I am learning so much, both about acting and about surviving in New York. There were a couple of reporters who tried to ask about Kendall's wedding and the stories surrounding it, but the producers stepped in and shut it down. We're here to meet the cast, talk about the show, and get a preview, so you know what to expect. Beyond that, personal issues are out of bounds. Now, one more question and then we've got a little surprise for you. 20 hands went up, and the producer pointed to the reporter from Variety. Marion, how do you feel about sharing the stage with a young upcoming actress? I understand that she's got the lead on a couple of the big vocals. Does that challenge you? Marion sat back as if considering how to answer. This reporter was highly regarded and she wanted to use the question to pump things up a bit. I like the idea of being challenged, whether it's by the magnitude of the role I am playing or the quality of the cast. It all serves to bring out the best in me. As for performing with Kendall, I am thrilled for her to be here. She is an amazing talent, her voice is incredible, and she has true passion for what she does. Does that challenge me? Hell yes! And that's how we should all feel every day when we enter the theater. That's how we motivate ourselves and why we do what we do. There was a 15-minute break, and then the group gathered for the final surprise as promised by the producer. There on stage was a 12-piece orchestra, and seated in front of them on stools were Marion and Kendall. Without a word being spoken, the orchestra started to play, and Marion began singing. The song was called Just to Be Me. It was soft and introspective, and her voice was perfect for the song. The gathered audience was spellbound and applauded loudly. Then, it was Kendall's turn. Break the Rules was the feature song for the show, and Kendall fully embraced it. The tune was very upbeat, and the orchestra played the lively intro. On K, Kendall picked up the lyrics. The words and the melody grew and blossomed, and Kendall's voice filled the theater. While there had been some side discussions, the entire crowd grew quiet. The song continued, and Kendall's voice grew as the final strains were reached. And as the notes began to fade, the entire audience rose to their feet and applauded. There was another brief question and answer session with the director and producers, but at last Kendall was free to go. And when Miranda was spotted making her way towards the stage, there was nothing that could keep them apart. Kendall motioned to a side exit and met Miranda there where they could make their escape. Kendall had anticipated Miranda's arrival and had carefully thought through this escape. Over the past several weeks she had been hounded almost non-stop by reporters, and wanted to spare Miranda from the assault. Behind the theater, Kendall had arranged for a driver to meet them and hurry them away to her hotel. During the 10-minute ride they kissed, hugged and cuddled like newlyweds, which for all intents and purposes they still were. Once they made it to Kendall's hotel room, they stripped away their clothes and fell into each other's arms as they found their way to the bed. Their lust took over and they explored their bodies, finding ways to excite and thrill themselves until they collapsed, falling into a deep sleep. Fortunately, Kendall had thought to set an alarm, and at 6:30 the two were awakened. "We've got to hurry a bit. Get your shower and then I'll get mine. We've got a dinner to attend this evening, and if we shower together, we'll never make it." When Kendall moved to hug, Miranda playfully slapped him away. "So, you're putting your career ahead of your loving wife." And she headed towards the bath. Kendall caught her at the doorway and swatted her on the butt. "Not putting the job first, just giving my wife a chance to enjoy a wonderful dinner, cocktails and dancing, and some time to recover her strength. Then I plan to keep her up all night, driving her to pure ecstasy." The dinner party at the Excelsior was a get-to-know-you event, where each of the cast and crew members were invited to bring a +1, or in some cases +2. The guests ranged from spouses, boy and girlfriends, to parents and even children, but no one under 18 years old. The meal was simply delectable. Starting with crab cakes and seafood scampi for appetizers, then lobster rolls and beef tenderloins over rice. For dessert, there was champagne ice with strawberries. After dinner, the Jennifer Wilson made a presentation introducing the cast and many of the crew members and congratulating them on their efforts to this point, but now is when the real work begins. Everything you have done up until now will be meaningless if you fail tomorrow. But I want you to put the possibility of failure out of your mind. You are all professionals, the best of the best at what you do. And I am sure that tomorrow night and for days, weeks and months to come you will enjoy the success of your talents. For the rest of the evening, the group mingled and got to know each other's family members. It was a great way to put everyone in a relaxed and calm state of mind, exactly what the producers. While Kendall and Miranda did draw a lot of attention, everyone was very kind and completely accepting. For the most part, they wanted to just meet them and congratulate them on their wedding. Friday was a whirlwind of activity. Both sets of parents were on the same flight and arrived at 10 a.m., followed by Garrison and Maddie at noon. Once they were all checked into the hotel, the group met for a late lunch. There was a high level of eager anticipation amongst the group. While they had all seen Kendall perform before, this was Broadway. The group chatted about the pressure of being on Broadway and opening a new show. Maddie, who had only seen Kendall perform once, was so nervous you might have thought she was going on stage. How can you be so relaxed? I'm so nervous I'm shaking, and you sit there as cool as a cucumber. How do you deal with it? Kendall took a deep breath, relaxing before answering. I may look calm on the outside, but I have the biggest case of butterflies you could imagine. I always go through this, so I know how to deal with it, but today is something different. I've dreamed about this all my life, and never thought it would happen. But now that I'm here, Broadway, wow. I know later, as I'm getting in makeup and costume, I'll settle down. That's always a magical time for me. It's when things become real and I become one with the character, and from that point on, there's no butterflies and my nerves are at rest. At 3 in the afternoon, Kendall had to head to the theater for a final cast meeting with the director and producers, followed by a 30-minute staging walkthrough with the entire cast. Then, the process of preparing for the show would begin. Kendall would have a short session with the musical director and vocal director. It provided a chance to warm up the voice. Then she was scheduled for 30 minutes of relaxation therapy, including a light massage and warm bath. Wrapped in a warm robe, she would be headed to the hairstylist, and after 30 minutes of styling gel, curling irons, and 100 hairpins she would be finished. Then, it was on to the makeup artist to finish her look. The makeup process was always relaxing, but stressful at the same time. Kendall would watch as the makeup artist, Becca, transformed her with layer upon layer makeup. Blending, coloring, contouring and shaping her face, highlighting her eyes, making them appear bigger, brighter and more expressive. The final step was lip color and sealer, before Kendall was turned to face the mirror. And when she did, she was amazed and satisfied. She smiled and gave an approving look to Becca. "You're amazing. Beth and is back." Once hair and makeup were complete, Kendall relaxed in her dressing room and enjoyed a light snack brought in for her. There was a fruit plate, cheese and crackers, clear fruit juices and bottled water. It was perfect to fight off hunger but not be overfilling, and easy on her throat, nothing to affect her voice. Promptly at 7, the door to the room opened, and the costume coordinator entered with Kendall's first costume. Lindsay had become a close friend and confidant to Kendall. She was a calming force, helping Kendall deal with any and every problem that came up. She had been working as an associate costume designer for the past 5 years and was well aware of the pressures associated with a major show. For this show, Kendall would do 3 costume changes, and it fell upon Lindsay to make it work perfectly. She was hoping this show would provide a stepping stone for her to move up in the ranks, and if Kendall had anything to say about it, it would happen. At 7:45, Kendall followed the short walkway backstage ready for the show. She was calm, in control and ready. She was not on stage for the opening. Her entrance came 6 minutes into the first act when she walked into the apartment she shared with her sister. She heard the word pass, 5 minutes to curtain, and she waited patiently. Then it was 2 minutes, and finally the curtain rose, and she could hear the opening dialogue begin. The show couldn't have gone better. Every line delivered and every song sung to perfection. The crowd was into the show from the beginning, following the dialogue and picking up on the subtle jokes laced into the storyline. They were ready and anticipating each of the songs and applauded with vigor. When it was time for Break the Rules, Kendall transitioned smoothly from the dialogue into the opening lines of the song. She held back, singing softly but projecting the words, allowing them to be heard and felt. Then, as the music grew, her voice grew with it. She allowed the power of the words to lead her through the song and felt herself become one with the music, pouring all her passion into it. And as the last few notes faded, she allowed herself one breath before picking up the dialogue. The exchange between Beth and Celeste was held back for a brief minute while the applause died off, and then the words were picked up again. To say that the opening night had been a sensation would be an understatement. Thunderous applause and 3 curtain calls were just the beginning. Both Marion Holmes and Kendall were called out for individual bows and ovations. The entire cast and crew had waited for the special editions to come out at 11 p.m., and they were not disappointed. Variety proclaimed, "New life on Broadway, Celeste is a smash success." Not to be outdone, the Guild's headlines beamed, "Celeste, a Broadway musical the way they should be done." And Showtime might have said it best, "Celeste breaks the rules." While the celebration could have lasted through the night, Walter Daly stepped in to remind them all that there was a matinee performance the next day. "You've done it once, you were all spectacular tonight, but I want you awake and alert and ready to do it again tomorrow." Kendall met Miranda, their parents, Garrison and Maddie in the all-night restaurant on second floor of their hotel for a late snack and a chance to talk. When Kendall arrived, the group was bubbling with excitement. Miranda jumped up and pulled Kendall into a big hug. "You're amazing. I don't know what else to say. I've seen you perform before, but nothing like this. I could see, hear, and feel the emotion. It was in every word, every movement, and then when you sang, oh my God. I had tears in my eyes. I could sense what you were feeling and how you were projecting it. Absolutely amazing." The gathering lasted until for another hour, and finally the group started to wear down. Everyone was tired, but especially Kendall. Taking Kendall's hand, Miranda led the way to the room. "I know how tired you must be, but I've got a little reward prepared for my Broadway star. Maybe you can find the energy to enjoy it." When they got to their room, it took only minutes for them to find the bed. Clothes were scattered in every direction and they tumbled into each other's arms. Their love-making was raw and visceral, each of them knew exactly how to fulfill the other. While it went by quickly, it felt like hours, and they fell asleep curled up tightly holding on to each other. They made love again in the early hours of the morning. This time more slowly, a gentle expression of their feeling for each other. Taking time to explore the depth of their love, finding the limits of their passion. Finally laying back lazily, just holding on, knowing that this moment wouldn't last, but not ready to let go. Finally, able to separate themselves, Kendall and Miranda showered and dressed. Mid-morning, they were meeting the gang for breakfast before Kendall headed to the theater just after noon. The atmosphere at breakfast was celebratory. Garrison brought copies of the morning papers and the entertainment sections were effusive with their praise for the show and the quality of the performances. The Times featured a picture of Kendall singing "Break the Rules" as Marion stood by listening, and their words were even more rewarding. A brilliant performance by a rising star with the voice of an angel. Miranda held the paper in front of her, mouthing the words as she read it to herself. "This is going on the front page of your scrapbook." Kendall looked to her, questioning what she said. "Scrapbook? Since when do I have a scrapbook?" Miranda and Kendall's mother looked at each other and smiled. Together they looked at Kendall, giggling to get the words out. "Since about 8th grade." Gloria broke down in a massive giggle fit, so Miranda continued. "Your mother started it with clips from the school newspaper and pictures she took during a castle fair. Then in high school, I became a co-conspirator, and we've been adding to it ever since. Next time you get a break and come home, I'll show it to you, but only if you're very nice to me." After a few minutes more of teasing, Kendall headed out to the theater. The rest of the gang would be there again this afternoon leading the applause. As Kendall traveled to the theater, visions of the scrapbook filled his mind. He never would have guessed, but it was going to be exciting when he finally got to see it. If anything, the matinee went better than the previous night. All the opening night jitters were left behind, the entire cast was more relaxed, and the show just flowed. When it came time for Break the Rules, Kendall was totally immersed in the words and music. It became a moving experience for Kendall and translated into the same for the audience, and the applause stopped the show for 6 minutes before it could continue. The show wrapped for the evening with 4 curtain calls and 2 special calls for Marion Holmes and Kendall. While they stood center stage taking their bows, 2 ushers appeared, delivering huge bouquets of red roses from the producers. And when the cast met backstage, there was a champagne toast courtesy of the theater. Kendall was able to meet with his private audience for a quick dinner and goodbyes as they all were booked on a late evening flight. After many hugs and several kisses from Miranda, the group was off to the airport. Kendall and Miranda parted with tears in their eyes. It would be weeks, if not months, before they had the chance to be together again. Miranda was busy with her job, and Kendall had 16 weeks of the show to do before the first break. For the next few months, life continued at a crazy pace. For Miranda, the job consumed her days, and her mother, Gloria, and Maddie filled her evenings and weekends, keeping her from being alone in the condo. They all lent their help as Miranda worked on decorating the rooms, taking them on one at a time. Every evening before she went to bed, Kendall would call, and they would spend 20 or 30 minutes catching up. While they missed each other terribly, these few minutes each day were a way to reaffirm their love. And a week didn't go by when Kendall didn't send flowers to Miranda, always finding a way to surprise her. They might be delivered at the office, or on the street by a random delivery person. Even during lunch while she sat in the park. For Kendall, life fell into a very predictable pattern. Some weeks, there were 6 performances, and some weeks 7. It was an exhausting schedule. While Kendall had a wonderful understudy, Mary Terrell, neither the producers nor the director wanted to give up the promotional value or the momentum gained with Kendall. Everyone knew that Kendall was an emerging star, and that was golden for the show and everyone involved. Mondays and Tuesdays were off days, and Kendall used these days to relax, wandering the city like a tourist. Taking time to explore museums, checking out the endless variety of shops and cafes. There was even the opportunity to take in 2 other shows. But the biggest challenge was getting through the loneliness. Being here without Miranda was a never-ending challenge. By Halloween, Kendall could take no more. Taking the 10:30 flight after the Sunday evening show and texting Miranda to meet him at the airport. When Kendall was able to fight through the late-night crowd, Miranda was there waiting. The couple jumped into each other's arms and shared an embrace long overdue. Spending the next 2 days together was revitalizing for both Kendall and Miranda. Miranda took 2 days off work, so they could spend every minute together. They did meet with their parents for dinner on Monday, but saved the rest of the time for themselves. They didn't do anything special, just being together was enough, but all too soon it was Tuesday afternoon and Miranda was dropping Kendall at the airport. Before he left her, Kendall handed Miranda an envelope. "It's tickets. I want you to come to New York for Thanksgiving. We can watch the Macy's parade together before the show. Afterwards, we've been invited to Jennifer Wilson's for dinner. You remember her, she's the executive producer. She said it would be quiet affair. Beside us, there will be one other couple, and she and her husband." Miranda was beside herself. "Oh my, that's always been one of my fantasies. I've watched the parade every year for as long as I can remember. I never thought I'd get to see it live. Now, not only do I get to see it, I get to see it with you." As it turned out, Thanksgiving weekend was amazing for many reasons. First, the parade was magnificent with Mother Nature providing perfect weather. The bands, the balloons, and of course Santa Claus's arrival. It fulfilled the dreams of 2 grown-up little girls standing on a street corner in New York City watching it happen. Second, the dinner at Jennifer's house was spectacular. When they arrived at the house, it was obvious that she lived quite well. The house sat on a corner lot well over an acre in size. It was built in the Federalist style, surrounded by a stone and iron fence, and presented a somewhat pretentious appearance. And having ridden there in a limo provided by Jennifer, they expected nothing less. Entering the house, it was everything on the inside bespoken by the exterior. The massive front door opened to a foyer rich in marble and polished mahogany. Jennifer met the couple at the door and led them through the foyer into a grand reception room. It was elegantly appointed with opposing stairways leading to an upper landing. The walls were covered in textured wallpaper that appeared to be hand-painted, and pieces of art perfectly hung, allowing them to be appreciated. Third, Jennifer steered Kendall and Miranda to the rear of the room where three people stood quietly speaking. "Allow me to introduce you to my husband, Walter Westmoreland, who was kind enough to allow me to keep my maiden name when we married. Since I was already established in the theater community, it made more sense, and his ego wasn't so big that it was an issue for him. That's just one of the many reasons I love him." And with that said, she reached up and kissed him soundly. "Now, let me introduce our other dinner guests. Kendall, Miranda, please meet Burl Cassidy Kirkwood and his lovely wife Anastasia. Friends, as you will soon become, call them Buck and Anna." Several years ago, Buck invented some sort of software code that is now used to support internet communication and is now insanely wealthy, and Anna is the brains of the relationship. She tells him where to spend the money. There were hugs shared amongst the group, with Anna saying, "Handshakes are too blasé, best kept for the business world." Hugs are where you get to know someone. There is much more said about a person from their hug than 1,000 words can tell you. Fourth, when the group sat down for dinner, Walter offered a champagne toast to friendship and the pleasures brought to a person through it. Then Buck opened the wine to let it breath, while Jennifer and Anna served the first course. Jennifer smiled as she brought out the dishes. "I hope you weren't expecting some catered affair." To be done properly, Thanksgiving dinner is prepared at home by the family and for the family and friends. Finally, after a truly wonderful dinner, turkey and dressing and all the trimmings, the group sat in the living room sharing a fine glass of port wine and getting to know each other better. Jennifer put their minds at ease. "I have a cleaning crew coming in the morning. We'll put the leftovers away in a bit, and they'll take care of the rest. But first we need to allow dinner to settle and take time to talk." While the conversation was casual, a great deal of it was focused on Kendall's success and how it had come to be. It wasn't an inquisition, but Anna was particularly interested in all the details. "You are so incredibly brave. You have taken your talents and broken through all the barriers and opposition. Break the Rules is destined to be your theme song." It took a while, but Kendall finally got a chance to speak. "I've been really lucky to have people around me who believed in me. While my parents have always been there, I'm not sure they believed it would come to this, but we're always there. It was Miranda who got me to take my first step, and she's been by my side ever since. From there, it's been an almost endless line of teachers, vocal coaches, directors and producers who gave me a chance and supported me. Sometimes, it's like I'm on the best thrill ride ever, and I'm just afraid it's going to end too soon." Now it was Jennifer's turn. "Well, I had an ulterior motive in inviting you here today. While I wanted the two of you enjoy a truly wonderful holiday, I've been busy selling you to Anna and Buck. The reality is, I didn't have to do much selling as they've already seen the show 3 times. Both Kendall and Miranda look a bit bewildered, but Anna stepped in to clarify. "Buck and I are totally taken with your talents, and while we wish you a long and successful run with Celeste, we want to make sure your thrill ride doesn't end there. At some point, the show will close, or it will make sense for you to move on to something else, and we want to make sure that whatever it is, it's something truly magnificent and deserving of your talents." Anna took a minute to let that all sink in, and to catch her breath. "I talked this through with Buck, and we've decided to offer you a futures contract, a kind of a retainer. We plan to make it our personal mission to find the right show for your talents, and we want to make sure you have no worries about your future." With that said, Buck produced a paper from his jacket pocket and handed it across to Kendall, who took it with a shaking hand. "It's a draft of a contract I had my lawyer prepare. It's structured to be non-threatening but allows us to have first right of refusal when you're ready to take on a new project. The money is there as an incentive and the amount is negotiable, as are any other terms of the agreement. I'm sure you'll want your father or brother to review it, and I'll provide contact information for our attorney." Kendall and Miranda sat there in shock as Anna continued. "What we want is for you to have continued success, and if we can play a little role in it, we want to do so. The money in the contract is for you, but we're ready to make a substantial investment in your next project, because we believe in you." Kendall opened the paper and looked down quickly and folded it shut again, handing it over to Miranda. And as she did so, there were tears in her eyes. Miranda didn't know how to react, but took the paper in her hand almost afraid to open it. She looked from face to see Jennifer, Walter, Buck and Anna all smiling, urging her to look at what was there. And when she composed herself enough, she unfolded the page and looked down, her eyes stopping at the same line that must have caught Kendall, in the amount of $500,000, and she could go no further. It took a few minutes for her and Kendall to pull themselves together. It was Kendall who first regained the power of speech. Taking a tissue offered by Jennifer and taking a deep breath, Kendall spoke. "Is this real? Are you serious? I don't have the words, I don't know what to say." And neither Kendall nor Miranda could find their voice. 2 days later, Miranda was back in Chicago, and she passed a copy of the contract on to Garrison to review. He was quiet as he read it over, but his jaw dropped as he set the paper on his desk. "This is unbelievable. It's totally legitimate, and the structure is completely in Kendall's favor. Now there are conditions on the payment of the money, but that's expected. In an arrangement like this, you don't just get a big fat check up front, it comes in a series of payments predicated on the completion of specific events and their timing, but the money is there, and the way the structure is put together, it gives Kendall control of the timing and the events. There are probably a few inserts we want to make, just for the sake of clarification, but otherwise it's good as gold." Sitting in Garrison's office, Miranda dialed Kendall's number and turned on the speakerphone. "Hi, sweetie. I'm here in the office with Garrison, and he's just finished reviewing the contract. He said it's good as gold. He suggested a couple of minor changes in wording, just to clarify the terms, but he says it's all in your favor." Garrison listened as Miranda filled in Kendall and then took the lead. "Miranda's told me these people are rich beyond limits, and they are active supporters of the arts, and they must be, to put together an offer like this. But what they're offering you is amazing. The whole contract is structured to make your life easy, and give them the opportunity of finding what they consider to be an appropriate play in which to invest." Kendall was still operating in a cloud, not knowing what to think. "I talked with Jennifer today, and she told me the offer is 100% legitimate. She told me that she believes I am quickly becoming a star, and that by having the luxury of time to choose my next role wisely, with her guidance of course, I can become a superstar. I think Celeste will run through the spring and possibly summer, but don't want you jumping at the first offer put in front of you. You're going to become a hot commodity. She's already talked to Jay Hart about my career development, without letting on about this contract. She emphasized this was of the utmost importance. Outside of the few of us, including our parents and Maddie, no one else can know about this." Garrison spent several hours with Devin reviewing the contract, adding a word here, a phrase there, but leaving much the whole of it intact. With their approval, the contract was signed, and Kendall's focus returned to the show. While it had never really strayed, now there was a greater sense of security that provided freedom to just become immersed in the show, and Kendall's performances showed that. Every time Kendall stepped on the stage, it was Beth and who appeared to the audience. Miranda and Maddie agreed, the two became one. For the next few weeks, life settled into a pattern once again. Kendall was completely immersed in the show, enjoying each performance more than the last. There was a rhythm that developed, allowing Kendall more time to relax and enjoy the city. While there was so much to do, Kendall approached the city with caution. Little by little there were events of interest, and occasionally, Kendall joined other cast members in outings. Soon enough, the city was settling in for Christmas, and Kendall arranged to surprise the whole family. Using Jennifer and her connections, Kendall procured tickets for the Christmas Eve performance of the Nutcracker. Along with the tickets for the show, Kendall purchased airline tickets. Finally, Talking to Buck and Anna, Kendall found an elite band B where everyone could stay. Miranda flew in on the 21st with Garrison and Maddie, and the parents on the 22nd. They all took a few days to see the city trimmed out for Christmas. On the 24th, Kendall had a 1 p.m. matinee, but at 4 p.m. met the group for an early dinner before the 8:30 performance of the Nutcracker. Christmas morning, Kendall was up early, found fresh coffee in the kitchen and was sitting in the living room in front of the elegantly decorated tree relaxing and enjoying the moment. There was a large overstuffed sofa, but Kendall decided to sit on the floor near the tree, taking advantage of the wonderful pine fragrance. On the coffee table and the sideboard was a wonderful selection of pastries and pitchers of orange juice and cranberry juice, apparently delivered by the same elves who had made the coffee. As tempting as it looked, Kendall resisted. When the rest of the gang woke up, there would be plenty of time to enjoy. Miranda was the first to join Kendall by the tree. "I rolled over to cuddle up, and you were gone. Are you okay? Just sitting here by yourself, what you thinking about?" Kendall smiled at her and pulled her into a hug. "Sorry, I'm just a bit wound up. Getting to have you here for Christmas is everything I could ask for. Believe it or not, even with my schedule, it gets pretty lonely here, and then I think about you back home and all I do is worry." Miranda smiled back and gave Kendall a quick kiss. "You're so silly. At home, I have the whole family to keep me busy. Sometimes, I'd like my parents to lighten up just a bit. And now that Maddie is in full planning mode for the wedding, we always have something to do or talk about. Yeah, I miss you terribly and get lonely, especially in bed at night, but I understand. And it sure makes our time together all the more special." By the time Miranda and Kendall finished kissing and were coming up for breath, Garrison and Maddie walked into the room. Garrison laughed, and Maddie teased the couple, "All right, you two, break it up before I get out the hose. What kind of example are you trying to set for our parents?" And that's how their parents found the four of them, sitting on the floor in front of the tree laughing hysterically. Miranda's father found his voice first. "Okay kids, you want to let us old folks in on the joke, or do we need to just guess? I thought you would have given up the Christmas morning giddiness years ago, but I guess not. Some kids just don't know when they're supposed to grow up." The laughter subsided a bit and it was Garrison, the elder statesman of the group, who spoke. "Grow up? Hell no. I may have to get older, but I'll never grow up. It's too much fun being a kid." And brought the whole group to laugh again. Maddie finally extricated herself from the group, made her way to the kitchen and returned with coffee and creamers along with china cups. Once the coffee was poured, the group attacked the pastries and the room fell quiet while breakfast was consumed. When everyone had their fill of sweets, they were all set to open presents. The size of the pile of gifts was amazing. There weren't too many large packages, the sheer number made up for it. While everyone received shirts or sweaters, scarves, gloves and socks, the remainder of the gifts were more personal. Garrison, Devin and Gary all received pocket watches, custom embossed golf balls and memberships to an elite country club. Gloria received a sapphire set of earring and necklace, and Sue received an emerald ring and brooch. They, along with Maddie and Miranda, received memberships to their favorite health spa and season tickets to the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. For Maddie, there was a ruby ring and matching pendant. Additionally, Miranda received a digital reader and 1-year subscription to an e-book service. Finally, it was time for Miranda and Kendall to exchange presents. Everyone else would have a chance to unwrap more presents when they arrived home, but this was the only chance for Miranda and Kendall. Miranda blushed as she opened the first box, containing a silk and lace negligee with matching panties and robe. Her cheeks glowed the same color of deep rose as the lingerie. She then handed the first box to Kendall, which when opened elicited a very thorough blush as Kendall lifted out of the box a pastel, yellow panties, bustier with long garters and sheer stockings. After a great deal of teasing, the pair agreed it might have been better to open those intimate presents in private. But undaunted, they went on to the remainder of the gifts. Miranda opened a gorgeous cashmere sweater set, an amethyst set of earrings and ring, and finally, a very rare, first edition printing of Little Women. She was nearly in tears as she looked at the book and held it to her chest. She had never imagined owning it, and now it was hers. Kendall picked the next present, opening it slowly, enjoying the moment. Pulling back the paper, Kendall lifted a butter-soft leather jacket with fur trim at the collar, cuffs and waistline. The next package contained a small cappuccino maker perfect for the early morning wake-up. And in the final package was a 6-volume set called An Anthology of American Poetry. Once all the packages were opened, everyone sat back and relaxed, all content being in one another's company. There were stories told, memories shared of Christmases past, many beginning with "Do you remember when?" or "Have you ever?" Most of the stories relating embarrassing situations and the funniest moments from holidays past. Mid-afternoon, the caterers arrived bringing in a feast befitting royalty. Not only was there a perfect turkey, dressing and cranberry salad, but there was a roast goose with apples and pears, and an array of vegetables. And it was all topped off by the pumpkin pies, pecan pies, and caramel frozen custard. When the dinner was done, everyone was ready for a nap before an evening spent in front of the tree sharing the stories of the day, destined to become next year's memories. The day after Christmas, Kendall was left alone as the rest of the gang flew back to Chicago. It was a sad moment when Kendall and Miranda parted at the airport, but they were comforted knowing Miranda would fly back to New York in 4 days to spend New Year's Eve with Kendall and attend a party sponsored by Buck and Anna. It was certain to be an amazing event. As advertised, the New Year's Eve party was elegant, extravagant, and spectacular in every way. The event was black tie, so evening gowns were required for the ladies and tuxes for the gentlemen. Anna insisted that Miranda and Kendall wear dresses borrowed from an exclusive designer who owed her 1 or 2 favors. "You deserve the best. Kendall, you're a celebrity now, you need to take advantage of these little perks." There were more than 100 couples attending, including the elite of the theater crowd, from producers and directors, actors and actresses, and patrons. There were waiters roaming the floor with trays full of incredible hors d'oeuvres, and glasses of champagne and an open bar for those desiring something stronger. There was a 12-piece band covering everything from the big bands to the Beatles and beyond. A large dance floor allowed plenty of room for those desiring to show off their best moves. For most of the evening, either Buck or Anna seemed to be escorting Kendall and Miranda through the crowd, making sure they were introduced to who Anna described as all the right people. Buck took it a step further. "It's important for you to know these people, and trust me, it means even more to them. It feeds their ego and provides them a certain degree of status. They'll be dropping your name amongst their friends. When I was speaking with Kendall, you know, the Broadway star, she was saying, and up goes their social status a few notches." Kendall and Miranda did find opportunities to get out on the dance floor, and instantly became the center of attention during the first slow dance. From that moment on, there was an endless stream of partners all seeking a chance to dance with either of them. While they accepted a few offers, it only took a quick look to either Buck or Anna for them to come to their rescue. Finally, just before midnight, Kendall and Miranda made their way to the dance floor together. They swayed to the music, holding each other as the crowd counted down the last few seconds, sharing a deep kiss as the shouts of Happy New Year filled the air around them. They held their embrace for several minutes, sharing another deep kiss before separating to arm's length, holding each other's gaze, and becoming aware of a circle of people who had gathered around them. Suddenly, there was applause. It started with a single person, and then was joined by another and another until the entire crowd was cheering. Much to the embarrassment of the couple, it went on for a few minutes before quieting. Then, the music started again, the dancing resumed. It was after 2 a.m. when Kendall and Miranda made their way back to the hotel room. They barely had the energy to carefully remove their gowns and lingerie before falling naked into bed. It was the first night they had together without the pressure of friends, family, or work waiting on them in the morning. And they took advantage of it, sleeping late and making love in the morning when they woke. Once they were up and moving, Kendall and Miranda took a long, refreshing shower together and got dressed for the day. They checked out of the hotel and found a little cafe for brunch before making their way to Kendall's apartment. Miranda had almost forgotten how small it was. "This is smaller than the hotel room. Do you ever feel claustrophobic here?" Kendall laughed a bit before answering, it's not so bad. I usually sleep late, get up by 10, shower, get dressed and leave. I don't think I'm ever home before 11. Then I'm ready to go to bed and it feels so big and empty without you here." And they found themselves in that bed, this time not having sex, just holding each other and feeling the closeness. All too soon, the day was passing them by, and Miranda had an evening flight back to Chicago. At 4 p.m., it was off to JFK and United 371 for the 2 hours trip to O'Hare. From there it was another hour to get home. Miranda gave Kendall a final kiss before heading through security. "I should be home by 9:30. Give me a call if I don't call you first." For the next few months, the only closeness they shared was their evening calls. Kendall would call every night after the show and Miranda would fill him in on the details of the day. Usually, it was a bit about work, which had become more exciting lately as she worked on 2 projects dealing with drug research for cancer patients. It was challenging and rewarding, but the pace of the project was lethargic at best and results slow to come, but it was moving forward. In early March, Kendall finally took a break from the show. While the show had been a tremendous success, the crowds were becoming somewhat smaller and it was time for a few of the leads to take a break and allow the understudies to carry the show through the slow season. For 2 weeks, Kendall was headed back to Chicago and would spend time at home with Miranda for the first time since they bought the condo. For the first few days, Kendall and Miranda took things slowly. It was like courtship all over again, with both of them being ever so careful to not disrupt the ebb and flow of life together. Miranda was doing her best to welcome Kendall into the home they were finally sharing, and Kendall was trying to fit into the domestic picture. Once domestic tranquility had settled in, Miranda decided it was time to get out. "Everybody keeps asking when I'm going to introduce my celebrity partner. They hear me talk about you and kid me about you being a fictional character." Over the next several days, there were dinners and parties with friends and coworkers, some of whom had met Kendall at the wedding and some who hadn't. It seemed like there was an endless number of events planned, and Kendall suspected that Miranda had been doing some advanced planning. And aside from these get-togethers, there were demands from the families. After dinners with Miranda's parents, Kendall's parents, and Garrison and Maddie, there was very little time left for the two of them. By Tuesday, they were getting a bit burned out, but Miranda had developed a plan for this as well. "You're flying back to New York on Sunday, and Saturday evening we're having dinner with our families, so that leaves Friday for us. I've got to be at work, but I'm planning to leave early and should be home by 3. We've got reservations at 8, so I'll just have time to change and get ready. It's a fundraising event sponsored by the Chicago Symphony and City Choir benefiting Children's Hospital. There's a concert with a reception and dance afterwards, and it's a dress-up event. I've already picked my outfit and I expect you to find something so incredibly sexy I won't be able to keep my hands off you. You've got the next 2 days to shop, and I expect to be impressed, so don't let me down." Kendall took the challenge to heart. Thursday morning started with a trip to the mall and a visit to Vanessa's, a specialty shop known far and wide for evening wear and cocktail dresses. What made the shop so special was their emphasis on sexy, sultry dresses. It only took Kendall 20 minutes to find the right dress after considering only 3 others. The dress featured a lace bodice with an off-the-shoulder design and deep plunging neckline, which when combined with the corset back, maximized cleavage. The dress fit snugly to the waist where the satin skirt flared dramatically, supported by a built-in net petticoat, and ending a full 6 inches above the knees. The deep green color of the dress made it a challenge to find accessories, but Kendall found sexy silver pumps with 4-inch pencil-thin heels, and a matching clutch purse at finishing touches. At Albrise's, a jewelry set with a necklace, bracelet, and chandelier earrings featuring green crystals the same color as the dress joined the party. The dress had a built-in bra, so Kendall's stop at Victoria's Secret only yielded a sexy lace panty and garter belt set, and Whisper Sure 15 denier dove gray stockings. Thinking ahead, Kendall also made a noon appointment Friday at Cheryl's salon for hair and makeup. For hair, Kendall went with a sexy updo with several loose spiral curls. When she had finished up the evening makeup, Cheryl summed up Kendall's look as elegant, exotic, and sexy as hell. At 3 o'clock Friday afternoon, Kendall was standing in front of the bedroom mirror doing a final appraisal and adding an extra spritz of Shalimar perfume, a fragrance Miranda was particularly fond of, and didn't hear her enter the room. Looking over Kendall's shoulder at the reflection in the mirror, Miranda gasped, "Oh my God, girl. Give me a twirl so I can take it all in." And while she watched Kendall slowly turn, "I want to hug you, to hold you, kiss you, and tear your clothes off and make love to you all night, but I'll have to wait for that later, Cinderella, we've still a ball to attend. And if I don't want to look like a poor stepchild, I'd better get busy. You've set a standard I'll be hard-pressed to meet." After an air kiss to save her makeup, Miranda sent Kendall out to the living room while she changed. She needed to make sure she lived up to the same expectations she had laid out for Kendall. Her dress was burgundy satin with a lace overlay on the bodice with a tightly fitted skirt ending just above her knees. She chose simple stockings and heels. She pulled her hair into a high ponytail, and then wrapped it into a bun before pulling several tendrils loose to hang seductively to her neck. For jewelry, Miranda chose pearls, simple and elegant. She then spritzed on Sinfully Yours perfume Kendall had given her for Christmas but had yet to appreciate her wearing. When Miranda appeared in the living room, it was a repeat of the earlier scene, this time with Kendall wanting to attack her. To their credit, and with great restraint, the couple shared compliments, hugs and air kisses with promises of much greater intimacy to come later. Miranda had hired a limo for the ride into town and their return trip later after consuming the champagne which was sure to be served. Waiting for them was an elegant tray of appetizers and chilled white wine. It would take the place of dinner and see them through the concert before they indulged on the hors d'oeuvres during the reception. During the 45 minutes of the drive, they talked about the evening and their time together over the past 2 weeks. It had been a renewal for them, having the time to be together and allow their love to grow even deeper, and having this evening just for the two of them was a perfect way to bring it to a close. When they arrived at Symphony Hall, Kendall and Miranda made their way to the lobby to the reception desk, but rather than name tags like the other attendees were receiving, there was a note. Mr. and Mrs. Beaumont, the chairpersons for the evening's event, wished to greet them personally and not only welcome them, but thank them for their generous contribution. While they stood waiting, Miranda gave Kendall a quizzical look. "What did you do?" Kendall tried to look innocent, but couldn't keep a straight face. "When you told me about the charity, I had to do something. I called Jennifer Wilson and arranged for 4 tickets to the show. Then I called Buck and Anna, and they donated the cost of the Band B where we spent Christmas for 3 nights, and we're donating the airline tickets for the 4 lucky bidders at the silent auction. It seemed like the right thing to do." And before Kendall could say another word, Miranda pulled the two of them into a deep kiss. "Lipstick be damned. You're amazing." They were just separating when the Beaumonts arrived. "Kendall, Miranda? So wonderful to meet you. I'm Michelle, and this is my husband Richard. I can't tell you how pleased we are to have you attending our event this evening. And your amazing and generous gift for our auction. We only were able to get it on our website yesterday, but the response has been incredible, and the bids are as well. I can't wait to see what happens when the bids start coming in tonight." The rest of the evening was amazing. The concert was spectacular, and the reception and dance provided the perfect setting for the young couple enjoy their evening together. Of course, the Beaumonts took advantage to introduce several members of the Children's Hospital staff and symphony and choir patrons and members to Miranda and Kendall. Due to Kendall's celebrity status, Miranda was relegated to a backup position, but she didn't mind at all. She was proud of what Kendall had achieved and allowed for the attention to be focused there. At one point in the evening, Michelle Beaumont stepped up on the stage and made a grand introduction, inviting Kendall up on stage with her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kendall is unaware of this, but the producers on her Broadway hit show Celeste sent us a CD with the background music and suggested we could get her to sing Break the Rules. Kendall was surprised and very unprepared, but certainly willing to sing. And then Michelle continued. "Now I know we're imposing on Kendall, so I've hatched a little plan. Out among you, there are several young ladies carrying Santa sacks. Now I'm sure if we fill these sacks with enough cash, I'm sure we can persuade Kendall to sing. I'm going to give you a few minutes to get out your wallets and give Kendall time to warm up. Kendall took several minutes backstage to warm up, while listening to Michelle offer apologies. I am so happy you agreed to sing for us. I realize it's a lot to ask, but I couldn't pass up the chance to get that group out there to open their hearts and their wallets. I know they've all paid a lot to be here already, but I know they can afford it, and there's no better time than when you have them as a captive audience. Michelle gave the audience a few more minutes, but finally, the Santa Sacks made their way to the stage. When they were all piled up, Michelle took Kendall by the hand and they made their way back on stage. Well, Kendall, do you think they've done enough? Kendall was overwhelmed by the response and nodded her approval. Ladies and gentlemen, Kendall Baxter. And as she handed the microphone to Kendall, the music started. When Kendall finished singing, the audience rose as one in applause. Kendall made a gracious bow and thanked the audience and then looked to leave the stage but was held there by Michelle. I want you all to know that due to your very kind contributions and Kendall's wonderful performance, we just raised another $22,000 for the Children's Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, again I give you Kendall Baxter. And the music for White Christmas began to play as Michelle handed the microphone back to Kendall. It was well after midnight when Kendall and Miranda finally made their way home. Finding their way to the bedroom, Miranda sat on the end of the bed to remove her shoes. As she did, Kendall took advantage of the situation, standing in the middle of the room and beginning a slow striptease. By the time Kendall was naked other than panties, Miranda was on her feet and mostly naked as well. As the remainder of their lingerie fell away, the couple embraced, sinking to the soft carpet that covered the floor, and making love, slowly and passionately. At some point in the early morning hours, Kendall and Miranda crawled up on the bed. They snuggled up together, each holding on tightly. It had been too long, and they both knew, but they both understood as well. Sleeping in late, Kendall woke up and rolled over, reaching for Miranda, but his arms came up empty. Opening his eyes wide and raising up to scan the room, Kendall saw Miranda, sitting on the floor in the corner of the room crying. Kendall crawled out of the bed, crossing the floor and kneeling there. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did I do something?" And they reached and pulled the two of them into a warm embrace. Miranda kept sobbing and searched for her words. "I'm sorry. I know it not fair. But I can't help it. I don't want you to leave. I miss you so much when you're gone, and this week, especially tonight, was so perfect. I just want more. I want to be able to hug you and hold you and kiss you every day, anytime I want. I know I'm being selfish, but I just want to be with you." And the tears flowed again. Kendall took Miranda's hand and pulled her to her feet. "I can take you with me. The producers are only planning for the show to run through spring. You can take a leave from work, and we can spend the time together in New York. When the show runs its course, we'll just pack up and move home." Crawling back into bed, the couple pulled each other close, holding on tight, neither wanting to let go. At some point they fell asleep, resting until early afternoon when the ringing of Miranda's phone woke them. She looked at the screen through sleepy eyes, saw it was Maddie calling, and decided she needed to answer. "Hello. Hey girl, you sound like you just woke up. Did Kendall keep you up all night?" Maddie made it sound seductively dirty. "You do remember we're going shopping today? I had to bribe Garrison to let me take you two away today without him tagging along. Finally, he decided he could convince his dad to play golf. He said something about the early spring and temporary greens and other details I had no clue about. Get the two of you ready, I'll be on my way in 20 minutes. Kendall unlocked the front door, so Maddie could let herself in, and headed to the shower as Miranda was finishing. "Make it quick and get dressed. I'll start the coffee and find something for a snack." It was only 30 minutes later, the front door burst open, but it was not just Maddie but both mothers following her. They entered with a flurry of voices and hands holding newspapers. Mostly the voices we saying, "What are the two of you up to? What did you do last night?" When Kendall and Miranda finally got the trio of visitors to calm down, they picked up the newspapers dropped on the table. There on the society page were the details of the charity event, including a large picture centered on the page, taken when Kendall and Miranda were dancing. The caption under the picture read, "Local celebrity and partner add to the elegance of Children's Hospital charity event." And on the entertainment page, a picture of Kendall as she performed Break the Rules. Kendall Baxter wows the crowd and helps charity raise record amount. And of course, all the pictures showed the couple in their elegant and very sexy dresses. Miranda's mother was the first to raise that point. "I should know better than to let you two out on your own. What were you thinking in those dresses? I would never let you out looking like that." All at once, Miranda and Kendall broke out laughing, soon joined by Maddie. Then, Gloria and Sue had no choice but to join in. And the five of them sat there laughing like teenagers at a pajama party. Eventually, they headed out for their shopping, hitting several elite shops, as much to just look and refrain from buying. They figured the guys' wallets could use a break. Before they knew it, the afternoon was over, and they had to meet the guys for dinner. When they did meet the guys at the restaurant, the reactions to the pictures in the newspapers was almost comical. Garrison gave a low wolf whistle, earning him a punch in the arm from Maddie. Devin and Gary decided on scandalous, sexy, but scandalous, earning them elbows from their wives, and then chastised Kendall and Miranda for their wanton disregard of respectability and for their lack of social decorum. It didn't take long once back in New York for Kendall to get excited about rejoining the show, but it took much longer to get over the lonely heart feelings. After the first return performance, Kendall became immersed in the show. It had the comfort of an old sweater, something you could pull on and instantly feel warm and cozy. It was the late evenings back at the apartment where it felt cold, empty and lonely. Every evening ended with a phone call to Miranda, bringing some warmth into Kendall again. In late April, Kendall was surprised, receiving a dinner invitation from the show producers. Jennifer Wilson and Martin Hastings sent the invitation, which included Walter Daly and Marion Holmes. The invitations all included a +1, so Kendall had to make quick arrangements to get Miranda to New York. During their evening call, when Kendall brought it up, Miranda was very excited. Dinner with the producers? That can only be a good thing. And I was just sitting here trying to come up with a reason to come visit. The dinner was on Tuesday, an off day for the show, giving everyone the entire evening together. Miranda had arrived early in the day, and she and Kendall had taken the afternoon to share private time together before getting dressed and making their way to the restaurant. They were the first to arrive but were soon joined by Marion and her husband. As the two couples talked, Kendall mentioned there was an air of mystery about the dinner, causing Marion to chuckle. "You don't know, do you?" Kendall was a bit taken back. "Did I miss something? Am I supposed to know something or be doing something, and I forgot completely about it?" Now both Marion and her husband Tate were laughing. "Oh my God, you don't know. If you think this evening is special, wait till tomorrow. The Tony nominations will be voted on this evening. They will officially be announced tomorrow morning, and tomorrow evening is the gala where the nominees for this year's Tony Awards are formally introduced, and I hope you have gowns because I am sure you're on the invitation list. Now, nobody knows for sure, but the rumors are that our little show could receive 4 or 5 nominations." Then looking directly at Kendall, "And you, my little neophyte, are probably a shoe-in for at least 2 nominations." By the time the rest of the party arrived, Kendall was still trying to overcome the shock, and Miranda was right behind her. The group was seated in a private party room where they mixed and talked while champagne was served. Finally, Jennifer took the lead. "Well, I'm sure you're all aware of why we're here celebrating this evening, and I must remind you that nothing is for sure, but New York is a city driven by rumors, and more often than not, the rumors are true. So, with that, all I'm going to say is congratulations, well deserved. And try not to be too hungover in the morning. I'll probably be calling early, and tomorrow night, we'll celebrate again." The party carried on, breaking up by 11, before anyone had been overserved. While Kendall had freely joined in the many toasts offered during the evening, Miranda barely sipped at her drink. She whispered to Kendall, "I want to be completely sober when we get to the apartment. I'm not ready for this evening to be over." It was midnight when Kendall and Miranda were curled up in bed just holding each other and being together. Kendall teased Miranda a bit, but she held him off. "You're drunk on champagne and your celebrity status. I am so proud of you. Tony nominations, that's so incredible, you are amazing, and I truly love you." Again, Kendall started to tease Miranda, rubbing her softly, raising goosebumps on her skin, but again, Miranda held her off. "We can play later if you still want to. But for now, I want you to look me right in the eye and tell me you love me." Which Kendall immediately did. "And now I want to see if you feel the same when I tell you you're going to be a daddy." Kendall's reaction was everything Miranda hoped for. Kendall's eyes went wide, mouth fell open, but no words came out. And the next thing she knew, she was being pulled into a tight embrace. "I love you, I love you, I love you," being uttered over and over again. For the next few hours, the couple were on the phone with Kendall's parents, Miranda's parents, Garrison and Maddie. It didn't occur to them that they were calling in the middle of the night. And once the initial shock of each call settled, there were squeals and shouts and tears. And by the time the calls were over, Kendall and Miranda were ready to collapse. They fell asleep in each other's arms, feeling the warmth of the embrace. They were still enjoying the well-deserved rest at 10 a.m. when Kendall's phone rang. Wiping sleep from her eyes, as the couple untangled themselves, Miranda found the phone first and passed it to Kendall. Hitting the answer button, Jennifer's voice erupted from the phone. "Get yourself ready, girl, you've hit the big time. Nominations are out, and your name is all over them." The entire cast and crew met at the theater at 1 p.m. to celebrate the nominations. And there was a lot to celebrate. The play was nominated for Best Musical, Best Direction, Best Original Score, Best Orchestration, Song of the Year, and individual nominations included Marion Holmes for Best Performance by an Actress in a Leading Role in a Musical, then Kendall for Best Performance by an Actress in a Featured Role in a Musical, and Best Vocal Performance in a Musical. The celebration was brief, as everyone including producers, director, musical director, Marion and Kendall were expected to be at the nominees' introduction ceremony in just a few hours. There was a champagne toast and hugs all around, but Kendall held the group for a few more minutes. Pulling Miranda close, "I want to take this chance to thank you all. This past year working with you has been amazing. You all feel like family, so I wanted you to be some of the first to know, Miranda and I are pregnant. At least she's pregnant, and I played some small role in it happening." And the room erupted with cheers and applause. The evening gala proved to be everything you might expect, and more. The reception hall was elegant without being extravagant. There was a mini red carpet for the nominees with members of the media and paparazzi straining at the ropes lining the walk. Once inside, there was a media room set aside for interviews, allowing the reception area to remain open for nominees and guests. Kendall and Miranda made their entrance with Marion and Tate and accompanied by Martin Hastings and his wife April. After stopping for a few quick photo ops, they made their way through the doors where Marion and Kendall were pulled aside into the interview room. Kendall welcomed Marion's presence and experience dealing with the questions they faced, and the two of them quickly fulfilled their obligations and left to join the party. As Kendall and Miranda made their way through the crowds in the reception hall, it was no surprise to find Buck and Anna there. The two couples greeted each other with warm hugs that might have been a bit too much for the evening's formal protocol, but felt perfectly fine to them. Anna held on to Miranda and was particularly bubbly, "So rumor has it the two of you have big news to share. I talked with Jennifer this afternoon, she can't keep a secret and is the biggest gossip in town." The next few weeks passed quickly. Kendall was immersed in the show, which was selling out nightly since the nominations were revealed. And when not busy with the show, Kendall was quickly becoming a favorite interview on both local and national talk shows. At the same time, Miranda was spending most of her off hours with Maddie getting final preparations wrapped up for the wedding. With the Tony Awards ceremony the first week of June, and the wedding just a week later, all the details needed to be attended to. The awards ceremony was on Sunday evening at Radio City Music Hall, and Miranda had come out on Monday to spend the week and enjoy the build-up. The remainder of Kendall's support group traveled en masse from Chicago on Thursday, planning to be there through Monday. The parents, along with Garrison and Maddie, surprised the couple with a parents' first-right baby shower. Sunday of the awards show, Kendall and Miranda spent the afternoon getting spoiled at the salon courtesy of the show's producers. They were treated to a full spectrum of massage, skin treatments, aromatherapy, and then hairstyling and makeup. While they were getting the finishing touches, their gowns arrived. Designed by a local up-and-coming fashion designer, the gowns were elegant and sexy. While the gowns were only on loan for the evening, Miranda and Kendall were again thrilled for this special treat. Miranda's gown was crafted from hammered silk in deep lavender. It had a softly contoured neckline and empire waist, then falling in a simple column to the floor, her baby bump just barely noticeable. While Miranda's dress was simple, elegant, and sexy, Kendall's was a bit more elaborate. The dress was royal blue featuring a princess neckline and off-the-shoulder design. The bodice fit snug to a natural waistline before flaring into a dramatic sweep hemline. The material was delicate charmeuse that created soft flowing motion with every step. To finish off the look of the dresses, there was also jewelry on loan from a high-end celebrity jewelry designer. The necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and rings select with stones to both match and highlight the dresses. And Kendall and Miranda both gasped when Jennifer assured them the stones were real. To make the evening even more elegant, Jennifer had arranged for limos for all the attending nominees. Soon enough, their limo was in the queue approaching Radio City, and both Miranda and Kendall were dealing with the onset of nerves. While Kendall had never really had stage fright, this was something quite different. It was less about performing, and more about being on display. And for Miranda, it was all new. While she didn't have the celebrity status of Kendall, she was just as much on display. Walking the red carpet into Radio City was an experience in and of itself. The limo creeped along in the queue for 20 minutes before reaching the drop-off location. Once they exited the limo, there were hostesses there to guide the way and get them quickly past the cheering crowd and paparazzi. Along the way, there were 6 or 7 reporter and camera crews spread out doing interviews. They were well controlled, and each given only 3 minutes with any of the nominees. It allowed for a few questions and answers and kept the procession moving. Once inside the theater, Kendall and Miranda were escorted to their seats, second row center, among all the other nominees. Once this was sorted, they did have time to wander back to the seats where the family waited. Hugs were exchanged, and Gloria, Sue and Maddie oohed and awed over the dresses, jewelry, hair and makeup, with more than a tear or two being shed. The guys were all more subdued but did provide hugs and comments on how lovely they both looked. Soon enough, it was time for the program to begin, and Kendall and Miranda made their way back up front to their seats. As the show began, things moved quickly, and soon the award for Best Musical was announced, and Celeste was announced as the winner. There was an eruption of cheering, and Jennifer Wilson, Martin Hastings, and Walter Daly made their way up to the stage, grabbing Marion Holmes and Kendall along the way. While the crowd was settling, Kendall made her way backstage to prepare for her performance of Break the Rules. Each of the 4 songs nominated for Song of the Year were performed live during the show before the award was given. By the time she made her way back to the stage, her nerves had her shaking, but as soon as she heard the first notes of the music, she calmed down and gave a stellar performance. The next major award was for Best Performance by an Actress in a Leading Role in a Musical, and although Marion was thought to be the favorite, she did not win. The next award was for Best Direction and was won by Walter Daly. Then Best Performance by an Actress in a Feature Role in a Musical. And when Kendall's name was announced, she almost fainted. She stood, holding on to Miranda for support while she composed herself. The couple then shared a kiss, and Kendall made her way on stage. As Kendall stood there at the podium holding the Tony Award, she searched for the right words. Then she focused on Miranda's eyes and knew what to say. She first thanked everyone connected with the show, then her parents and brother, and then looked directly at Miranda. Many years ago, a special person entered my life, and in me she saw something. She inspired me to try out for my first role, and since that time has been by my side every step of the way. It's not often in life to have your best friend, your greatest love, your soul and greatest inspiration are wrapped up in one person. But I am lucky to have that person in my life. Miranda, thank you, you are the love of my life. As the evening continued, Celeste was also awarded for Best Original Score, with Dawn Schulk accepting the award, and Best Song with Dawn, and Lorraine Mussey joining, Dawn having written the music and Lorraine the words for Break the Rules. In their acceptance, they recognized Kendall for taking their simple song and elevating it to being worthy of the award. Then it was time for Best Musical Performance, and Kendall was once again a bundle of nerves. She was holding on to Miranda and shaking, almost not hearing her name announced. Miranda gave her a squeeze and a kiss and urged her forward towards the stage. This was her third time on the stage, but it didn't make it any easier. Taking the award in her hands, she held it to her chest, hugging it. I can't believe I'm standing here holding this. There are so many people whom I need to thank, and they all know who they are. But the most important people I need to thank are all of you, and she waved to the audience, who came out to see the show, and made everything so real for me. Thank you with all my heart. Thank you. The celebration lasted late into the night, with the entire cast and crew in attendance along with families and significant others. There were also several key patrons who had supported the show, most notably Buck and Anna. There was so much champagne consumed that by the celebration's end, very few people were fit to travel. Fortunately, there were either limos or taxis to get people to their destinations. Before they all departed, Buck and Anna invited Kendall, Miranda and the family to join them for brunch. Anna added, 11 will work, no earlier. I think we all have some recovery to work through. Having withheld the indulgence of champagne, Miranda was able to see that the family was safely off in taxis, then gathered up the 2 Tony Award statues before helping Kendall out to the waiting limo. The ride to the apartment was short, but Kendall was starting to doze by the time they arrived. But with a little encouragement from Miranda, they were soon cuddled up in bed. Tuesday, everyone showed up for the brunch by 11, but 1 or 2 of them were still nursing hangovers. As everything else to do with Buck and Anna, the brunch was first class. Since the weather was so nice, the meal was served on the back patio overlooking the pool and gardens. It was a pleasant way to start the day and to relive the ceremony from the prior evening. As the group sat relaxing under the warm sun, they were served mimosa and chilled flutes. Buck stood offering a toast to friends, to family, and to the celebration of life. And he pulled an envelope out of his pocket, handing it to Miranda. We understand that there's soon to be another little member added to your lovely family. So, consider this our gift to help get him or her off to a good start. Miranda knew better than to open the envelope there in front of everybody. It was something that should be more private. She thanked Buck and Anna, giving them both hugs, and then it was Kendall's turn. Hey, I think I deserve hugs too. After all, I did play some small part in this. And before the words had faded, Anna had embraced Kendall, and then Buck was next. Then it turned into a free-for-all with everyone hugging. After the brunch, it was a mad scramble to get everyone organized and to the airport. While the rest of the group would be on the 7 p.m. flight, Kendall would have to wait until Thursday evening. There were a few publicity appearances to be kept, then rushed to the airport to make sure she was there for Friday and the wedding rehearsal and the dinner to follow. The wedding rehearsal went well after the initial surprise of some members of the wedding party that there was not a best man but a best friend, the role being filled by Kendall. The groomsmen, who were also attending, included Garrison's friends David Barker and Tom Shelk. On Maggie's side, her sister April was the maid of honor with her friend Sylvia Tate and Miranda the other bridesmaids. The dinner lasted late into the evening with a final champagne toast at midnight. While the guys all headed to the bar for a nightcap and storytelling among themselves, the girls all headed to bed knowing they had early appointments for hair and makeup. Maddie kidded everyone, guys have it so easy. The toughest thing they have to do is tie their ties and get their shoes on the right feet. The girls all met at 9 a.m. for breakfast and were joined by Gloria and Maddie's mother Jen. Then it was off to the salon. Once there, they were treated to a massage before being turned over to hairstylist, nail techs, and makeup artists. They were just finished at noon when the limo arrived to transport them to the church. At the church, they hurried to change into their dresses for the ceremony. Maddie's dress was bridal satin, strapless with a princess neckline and the bodice embellished with crystals. There was a natural waistline before the skirt flared gently to a sweep hem. The veil was fitted to her hair and fell in soft waves to her waist. The bridesmaids' dresses were peach color with a lace bodice over a sating under blouse. The skirts were slim-fit satin with an ankle-length hemline. Kendall's dress was the same design, but in a medium gray that matched the color of the tux worn by Garrison. The wedding ceremony went smoothly with Garrison and Maddie exchanging vows they had written together, and the minister providing the appropriate guidance and officiating. They then shared a kiss, and the guests in the church were invited to join the couple in celebration of their vows and cheered them as they walked down the aisle to exit the church. After taking time for pictures at the church, the wedding made their way to a local park for more pictures. Then it was off to the reception hall for dinner before welcoming the guests to the reception. There was a buffet dinner for the guests along with an open bar, so by the time the band started, everyone had given up their inhibitions and made their way to the dance floor. But before things progressed too far, it was time for the bride and groom to take center stage. The strains of Forever Love filled the hall as Garrison and Maddie moved gracefully across the dance floor. As the song faded, the band moved seamlessly to Always, and the bride and groom were joined by the wedding party and then their parents. When it was time for the formal toasts, April took the lead. Years ago, someone tried to explain love to me. They said it was when two people cared about each other so much that they would gladly forego their personal wants and desires to provide for the other. While that made sense, it wasn't enough to completely define love for me. Over the years, I have seen people in love, and each time added to that initial definition. But then I saw Maddie and Garrison together, and all the pieces fell into place. As I saw the two of them come together, it was a bonding of mind and body, heart and soul, and they emerged as one spirit, each perfectly complementing the other. Love, absolute and true love. Then it was Kendall's turn. When she stood, it first appeared she was lost for words, or maybe deep in thought. Then she looked at Maddie and then to Garrison, and spoke slowly. I have been lucky throughout my life, because I've always had some to look up to. A big brother who was always there to lead the way. Someone who never pushed me, but always inspired me to be my best. I admired him for all that he accomplished, and wanted for him in his life the very best. When he found Maddie, I knew he had found the very best. To me, she quickly became my sister, someone with whom I could share my deepest secrets and who I could entrust the care and well-being of my brother. And as I have seen the two of them grow together in life and love, I have again been inspired, and I know this is a love that will endure for all eternity. The reception ran late into the night with music and dancing. Both Miranda and Kendall were asked to dance by many different partners and did for the fast dances, but saved all the slow dances for themselves. These dances were their opportunity to share their desire for closeness, for they knew after one night together, Kendall would be heading back to New York to rejoin the show, which was enjoying a resurgence in ticket sales since the Tony Awards. Although the show wouldn't reopen until Wednesday, the cast needed to be there on Monday for a media event, and a walk-through in costume on Tuesday for publicity photos and videos. Whatever Kendall was expecting on returning to New York, she was not ready for what awaited her. She had become a celebrity with high standing in the theater community. The media event on Monday and the publicity event on Tuesday was just the tip of the iceberg. Over the next 2 weeks there were appearances on all of the major networks' morning shows. And just when she thought she would get a break, there was The Tonight Show and The Late Show. While she was always asked to sing, there was always a question and answer segment. For the most part, the questions were relative to the show and acting on Broadway. There was always a question or two about her gender status. Kendall's agent and the show's producers were always careful to screen the questions prior to the show's taping, but there was always a stray question that was brought up or added onto the interview. Most of the questions asked about being the first transgender Broadway performer and star and her views on transgender rights and treatment. Kendall was always ready to answer these questions, taking a firm stand supporting transgender rights, but was also very careful to avoid open debate in a format where she might not be fairly treated or represented. The one exception to the success Kendall was having in the interviews was an afternoon news talk show. Before the interview began, the host took the opportunity to ambush Kendall by asking two audience members to join them on stage. This pair turned out to be plants, and it quickly became obvious they represented an ultra-conservative religious group who came on with a well-prepared list of volatile questions and accusations, and they immediately went on the attack. They finally stopped to take a break and challenged the host, "Now bring that transformer or whatever it calls itself out here. I want the audience to see what a man in a dress looks like. There's a reason they're called drag queens." The host now found himself in an uncomfortable position. It was already obvious the ambush had failed, as Kendall had been sitting there quietly throughout the tirade. Now, before another word could be spoken, Kendall stood up, walked over the few steps to where the two ladies sat, and simply introduced herself. "Ladies, I'm Kendall Baxter and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am transgender. But if you want to go to a drag show, to fulfill your own personal fetish and fantasies, I'm sure we can arrange a taxi to one of the seedier clubs in town. I'm sure you will be quite happy there." And then, she simply walked off stage. Needless to say, the network news was all over this story. They tried desperately to get interviews with Kendall, but she had headed to the theater and wasn't interested in talking to anyone, network or not. There were a number of reporters who wouldn't give up, but Kendall's agent and the show's producers fended them off. The pressure lasted over a week before it died off, and then life finally fell back to something like normal. Throughout the course of the summer, the show gradually lost some of the momentum that had been gained at the Tony Awards, and in early October, the closing date was announced. The show would end its run after 60 weeks and 334 performances. Kendall had mixed emotions about the show coming to a close. She had been part of something sensational, and it was always difficult to see it end, but she was so looking forward to getting home to Chicago and being with Miranda, especially since Miranda's due date was fast approaching. Being home with Miranda full-time was an amazing experience for Kendall. While they had spent a few weeks together in the spring, this time, it didn't have to end. At least not for the foreseeable future. While Jay Hart was out there, scouting opportunities, of which there were many, Kendall knew that Buck and Anna were the appeals court. They held first right of refusal on any role offered to Kendall. And she was okay with that. Her earnings from the show had mostly gone into savings and investments other than what it took for living expenses in New York, which was not cheap, but she did live a frugal lifestyle. Miranda's income was enough to pay for the condo and her expenses. Plus, they always had the fallback nest egg given to them by Anna and Buck, but they had no intentions of touching that anytime soon. Being together full-time was magical for both Kendall and Miranda. Every morning Kendall was up early and made breakfast before Miranda woke. She would bring coffee to the bedroom and they would sit together sipping the magic elixir while Miranda fully awoke, then they would make their way to the kitchen for breakfast. One special morning, Kendall showed up in a sexy French maid's outfit causing oohs, ahs and giggles from Miranda, and also making her late for work. Once Miranda was off to work, Kendall would find ways to stay busy. Twice a week she had voice lessons with a vocal coach in the city. She enjoyed the train ride into town and the short walk from the train station. There were Christmas decorations being put up everywhere, and each day there was something new to see. Other days during the week she would have lunch with one of the mothers or occasionally Maddie or Garrison. Thanksgiving arrived, and the family dinner was at Garrison and Maddie's. They had just moved into a new house and were ready to host the whole group. It was the first time they had all been together since the Tony Awards back in June, and they were ready to be one big family again. While Maddie prepared the turkey and dressing, Kendall and Miranda were there to help with all the side dishes. From cranberry salad to candied sweet potatoes, and of course the pumpkin pie, there were all the traditional fare. And it was enjoyed by all. The days flew by, and Christmas was fast approaching, as was Miranda's due date. Kendall and Miranda were out almost every evening searching for perfect presents for everyone. Their list included not only their immediate families, but also Jay Hart, several members of the cast of Celeste, the producers and directors, and of course Anna and Buck. While their list might be a little over the top, they agreed that, so many people had contributed to Kendall's success in the show, this was an appropriate way to show their gratitude. Since Garrison and Maddie had hosted Thanksgiving, Kendall and Miranda were hosting Christmas Eve. This not only allowed the entire group to celebrate together, but also for each couple to enjoy Christmas privately. Kendall had made the executive decision to have the food for the evening catered. Miranda had started her maternity leave a week earlier, but didn't need the stress of preparing the food, or the stress of seeing Kendall trying to manage it. So, catering made sense to her as well. The evening was wonderful, everyone enjoying the food, wine, and friendship as well as their gift exchange. There were stories shared and memories of last Christmas spent in New York. In the end, they all decided they were blessed to be able to spend these important days together. All too soon, it was time for the evening to wind down. There were hugs and kisses exchanged and plans made to meet again over the next several days as well as New Year's Eve. It was close to 11 when Kendall and Miranda headed to the bedroom, both in need of sleep, but that was not to happen. While Kendall turned down the bed, Miranda headed to the bathroom only to return a minute later. "I think you can save your effort with the bed." And Kendall turned looking confused. "I think I'm in labor. Do you suppose you can give me a ride to the hospital? I'll call Doc Harrison while we're on our way." And so, it was that at 7:42 a.m. Christmas morning, Miranda delivered a gorgeous baby girl, Cassidy Evelyn Baxter. Mother and daughter were both doing well, and by 10:30 they were in a comfortable room with Kendall watching the two of them in amazement. The first call went out at 11 o'clock to Miranda's parents, then Kendall's parents, and finally Garrison and Maddie. By 2 in the afternoon, the entire family was at the hospital taking turns to visit with Miranda and meet Cassidy. They all agreed that this was the best Christmas present ever. By late afternoon, mother and daughter were ready for rest, and the nurses politely suggested the rest of the family take their leave and come back the next day. Then she asked awkwardly, "By the way, will the father be stopping by?" Kendall had been preparing for this moment, and was surprised it had taken so long. She waved to the rest of the family, letting them know she would join them shortly. She wanted to deal with this one-on-one rather than it being intimidating with the whole group being there. Once she knew she was alone with the nurse, she explained, "I don't want to make a scene, so let me explain." The nurse looked at Kendall, completely baffled, and trying to keep her composure. "Okay, I realize there are always extenuating circumstances, but we can accommodate any situation. Believe me, over the years, we've seen it all." But she wasn't ready to hear what Kendall had to say. Apparently, she hadn't seen it all. "Okay then, I'll be quick without a lot of explanations, and you can ask questions if you need to. I'm the father. I know it might not appear that way, but I assure you, I am the father." And the nurse's jaw hit the floor. She stood there, her mouth moving, but no words being formed. She looked at Kendall, and her eyes went wide, and finally, she found her voice. "You're the father? Oh my God. I wouldn't have ever known. I mean, I've never, but that's okay. I mean, it's really okay. But you have to tell me what I need to tell the rest of the staff. Is this some kind of a secret? Should I not say anything? What should I do? Oh my God, I hope I haven't offended you in any way." It took 20 minutes for Kendall to get the nurse to settle down and relax, and to stop apologizing. And then to give her a basic understanding of the situation. There wasn't a lot of time to answer all of the questions, but at least the nurse had a basic understanding, and she knew how to share the information with the remainder of the staff. Kendall joined the rest of the family, and they found a small restaurant where they were able to get Christmas dinner. They joked about finding a Chinese restaurant like the Christmas Story, but decided to forego that when they found a small cafe-style restaurant that looked promising and turned out to be excellent. Kendall gave the family a quick review of her discussion with the nurse, assuring them that everything was fine. "I think there's an opportunity here for an educational program. But I feel kind of guilty. How is she, or anyone else here at the hospital to know. If I'd been thinking more clearly, I would have said something before it became an issue. And to her credit, she wasn't making it an issue, she was legitimately trying to help, and to do the right thing. The next 2 days of the hospital stay went without issue, and it was time for mother and daughter to come home. Cassidy was delivered into her mother's waiting arms wrapped in an oversized Christmas stocking. Kendall was there, helping Miranda into the back seat, and then getting Cassidy snuggled in her newborn car seat securely strapped in next to Miranda. It was only a 15-minute drive from the hospital, and before long, Kendall was helping Miranda into bed and laying Cassidy across her breast where she happily nursed. The next several days went by quickly, filled with daily visits from grandmas and grandpas, aunts and uncles. On Saturday they were all there, and everyone was volunteering to help, but Kendall said she had it under control. "I just wait for Miranda to tell me what to do and I go do it. And if it's not right, or to her satisfaction, I do it again, until I get it right. I'm thinking about buying several maids' uniforms just so I look the part." This elicited a giggle from the ladies, knowing looks from the guys, and Devin spoke before thinking. "I know exactly how you feel," and regretted it immediately. Gloria retorted before he could say another word. "You just watch yourself, smart guy, or I'll have you running around the house in a maid's uniform. I could always use a little extra help." Now everyone was laughing, and Miranda took advantage. "No, really, Kendall has been such a help, but if there was some way to wake her up to do the 3 a.m. nursing, it would really be great." And again, the room broke up in laughter, this time waking up Cassidy, who wasn't about to miss the party. New Year's Eve was a quiet night for the new family. While the rest of the family was off to various parties, Kendall and Miranda hadn't bothered to make plans. Even if Cassidy had not yet been born, Miranda would have been too uncomfortable. So, they were enjoying a relaxing night together. It wasn't long into the new year when Jay Hart started putting a maximum effort into finding Kendall her next project. "You're a hot commodity, and we need to take advantage of it. I've got a list of 20 producers who have contacted me to talk about opportunities. You've got a lot of options. There are a couple of Broadway pieces that are renewals you might want to consider, and there's a couple new projects being bantered about, but nothing that sounds substantial. Or you could always do something off Broadway. There's even a couple of movie possibilities, but you'll have to decide if you want to go down that road. It's a whole different world opposed to being on the stage." While Kendall was willing to listen, she knew whatever she might want to choose would have to meet with the approval of Anna and Buck. "So, Jay, what about anything local in Chicago? I really don't want to be away from Miranda and Cassidy. There's got to be something or someone local that's got a project that makes sense." It was only a matter of a few days before Jay was back with the opportunity Kendall was looking for. As far as he could see, it was perfect. The largest production house in Chicago was planning on taking on the musical Chicago. It had enjoyed great success as a movie. Previous attempts to take it to the stage had not fared well. But the producers had secured a top director and musical director and were sure if they could persuade Kendall to join the cast, it was certain for success. While Kendall was excited about the opportunity, Miranda was really excited. "It's perfect. A great show, and you get to come home every night. And it gets you out of the house, because honestly, you're starting to drive me crazy." This caught Kendall by surprise, and she turned to look at Miranda with her best pout, but found Miranda smiling and giggling. "I really want you to do this, because I think it will make you happy, and we still get to be a family without traveling halfway across the country for visits. Have you talked to Buck and Anna about this?" "Talk to Anna first, she'll be for it, and she can talk Buck into anything, no matter how much arm twisting it takes." Kendall made the call, and not only were Buck and Anna excited, but they were on the evening flight. They wanted to meet with the production company, the producers and directors. They were considering investing in the show, but being successful in business had taught them to be thorough in their due diligence. "Besides, as Anna put it, we've yet to see Cassidy and spoil her. See you tomorrow morning." The next several days were a whirlwind of activity. Buck and Anna hit town like hurricane. When Anna said she was planning to spoil Cassidy, she had really meant it. It was hard for Kendall or Miranda to rein her in, and Buck was just as complicit. There was nothing that they wouldn't do or buy for the baby. Anna sat for hours in the rocking chair holding her in a warm embrace. Buck, maybe we should have been a little less self-centered and had one of these for ourselves. Buck would grimace and admit his guilt in that regard, and once he was sufficiently chastised, Anna would forgive him and admit to being an equal part in the decision. Over the following week, Kendall and Jay Hart had several meetings with the producers and directors concerning the play, and came to an agreement for Kendall to have one of the lead roles, but it was all contingent on Buck and Anna. There were several meetings where Buck and Anna met with executives of the production company, other investors, and the producers of the musical. And eventually, they hammered out an agreement. It would be another week before Kendall would start preliminary rehearsals, but there were 100 other activities from meeting with costume designers, makeup artists and hair designers, to one-on-one meetings with musical directors and vocal coaches, and script readings. But first things first, the celebration was on, and Anna and Buck knew how to throw a party. It took several weeks for life to settle into a comfortable pattern. Miranda and Kendall were bonding with their little girl. For the first time since they were married, they really felt like a complete family, and they knew that life going forward would be full and rewarding, everything they could hope for.